Hello everyone and welcome to another tinfoil day. Today we're doing all day tinfoil. We're doing a special super extra long stream. The plan is to go roughly from noon to 8 p.m. an entire day of tinfoil. Now, I understand that's very long. I don't expect most people will stick around the whole time, but we will be here all day. If you decide to pop in and out while you're doing other things, that would be great. I have so much weird content for us to take a look at, some long form stuff we don't normally have time to take a look at, so some like conspiracy documentaries, air quote, and it's gonna be good. We got lots of stuff, old and new, so it should be a really fun day. How is everyone doing? Hoping you're having a wonderful Friday. Hope your weekend starts soon and you can relax. Briar Rose 1984, thanks for 46 months, says happy Friday, heading out to vote. Vote early, everyone. Thank you so much for voting. We really appreciate it. Saint Sanguinia, with 13 months, says spooking sub. Oh yeah, and it's a regular Friday the 13th. That's your 13th month on a Friday. I'll count that. Hello everyone on YouTube. Hey Korax, how's it going? If you would like the stream, it'd help. Thank you very much. So let's just go ahead and get into it. We're going to start with a regular, of course. We have Chris. We'll watch his new video, and then we'll get on to all sorts of other stuff. Leslie Rue, thank you for 17 months. It says, all hail the tinfoil. Procagam, thank you so much for gifting 10 tier 1 subs to the community and kicking off a hype train. 43% to level 4. We are also, everyone, working towards the next costume month. Remember, if by this Sunday we finish the costume month goal, it counts for 2 costume months. So there's that. All right, housekeeping out of the way. Train started. Chris, ready to say some nonsense. Green guy with $5 says, Hannah, 8 hours. What if you have to poop? I do have this screen. Hold on. Oh wait, I don't have I had it on the other one that I had a coming right back screen. We'll figure something out. Nemesaur, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Much appreciated. Okay, let's get into it. 40% to level 5 on the hype train.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris from New York, Westchester County. It's 10/4/24. I got the okay, 8 weeks. You can drive. I still got a little brace on here, but that's all right. Doesn't affect. I'm not ready to...
I actually don't have caffeine. I have caffeine-free Coke Zero, but maybe the placebo will affect. Nearest Crow Hill, thanks for 31 months. Says, I have work in less than an hour. I'll catch whatever I miss after my long day. I also have an important fight in D&D on Sunday. If you can wish me luck, good luck. I wish survival upon you and your party.
Get into how this happened, but for now, let's just say it wasn't my fault. Okay. You know, I bet you're confused right now, right? Oh, there's so many things going on. Us in the Flat Earth community just love it. There's just so much shit going on right now. And there's so much on the plate. It's unfucking believable. Where did it begin?
I feel like his attitude continually gets worse as time goes on, where he's just always frustrated. That can't be good for his heart. JD, thank you so much for the 10-pound super chat.
Where did it begin? Okay, all right.
Flat Earth and recording car on the bingo card, of course.
All right. If you really even care, well, okay, all right. Look, if all the allegations, which I am sure that they are real, Diddy has been doing this for 30 fucking years. All right.
Oh, good. He's going to talk about Diddy. I'm sure that Chris has the ability to talk about the victims of these crimes with all the tact in the world.
Not 30, I would say about 25. I think 93 got a starter, somewhere around there. 25 fucking years this guy's been doing this. Nobody has even... All of a sudden now he gets arrested. All of a sudden, where are all these celebrities running off to? The elites, where are they running off to? Where they're getting into their jets. Meanwhile, I mean, they're so concerned about our environment, but they're getting...
Any chance we can do blackout bingo? I feel like that doesn't sound fun for most people because all I'm doing is putting the bar higher for winning tinfoil. Okay, how about this? How about this? We will do one normal tinfoil, as in a normal bingo, and then we will have an extra bingo. If you do a blackout bingo, you also win bingo. We'll do one of each. There. Now everyone wins.
Into their jets, and where are they going? Just answer my question. Where the fuck do all these elites hide? Do they go to Australia, or do they go beyond the ice wall?
Oh, he thinks that alleged sexual assailants are leaving planet Earth by going over the ice wall on the flat Earth. That's normal. That's a very normal thing to think.
That could be very well possible. And when I say ice wall...
Minute left on the hype train.
Let's reiterate here. I'm talking about a shoreline, okay? And that contains everything. I've gotten into that many times. And that shoreline, or our shoreline, goes around the entire world. Yes, it does. Unfortunately, you live on a flat, stationary land.
It's interesting that he said unfortunately. Normally he's very big on, like, flat Earth is better.
That shoreline increases in size and height. As a matter of fact, at the highest point...
Jamie Lynn says she's staying all day. If you do, congrats, because this is going to be a rough one. Trey with 40 bits says, speaking of D&D, last night I had my party fight a small robot monkey that was riding a small auto gnome boy who was on a large corgi that was also a robot. That sounds fun.
Of the shoreline of Antarctica is the tallest mountain in the entire world.
The Black Rock. Not true. That's a conspiracy theory thing. Chris, among some other flat earthers, believe that there is a giant mountain higher than Mount Everest in Antarctica, in the center, that is made entirely of magnetic material, and that's why compasses work. Not true, but it's what he believes. Oh yeah, he records while driving all the time.
Except about Black Rock, I'm not sure what's going on with the North Pole out there and how our compasses work, but God, whoever it may be. And I pretty much mention he or she, whoever it may be, in all my videos, because you have to understand, I never believed...
Isn't the biggest mountain in Hawaii? No, it's Mount Everest. Amber says, next week is a blade singer and paladin of Asmodeus who has a crown nailed to her head. Oh, good luck.
Believed in God. I thought this was... I was brainwashed. You see, I was fucking brainwashed with all this nonsense that's on the TV and all this garbage and all the shit that I learned in school. Brainwashed!
Very mad that he received an education, or at least they attempted to give him an education. I don't think it stuck. Ashley One Up says, my latest D&D character is a bard paladin multiclass. He accidentally became a paladin because he sang Never Gonna Give You Up in a temple on a dare, and God thought it was their oath of devotion. Pretty good.
Thinking that we are just an accident, when we're not. All of this was an accident in some fucking...
Orion Cooper says Everest is the biggest mountain above sea level. Hawaii is the biggest mountain under the sea. Makes sense. That makes sense.
I'll get into space news too. Okay. All right. I know there's just so much shit to cover, and there's so much bullshit that's going on to keep all these trained fucking rats. I like to call them our NPCs. Pick your choice, whichever you like. I prefer NPC, but...
I prefer no labels that try to dehumanize people that are different from me. Generally not a great path to start going down when you stop thinking of people different than you as not being people. Doesn't usually go to good places historically.
Doesn't matter. They're all confused. So anyway, back to Diddy. That's been going on for 25 years, okay? Or 30 years, or whatever it is. Decades and decades of parties, okay? And God only knows if this guy, there was one video that even showed, I don't even want to get into it, like down in his mansion that they were, tunnels and stuff. God only knows what goes on in those tunnels, right? That's scary shit, man. Tunnels underneath your mansion spells nothing but trouble. Okay, then we have the president's.
Unless you're Bruce Wayne, then something else is going on, probably.
See, everything that's going on with Trump and everything that's going on with the other guy, or woman, I'm sorry. She's a total disaster. They couldn't put anybody in there quick enough. They didn't know who to get. They didn't know where to go, so they chose her. And
they're acting like Kamala was like some random like member of the House that no one knew about. She's the vice president. She's the vice president of the United States.
And as you can see, she's just a bumble.
Benekagami says, actually, Chris, you're brainwashed now. In fact, your brain's so clean you barely have thoughts, and I'm gonna start a D&D campaign with a, is that supposed to be Displacer? Tiefling Warlock and a Celestial Pact with Tsukuyomi, Shinto god of the moon, will be going to war with the Greek pantheon. That sounds eventful.
Idiot, who's gonna win?
I don't think that's transphobia on the bingo card. I think he just misspoke.
I don't know. We might be a W.
Because I've heard him do transvestigation-y stuff that doesn't sound like it when he says that.
A W3, but at that point, what's going on? I mean, come on, dude. Everything is happening that we said was going to happen.
Like what? Conspiracy theorists do this all the time. They'll just randomly be like, everything we've said was going to happen is happening, and nothing they've said is happening is happening. And I figured out over time, what's happening is they insulate themselves in these little bubbles, as a lot of people do, as everyone does to some extent on the internet. It's the nature of, like, algorithmic engagement, as it kind of cordons you off and keeps feeding you things that either you really agree with or really disagree with to make you angry, right? Keeps you in this weird bubble. But conspiracy theorists, the bubbles they're in, continually not only give them new conspiracy theories to believe, but they give them stories that confirm, air quotes, the conspiracies they already believe. Now, these confirmations are also fake. They're just as bad as the initial theories, but it's all they hear because they're in the bubble, so they are in a consistent cycle of falling for misinformation and then getting further misinformation that confirms the earlier misinformation. So they think they're being confirmed constantly when they're not, and it gives them a weird sense of confidence and accomplishment based on nothing. Bella Lagotzi, thanks for 21 months, says Echo Chambers, baby. Doodle Stargazer says, it's interesting how the dumbest people I knew in high school have figured out all this stuff, like the Democrat weather machine. They borrowed it from Cobra Commander. It's on lease. Thanks, Densetsu.
All of it. All of it, just all there to confuse you. And if you think that Hollywood has... All right, let's take a look at Hollywood real quick. Okay, Diddy has been running it and producing music and hiring...
To be clear, Diddy was not running Hollywood. Diddy was not running Hollywood. Brain Injured Gamer says, or they convinced themselves that nothing... Excuse me, or they convinced themselves that nothing happened because an even bigger event is coming. Yeah.
Everybody and getting them in, like Taylor Swift. Oh yeah, she was a nobody. Now she's a billionaire. Oh, and then we have that other kid, Bieber or whatever the fuck his name is, who suspiciously sold all of the rights to all of his records and everything else just a few months ago.
I don't think that's suspicious. Like, I don't know the specifics of what happened with him and Diddy. I don't need to know. Not my business, whatever happened. Probably some not so good stuff. If he wants to move on, which it seems like he does, I know he's like religious now and he's doing that stuff. If he wants to put all that behind him and move on with his goddamn life past trauma or other stuff, good for him. Like, Just not your business why he's doing that. I don't know what happened. Not my business. I don't get why people get so obsessed with the specifics of celebrities. I just hope any victims of his do okay as well as they can given the circumstance. Ashley One Up says, do you think we'll still have people like this by the 24th century? You think you think the Federation is at war with the Dominion? You think the wormhole is real? It's a hologram. Yes. As long as human beings are human beings and as long as our brains function more or less the same as they do now, yeah. This is just a function of how human cognition works. Like, conspiratorial thinking is not only something that people like Chris have. Everyone, including me, has conspiratorial thoughts. It's just that some people are more prone to them than others, right? It's a function of your brain that already exists that is exacerbated in certain people.
We weren't sure why, because he said he suffered from something, but I don't think that he actually that was a problem. Okay, see, now I'm getting off of the subject with Hollywood. If you can't see, Hollywood is a disgrace, and that it's evil, and the people that run it are fucking evil, fucking psychotic devil worshippers, then you're
Satanism on the bingo card. We don't normally get that from Chris.
Lost, okay? If you think we live on a fucking spinning wet ball and everything that you've learned is true, then you're lost.
I can't
You just don't know what the hell is going on. You don't know. You don't know the it's not a conspiracy. It's true. They say that conspiracy word, and it just, everybody, their eyes glass over, you know? And then in science news, oh yeah, now, all of a sudden the telescope, James Webb Telescope, who can't zoom in on Apollo 11, but yet we have nice...
Apollo 11 left the moon on that mission. Do you mean the platform it was on? That's not what the James Webb Telescope was designed to do. Catalina Gearbox says they actually made robotic Transformers toys that actually transform. I've seen these. I've seen them.
Leader of the Decepticons.
I don't even want to know how expensive these are.
Hey, Megatron.
What's wrong?
Transform.
Oh, wow.
I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
That's incredible. That's really, really cool. What is that, like $500?
CGI pictures of that.
Feels like a $500 toy you buy and then you show people when they come over, but you never do anything with it.
From 238,000 miles away or 36,000 miles away or whatever they say it may be, but it's not. It's only about 70 or 80 miles away up there in our amazing light show that we have it up in our sky. Anyway, so we now have evidence of some sort of, oh, there's another Tesla. Oh, this one's wrapped. Nice. How many problems with that Tesla, huh? All right, forget it. Okay, all right.
Chromatic Cuttlefish says, by the way, and it's pictures of the Apollo 11 landing site, which I'm sure Chris would call fake because moving the goalposts is their whole thing.
Back. They're all over here. I mean, this is the first time I've driven in.
Yeah, he thinks the moon and the sun are like 70 to 80 miles away. He thinks that they exist within the firmament, which is basically a dome that he thinks is over the Earth, like a snow globe.
Like freaking 8 weeks. Been out. Look at this.
No, he's not a Musk fan.
Hello. That's great. No ticker, nothing. From New Jersey. Doesn't give a fuck, you know. Who cares?
Sorry, the animosity New Yorkers have for people from Jersey is always funny to me. The consistent punchline for New Yorkers is New Jersey. Pretty funny.
Who cares? Look at him. He's blocking 2 lanes. And he doesn't have a paper plate, though. They finally did the crackdown on that. It only took him 10 years. How long have I've been talking about these paper plates that have been going on? How long? How long have I been talking about those ghost cars that have been going on? And now finally they're doing something. See, now I lost my train of fucking thought. I totally. Oh, okay. All right, back to James Webb Telescope. That's right. Alert, alert, alert! All you science freakoids out there that actually believe this, they found a planet that has city lights. That's right. Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, no, they didn't. I imagine they found something that was like, oh, this is interesting, what's that? And then conspiracy theorists said it's city lights, and Chris took that to mean that the scientists were saying it's city lights, which I'm sure they're not. That's not how science works. You don't just say random conclusions without verification. Will Kale, thanks for 20 stream streaks, as my favorite conspiracy theory is that if Trump wins, they'll enact the 25th Amendment, so please vote. Yeah, I don't want Vance to be the president either.
Beautiful! It's awesome, man. And I believe SpaceX just took off a couple of days ago, and it was circling the,
Ashley One Up says they said the telescope is so sensitive it could pick up city lights on other planets, not that they found them. Gotcha. It's usually some garbled version of something. Chris hears things kind of through the grapevine, usually, it seems. So whenever he says something, you always have to kind of work backwards to figure out what the story is that he heard, that he's misremembering or misstating.
This ball that you think you live on, and the rockets were going while it was going around this ball. How can a rocket work in space? Time and time again, we have proven that flames do not work in fucking the vacuum of space.
Generally, yes, because of the lack of oxygen, but that's not a problem with rockets because the fuel they use includes oxidizer. So generally, again, because space does not have oxygen in it, oxygen is the fuel that allows combustion to happen, that allows flames to exist. So the fuel in the rocket contains something like liquid oxygen or other oxidants that allow it to combust in space using the fuel.
You can't light a match in the vacuum of space. You can't ignite anything from the vacuum of space. You can't move in the vacuum of space.
You can, because of Newton's laws of motion.
And if it actually really existed up there, and there was space, and planets to go to, and all this other nonsense, you would be spinning around like a fucking hamster in a wheel with a rocket in space, because there's no way it's like being in free fall in a fucking pool. You're not going anywhere. You need something to hold on to in order to go straight or left or right. There's nothing to hold on to. There's no
he doesn't believe in space. I feel like he's almost doing like a double think thing here. He's trying to state how space works, but he doesn't believe in it in the first place. So I think he's just trying to project what he thinks we think space is without thinking it's real himself.
Water. If there was water, all right, then you could actually steer something, but there's nothing there. That's why they call it space, okay? That's right.
For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So if you're in space and you have fuel and a rocket, and you can create thrust, which is a force going that way, an equal and opposite force will push you the other way. That's physics.
That's why they call it space, because there's nothing there. It's space. It's like a space in between sentences. Yep, that's right. Nothing in between, which means there's nothing there. So if a rocket was in space, it would just go around in a circle and not go anywhere, because there's nothing to grab onto. There's no...
I love that Chris thinks he knows more than actual literal rocket scientists. That's fun. Amber Pretzels says, anyone else worried he's going to hurt himself with this much anger? Like, I don't like him, but that doesn't mean I want anything bad to happen. If anything, I hope he can live long and learn some stuff to help with his beliefs changing for the better. Oh, I worry about him. I worry about all the people we cover. His blood pressure must be, like, through the roof, and it's all over stuff that is not true. He just works himself up. Sucks.
No wind, there's no air, there's nothing there. And that's it. And if you think that you can project a rocket or a capsule or whatever the fuck they're saying in NASA and landed on the fucking moon, then landed on a fucking meteor, and everything's traveling at all this amazing speeds, you're fucking lost. Lost beyond fucking belief, and I can't fucking help you. Okay? Or you're just a troll and you're just trolling us. I would probably suspect you're fucking a troll and you're trolling us, because if
You're fucking a troll?
don't know any of this by now, we have been doing this for too many fucking years now. Too many fucking years we've been doing this. Okay? And still people believe in bullshit. Total nonsense. So you see, I got into the presidency, I got into space, and I've got like 4 or 5 other things to talk about, but I'm almost at my destination, and I had to take a test run because I want to make sure, you know, Doc is right. Everything is healed up at this point. Yeah, I mean, you know, my ankle's swollen, and that's going to be like that for at least 8 months. But that's all right. I'll deal with it. As long as I can get out there and I can start working again, you know. I mean, Jesus. Anyway, I don't want to get into it, but that's my little ranting that I've been bottled up for the last fucking 8 weeks, and it's been driving me nuts that I can't.
He has to get out of the house to yell because his wife gets mad if he has his little weird meltdowns in the house. Hydrate can do.
Thank you for subbing and thank you for viewing my videos. Let me be a part of your life.
Oh, he sounds frustrated. That's unfortunate. Go ahead and take a look at the bingo card real quick. We didn't have a ton, but we had a few. We, of course, had Flat Earth. We had Recording in Car. And then we had... What was the other one? It was one that I wasn't expecting. Satanic. We had Satanic. Was there anything else? Sounded ominous. It did. I don't think he intended to. Old man yells at clouds. Very much so. What number is that? Yells at clouds. 64. Yep, we got Satanism. Thank you. Is that implies Chris's wife hates him? No, I think we took that off the board anyway. Okay, I think that's maybe it. Chris's hair is the perfect model for the Van Allen belt. That's a huge bingo card. Well, this is the master card. Like, people have normal cards that are the normal amount. This is just every potential space that is on all of the potential bingo cards. A single bingo card won't ever have all of these. All right, let's see what we're gonna do next. How about Bob Larson says, are demons more powerful at Halloween?
Are demons more powerful at Halloween?
Hey, I just said that.
It seems so, with all the emphasis on evil, witchcraft, and many forms of diabolism on parade
Diabolism? Ooh.
this time of year. But the serious question is whether all this attention paid to satanic themes empowers the forces of darkness. I answer yes. Demons are stronger during the days leading up to Halloween. But why? And is that apparent?
I don't think Bob's polygrip is working as well today. There's something about the way he's talking that's coming off very different than normal.
Increase in power sustainable in the world of the supernatural after all the Halloween costumes
He has a great radio voice. He does. You should have heard him when he was younger.
have been
He has a knack for grifting. Terrible. You shouldn't grift people, but he's good at it.
put away? I've spent a lifetime battling demons and feel well
I'm
prepared
gonna go ahead and put an asterisk there. Claiming to battle demons.
to deal with this topic. And look out. My answers may surprise you. Hi, I'm Bob Larson. Millions around the world know me as the real exorcist.
Oh, by the way, Bob had an actual reality show called The Real Exorcist, and we haven't done Surreality TV in a while, which is a show where we watch old forgotten reality shows. That's probably going on my list of reality shows for Surreality TV.
I've battled demons for 5 decades. I'm going to share with
How common is the space refers to the movie They Live? It's common enough. I actually have a video today that would trigger it if we watch it.
What I've learned about how demons and the devil seek to kill, steal, and destroy. Always go to boblarson.org to check on the latest of where I'm going to be speaking somewhere publicly in a seminar. And this coming weekend, it's going to be in Dallas, Texas. Check boblarson.org under seminars to find where I'm going to be and what the times are. I encourage you to come. And as always,
those are lovely Mr. Blobbies. Thank you.
Share and describe. Liking allows other people to take advantage of what you are going to see, as well as sharing.
Phoenix says, by the way, I saw Marcel was in YouTube chat again during your stream last night. I can't wait until Wretched Recess finds your show and it's like, you're trans, and you'll just be like, yeah, I am. Then she'll be like, no, you're secretly not trans. I've had, Hans Wormhat did that before with someone. He thinks people who are cis are trans, and I've seen him basically cisvestigate trans people, where he claims certain trans people are secretly cis.
And of course, liking increases our standing with YouTube, and that's a good thing. And subscribing, well, sometimes we do live things on the spur of the moment when something is important happening and it dictates it, or other reasons. But if you subscribe, you're going to be the first to know. You support us, and that's how we're able to be here today. If you don't support us, you're getting a free ride.
That is the shittiest way to try and get people to donate to you. You fucking lazy. You freeloading loser. What an asshole. You're putting out a product, Bob, on the internet where it's free for people to watch. That's the business model. Either make money through ads, or people choose to donate to you. Don't be a dick to people. What is wrong with you?
So into this ministry. Be part of the blessing of knowing how it's touching the lives of people. And so many people are being reached in so many different ways through our Do What Jesus Did deliverance teams all over the world.
Famously, Jesus at the Sermon on the Mount said, "To those of you today who have helped my ministry, thank you. And for those of you who are just here being freeloaders, no fish and bread for you."
Now, these are real teams of real people directly accountable to us.
If he doesn't put this stuff behind Patreon or some paid service, he has no room to complain. Yeah, it's absurd. Pathetic.
Who have signed off on a charter of affiliation. It's very serious business. Then, of course, our associate ministers are all the time reaching out to people all over the world, just as I do, 5, 6, 7 days a week, all day long. In addition to what we do, of course, in social media and right here with you. All of that because friends like you really do care. And they don't want just to come along for the ride. They want to be part of the blessing of what God is doing. So you can text the word GIVE to 833-361-4711 or go to boblarson.org and click on Donate. Thank you.
Halloween is going to the dogs. Does that mean I get to see cute puppies in little Halloween costumes? Ashley One Up says, "And the Lord spoketh thus, don't forget to like and subscribe."
Why do I say that Halloween is going to the dogs? Well, I'll get to that in a moment. First, I have allergies, and they act up this time of year, and so I go in for a monthly shot to mitigate the effect of the allergies. So I show up at the doctor's office, I sign in to get my shot, and the nurse who comes to stick me with the needle is dressed totally in black as a witch, wearing a conical hat.
Okay.
You can be absolutely certain that when I saw that, I started praying inside and breaking any curses and putting the blood of Jesus over her and that needle before it went in my arm.
He thinks he can catch demons because the nurse who's giving him a shot is wearing a witch Halloween costume. Very stable. That's a very stable, normal worldview.
But there's a point here.
Also, like, when was this? Because, like, it's right now, it's October 18th. And he posted this a day ago. I don't believe this story happened, because why would someone be wearing a costume to work this much before Halloween? Like, near Halloween, the day of Halloween, yeah, people dress up for work sometimes. People dress up at school or whatever for fun. But it's mid-October. It's not even the week of Halloween yet. Amber Pretzel says, but Hannah, this is Bob. Everything is demons. Oh, obviously. I'm the fool here.
She's in a doctor's office.
Could have been an office party? I guess. I just don't know why you'd have an office party that far away from Halloween.
She's about to give people something to make their lives better, or in some cases, possibly worse.
I feel like that was maybe a gesture towards the anti-vaxxers in the audience, if I had to guess.
I didn't see any humor in it. I took it very seriously, but obviously she didn't.
Yeah, man, you got problems. It's a silly costume. It's fine.
It's typical of people today. However,
typical of people 100 years ago. You could, like, look at pictures from Halloween's, like, a long time ago. People wore witch costumes.
I saw something even more sinister.
Like, literally, Charles Schultz, the creator of Peanuts, who is a Christian, like, very openly a Christian, included a Halloween episode with lots of Halloween stuff, and some of the characters, at least one, dresses as a witch. And this was like in the 60s or the 70s when that special came out. So the idea that, like, Christians or American culture at large thinks or has ever thought that, like, dressing up as a witch for Halloween is broadly demonic is just not true.
Directed at children. A couple months ago, we took in our new family pet, a dog. So we went into one of these large chain...
Oh my god, he's gonna be upset that there are dog Halloween costumes. He's literally gonna take time out of his day to complain that there are dog Halloween costumes. Are you gonna say it's demonic to put a costume on your dog? Also, good pause face.
Operated pet stores. I want to show you some photos that I took. Now remember, this is...
really demonic to dress your dog up like a hot dog, by the way. Fun fact. Or a pumpkin.
Mid-August I took these photos. 2.5 months before Halloween. Look at what they're promoting. Things to deck out your doggy. Thrills and Chills collection for chewy treats. And the costumes to dress your pet in.
Mm-hmm.
All are part of your pet, as some fearsome...
I don't know if you all know this, but our cat Lupine has a matching witch costume to me. You know the witch costume I wear sometimes? Our cat Lupine has a matching witch costume that she unironically likes to wear. Like, if it was sitting on... It's, like, we've had it sitting on the couch before, and she'll, like, nudge it and, like, want to wear it. It's adorable.
Creature. And, of course, enchant your tank. Don't leave out your pet fish. The pet fish need to be able to celebrate Halloween.
Bob, you understand that this is for the owner's enjoyment, right? Like, no one is under the impression that the fish give a shit about this outside of, you know, fish like having little things to swim in and out of. But, like, they obviously don't know what these are or care. It's for you. It's for you, the person who owns the fish, to be like, oh, that's cute.
There were various toys and t-shirts for young owners to wear, including the main character of the Halloween movie franchise, which, for those of you who don't know, in the original film, it's a young boy who murders his sister. Now, 15 years later, He's back to murder more teenagers, and he's usually depicted holding a large chef's slashing knife. So when you look at these pictures, what's the point? What's the
fun? Halloween is one of the most celebrated horror franchises in history, and people enjoy it, myself included. There's my collection of all the Halloween movies right there. Hannah mentions Blu-rays. There was no way I was going 8 hours without talking about those, so just take that space on the bingo card. These are all my Halloween movies back here, next to my Friday the 13th collection. They're great movies. They're great movies, Bob. They're celebrated films. Except maybe the Thorn trilogy, but that's another story. And don't get me started on the Rob Zombie remakes. That's a stream in and of itself for me to complain about those.
the theme? Terror, witchcraft, murder. It's exactly the kind of emotions that any loving parent would want their kids to grow up with their pet, right?
You understand that not everyone with pets has kids, right? And even if they did, like, the kid doesn't know who Michael Myers is if they haven't seen Halloween. It's fine. MH Darkbeast says, howdy Hannah, since it's a long stream day, this may be up your aisle. Parents, watch this before Halloween. Thank you. I will save this. I don't know if we're going to watch it today, but I do want to do another big stream sometime later this month that's like Halloween scare films, stuff like this. I will save this. Thank you.
Wrong.
Now imagine those Rob Zombie movies are not Halloween movies. Would they be good movies then? The first one would be better. The second one I still wouldn't like, I don't think. Fenekagami says, Christians thinking Halloween is satanic is proof they don't know their own religion. Halloween was All Hallows Eve, and the day after was All Saints' Day, before Christmas was canonized as the holiest day. Those were two of the most holy sacred days in Christianity. They were Christmas before Christmas was a thing. Yeah, but even then, when you look at, like, Christmas, a lot of Christians have a very strange relationship with Christmas as well, because of its pagan influence, you know? All Christian holidays have some pagan influence because it's the nature of when people converted. They brought a lot of their traditions with them. So some Christians feel allergic to the very idea that any of their Christian traditions are influenced by paganism, so they get weird about it.
Let's talk for a moment about the history of Halloween.
Samhain, Samhain, Samhain.
50 years.
Am I going to do a PO unboxing soon? Yeah, I think there's some stuff at the PO box that I need to get, but other than that, yeah, once I get those, we'll unbox.
Ago, I was the first public religious figure in America to take a stand against Halloween.
I don't believe that at all. Bob Larson was doing this stuff in, like, the 80s. There were people doing, like, evangelical Christians against Halloween before the 80s. So I think this is just a complete lie.
There really wasn't anybody else who had any kind
You
of
want to hear him say, Sam Hain?
a public
They do that in a couple of the Halloween movies, ironically.
platform. I was mocked. I was vilified. You cannot believe back then how I was attacked by Christians for trying to rob these children of all the fun they were having trick-or-treating.
And no one makes fun of Bob now.
Never mind that they dressed up as demonic characters
Hey, Sophie Bliss, welcome.
and witches and so on. But gradually, even people who didn't believe in the reality of demons at Halloween, they started to recognize, there's a lot of negative aspects about this day. So churches started developing alternatives. You know, the harvest festivals. And of course, the Christian haunted houses that tried to scare people so bad they
Hell houses. They call them judgment houses now, because I think some of the Christians, like, got even more, like, about it. And they're like, we can't use the word hell. Judgment houses.
would give their lives to Jesus.
Hey, sweetness,
So this
how's it going?
became a form of evangelism as a result of the horror that they saw inside. But in spite of these efforts to try to redeem the day, no one really took a stand against the demons who operate at this time of year until the advent of social media. And that's changed a little bit in the last few years. Self-proclaimed experts on witchcraft and Satanism, well, they started talking about the evils of Halloween. And unfortunately, a lot of them really didn't have their historical facts correct, and they didn't know much about real witchcraft, but at least they were doing
I
something.
don't think anyone knows much about real witchcraft since it doesn't exist.
And they were speaking out, and that's good. But now Halloween is morphed into a system of religious belief and cultural faith. And even Bible-believing Christians shrug their shoulders at Halloween. They capitulate to pop culture. And if they
Senikagami says Jehovah's Witnesses hate basically all parties and holidays, so they spoke out against Halloween, and their religion is from before the 20th century, so no, Bob, you are not a pioneer in this field. You might not consider Jehovah's Witnesses Christians. I would, as I would Mormons as well. They're just more extreme, more recent sects. But like, yeah, he might just not. A lot of Christians don't consider Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons Christian, even though I would consider them Christian.
they aren't dressing up their children as little witches to go out and trick-or-treat, they still fail to take a strong position against all that Halloween represents.
So funny that he like literally just showed like B-roll of like some cute kids like trick-or-treating in the daytime, and it's supposed to be ominous.
In my many books and other publications, and blogs, and so on, long before today's opponents of Halloween came on the scene, I explained that the history of Halloween was rooted essentially in Irish Druidic witchcraft. I've explained over and over many times in many places that this is a time of the year in which those involved with the dark arts evoke spirits and they honor ancient traditions steeped in human sacrifice. Satanists love Halloween. Witches consider Halloween to be their annual coming out party.
Do
Let's
they?
roll the clock back, shall we? To 17th century England. You know, Oliver Cromwell and his Puritan Christians. Well, they banished Christmas because of its festive attitude. Said it wasn't appropriate. Wow, they must be rolling over in their graves to see what modern Christians tolerate at the time of Halloween. It's an evil day. There
So is he anti-Christmas too?
is nothing to redeem it in celebratory fashion.
I think he still does wear the Catholic priest like collar sometimes. I think he's just going more casual today. Like he's got his smaller cross on too. That's a smaller crucifix, believe it or not.
Now to the important question that I raised. Are demons more powerful at Halloween? There's a couple of ways to answer that question. Technically speaking, demons are more powerful on any day. When Satan's angels fell from heaven in eternity past, their position, their power was fixed. From that time until now, there's no differentiation in their ability to do evil regarding one day to the next. They have
Okay, so you answered your own question in the negative, thanks. H-Baird says, so does he believe magic exists? If Satan is giving people all these powers, why aren't Christians also given powers to oppose them? If priests were flipping around like Jedi, the church attendance would go up a lot. Good question. I don't know.
have a
He
fixed
definitely believes magic exists, but why does he think Christians don't get it? I don't know. Although he would claim they do because he exorcises demons as far as he's aware, so he might consider that a magic power.
amount of evil in their fallen spiritual nature. It never gets topped off, it never runs out. So why then does it seem that at certain times, at certain circumstances, evil spirits appear? They appear to be more active, and they appear to have more power. The issue we're considering is whether demons are more powerful at Halloween. But here's the real problem. This is what we should be addressing. Evil spirits show their real intentions on a broad societal basis when there's less opposition, and Halloween is such a time. Most Christians have become the frog in the boiling pot of water labeled Halloween. They've lost their sensitivity to demonic evil, and they tolerate things that previous generations would have been horrified to see.
Previous generations would have been horrified to see a black man drinking from a water fountain that wasn't labeled blacks only. So frankly, I don't care what past generations think of certain social mores. I really don't.
In short, demons aren't more powerful at Halloween, but the opposition of prayerful resistance is lower. So what happens? Consequently, demons are able to get by with more this time of year. That's why people who are victims of satanic ritual abuse, for example, or they have a background in witchcraft, they feel that they are attacked to a greater extent around Halloween. I know I've ministered to many of these people, and they become
Sounds like people with trauma or mental illness that are having their problems exacerbated by beliefs that you are giving them.
terrified and tentative at this time of year. Well, what's going on? In simple terms, demons are more active approaching October 31. I see this every year, and that activity, unfortunately, doesn't face a lot of opposition.
Phoenix says, I'm curious, you grew up in a Christian household, but you celebrated Halloween, right? Yeah, I went trick-or-treating and stuff. Not near my house, because we lived in the middle of nowhere, so I had to go to a friend's neighborhood to go trick-or-treating. But yes, I did trick-or-treat. Benny Kagami says, my wife hated Halloween because weird Christian nonsense, her not liking horror, and also not liking candy. I'm converting her to pro-Halloween thanks to her being less Christian and telling her that it's basically National Cosplay Day. Still working on the spooky problems, though. Good luck.
What it should. In fact, the commercial acceptance of Halloween gives carte blanche to demons to be more visible with their intentions. And it gives them the right to create more spiritual havoc. So Satan isn't stronger around Halloween. It's the Christians who are weaker in their opposition to this widespread cultural approbation of evil. In ancient Rome, the emperor was considered a god. His birthday was the most important day of the year for pagan celebrations. Such practices were normalized in ancient Rome. But when you study history, you never hear of early Christians having gone with the flow and participating in festivities for Augustus, Nero, the perverted Caligula, and others.
Gotta bring up Caligula!
Unlike those
Fun fact, Caligula, the ultimate cut, just came out on 4K. If you're into that kind of thing.
early Christians, though, we have lost the spiritual concept of a Latin phrase, tertium non datur. I did a short in this recently. Let me refer to it again. What does tertium non datur mean in Latin? It means no compromise, no middle ground, unresolvable.
Billy says, you're on early. Yeah, I'm doing an all-day tinfoil, so I'm going to be on all day. That's why I started early.
Opposites, an irreconcilable dichotomy. In short, how can Christians celebrate what the devil celebrates?
That would be difficult considering the devil isn't real. All right. I'm going to move on. Next. Okay, we have watched part of this before, but we've never watched the whole thing, and I kind of want to watch the whole thing. So, without further ado, here's a VHS tape entitled Telepathic Communication with Animals.
This ends. He says he has fun with you, but he says he doesn't know what he wants to do. He gets confused. He doesn't want to retire.
No.
No.
Does he still want to show, do you think? That's what I kind of wonder.
Let me picture
Okay.
that for him. He's still a little nervous. Let me see if he'll
You know, and you
focus
can
on
wait.
it. Yeah, hold on. He says he starts it out with, I don't know, and he goes, I just don't like all those people looking at me. He has a hard time at the shows just with people looking at him. He doesn't mind working with you alone, but actually he's quite shy.
I think that may be he's not a show-off, that's
Yeah,
for sure.
it's
No,
okay. It's all right.
I think our best stuff is when no one is people.
Please never pay an animal psychic. Don't pay any psychic. They're scamming you, but certainly don't pay an animal psychic.
That's right.
Orion says this all-day thing is gonna break me, isn't it? Yeah, probably. You can leave whenever you want. I am chained to this desk metaphorically. Oh, hell yeah. What a good title screen.
Have you ever thought about going for a walk with your dog, and suddenly he's next to you, eagerly wagging his tail?
It's so uncommon for your dog to be excited to see you. It must be a psychic connection.
Or have you ever had the feeling that something wasn't right in the next room, and discovered that your animal friend was locked in there, or having some other problem? These experiences
To me, that usually
suggest
happens when I'm like, and it hasn't happened often, but if it's ever happened once or twice, I've been like, haven't seen Lupine in a while, or haven't seen Oliver in a while. And then I go open a door, and it turns out they got, shut in the bedroom or something. It's not so much psychic as I go, oh yeah, these living animals that are in my house, often. I haven't seen them in a while.
mental or telepathic level, both you and your animal companions can send and receive messages. Penelope
I feel like if I talk to a duck, they just talk about swimming all day.
Smith has spent much of her life refining her ability to communicate with animals telepathically. Since 1977, Penelope has worked professionally as an animal communication specialist, helping people discover why they are having problems with their animal friends. She tunes in to what the animals are thinking or feeling and tells the owners so that they can find a solution to the problem. Penelope was asked to help this woman and her dog Trapper. He is extremely sensitive to raised voices, will not allow anyone to pick him up, and has several health problems that are being treated with drugs.
I'm gonna be honest, he seems a little big to get picked up regularly anyway. That would freak me out, too, if I was a dog that size. H-Bird says, so she's Dr. Do Even Less? Ba-dum-bum.
When he came to you, when he first came to you, he was really afraid that he would not please you. And he still, believe it or not, even after all these years, he has a feeling like something could go wrong. He has a worry. And the raising your voice, when I pictured you just getting excited or angry or raising your voice, he says, I just can't deal with it. He says, I might be doing something wrong. He internalizes it. He takes it in. And I think that's part of his allergy thing too, is feeling like he may not, even after all these years, it's emotional.
I don't know why.
You understand? Yeah. Okay. Even after all these years, he feels like for some reason he might not measure up. Even though he feels very much like he is a good dog and he gets a lot of reassurance in the family, he's got this little niggling thing behind him.
Fennikagami says, ducks would brag about how they're winning the animal asshole contest against cats. Geese have entered the chat.
Interesting. He says that he was thrown out of the back of a truck. And he shows me.
Does she actually believe she's receiving communications from these animals, or is this like 100% a grift? I can't tell. She might really believe it. She might really focus on this animal and then just random creative imaginary thoughts come into her head and she goes, this must be real. I'm receiving communication from the dog.
Picture of it's a pickup truck, open. He jumps in.
Yes, sweetness, I am.
He's thrown out. He jumps back in, he's thrown out. You know, I don't get
Consonant Jaybird, thanks for 16 months.
a good picture of the person, but it sounds like a man's voice. I just see this truck and then I see somebody's arms. It looks like he was quite attached to somebody before you got him. And that was quite a disappointment for him. I mean, he was meant to be somebody's really loyal dog, which he is, of course, now. But he's never forgotten that, you know. And evidently he was a little bit hurt, too, by somebody, I mean, physically hurt by somebody throwing him. Not badly, but it looks like, you know, he yelped. So then when you pick him up, that both reminds him of that. And I think physically he has had some bashing around. He says, I like you. You're very sweet. He says he feels a lot better. Just having talked.
It's a little frustrating to me that people like this who try to communicate with animals, it's like they envision a dog as like a person trapped in a dog. Does that make sense? They're always speaking from a very human perspective when they're putting words in these animals' mouths. You know what I mean? It's like they expect animal cognition to be the exact same as human cognition. It's just that they can't form words. Like, no, their brains work differently. They think differently. They would not have the same exact kind of thoughts we have. I can't even speak to what kind of thoughts they would have, but they wouldn't necessarily have the same concerns. They wouldn't have the same, like, deep, how do I put this? Symbolic associations that we have. That's a very human thing. Yeah, she's anthropomorphizing them to like a really, really uncomfortable degree.
That's good. It's good. Will you keep improving, okay?
In my particular case, there was a
Normal gamer gal says she's taking a dog with obvious signs of previous abuse and making up abuse stories. You can figure these things out yourself. I take care of animals for my job, and I'm pretty good at noticing animal emotions. And that would be fine if she was open about what she was doing. If she just said, hey, I work with animals and I can kind of, you know, I'm decent at figuring out, like, what's going on with them, that'd be fine. It would be honest. I don't know how accurate she is, but it would be honest. But instead, she's got to put this coat of, like, nonsense psychic paint over it. It's unfortunate. Ashley One Up says, you mean dogs aren't like this?
Come in here, please. Raymond, this dog has no license and is clearly in violation of the leash law. Call the pound.
I already did, sir. The truck is waiting outside.
Out of my way!
Gotta watch out for the Shaggy DA. I do own the Shaggy DA on DVD, obviously, as well as the Shaggy Dog, and the Tim Allen remake.
behavioral problem with one of my horses that she completely solved in one visit. And there was a drastic behavior change. So if I had any doubt at all on her ability, it completely disappeared with the very first visit. And it was sort of like a therapy session. I asked Penelope a simple question, and right away, my mare had this, all of this frustration to release, all this tension to release. So what she did was to turn our relationship around. My mare is now the most affectionate animal you could imagine. She runs to the gate when I come. We have a very close relationship. She follows me everywhere. She's very relaxed. And if there is a problem, I know exactly how to deal with it.
So after we'd gone around and seen the llamas, we went back into the house, and she did a reading on one of our dogs, Cider, and spoke of Cider's adventures in other dimensions than this everyday life.
Your dog Cider is having interdimensional adventures. If my dog was going on interdimensional adventures without me, I'd be upset. I'd be like, Cider, you're not getting the wet food until you take me on an interdimensional adventure. This is bullshit.
And then she turned her attention to Teddy, who immediately began to have a kind of a seizure.
Oh.
He started shaking, and his eyes glazed over, and it seemed as though he wasn't seeing anything. And he had trouble walking. He fell down, actually. This is Teddy.
Oh, it is the cute baby in her costume. Careful. What does the animal psychic think about lupine? Hi, Lou. Oh, you are so cute. Baby. Look at her. Look at our little witch. And she has a little hat that goes on it. I won't make her wear it right now. What? We did it. She has the hat now. Baby. Oh.
Yeah, I'm talking about you. Yeah.
Oh.
And we had never seen him have any sort of a seizure before that. And she immediately withdrew her attention from him and had Kelly just hold him. And within about 5 minutes, the episode passed. And in the meantime, Penelope and I went off into the other room and did a reading on one of the cats. And then when we came back...
Lupine says goodbye. Bye, Lou.
Back out, Penelope very gently...
Cat makes an appearance on bingo, indeed.
Sort of touched her mind to Teddy's. And he told her he just wanted to be a dog. All the stuff she'd been saying about Cider having other dimensions, that scared him. He didn't.
Desperado says, don't dress up your cat. Trust me, if she didn't like it, it wouldn't be happening. We have 2 other cats that we don't dress up because they are not interested in it. She literally, if the costume is sitting on the couch, will like try and get into it. She likes it. I don't know why. I think it's weird too. I didn't expect it, but she does.
He didn't want anything to do with that. He was just here to love and be loved. And it was very simple.
Penelope is in such demand that she cannot travel to work with everybody who requests her service. So now she consults with people by phone and tunes into their animals at a distance. All she needs to know is the animal's name and some basic information, and she can make a telepathic connection, provided the animal and its owner are willing.
We had a young stallion, beautiful young Arabian stallion in training, and he wasn't doing very well. So I decided to have an appointment with Penelope, and she talked to him, although he was 300 miles away. And I was totally blown away.
It's interesting to me that Penelope can do her work by telephone. I mean, she needs the telephone to communicate with the person, or at least the person needs it to communicate with her. But I have called her on several occasions and asked her a question about an animal. And she'll say, just a minute, let me ask the animal. And then she's quiet for a moment, and then she comes right back with information which has time and again shown itself to be quite accurate.
How did it show itself to be accurate? Here's a falsifiable test. Call her on the phone and say, I got a new animal. His name is Frank. Can you tell me how Frank is doing? The trick is that Frank isn't real. You're making up Frank. You don't have a new animal named Frank. This is an important step. Do not get an animal named Frank. You need to make up Frank. And then she'll get on the phone and tell you all about what fake Frank is up to, and then you go, ha! Frank isn't real! You're making shit up! And that's how you catch an animal psychic.
The distance does not make any difference as far as reception goes. What makes the difference is whether the person who is calling me is very open and not putting up any blocks. Or
Dr. Worms says, when I was a little kid, I remember watching an animal psychic show where the guy said animals could read minds and you could communicate by thinking at them. After watching, I would stare at my cat and think things, hoping it could hear me. Or
if they're resistant. If they're worrying about what I'm going to find out from the animal, or if they're testing and skeptical, that puts up almost like a fuzzy screen. It puts up like static on the radio. So you have a hard time hearing the animal. You have a hard time getting past their static to get to the animal. But if they're very open and they just say, what does my dog think about this? Or where does he hurt? Boom, I can get right through.
This horse trainer tells about an experience with his favorite horse.
And then mysteriously she came up.
Apparently a lot of horse people are into this. Like, I don't know why, but that's not shocking to me at all. That the Venn diagram of, like, animal owners that are into psychic animal stuff and horse people is, like, it seems like a lot of them are horse people. Some reason that doesn't shock me. Nothing against horses. Horses seem great. I know horse people. But, like, I'm not shocked that in terms of the demographics of the animal psychic people, the horse people seem to be a pretty big part of the pie.
Lame. And so I had just inching lame, couldn't walk.
Ryan Cooper says, I tried this with my horse, but the horse just said nay.
Could only make baby steps and couldn't lift her head down to eat. And
that's true too. Horse people tend to have more money. Horses are expensive, and they'll throw that at fraudsters. Yeah, I can see that.
And so I had her obviously looked at by, which turned out to be 3 Western medicine vets, and they all could not diagnose what her problem was, and suggested that I take her to Davis, which is the university hospital, and have her looked at and examined up there. So I took her up there, and I left there after 8 to 10 hours of constant examination, and they neither could tell me what was wrong with the horse, but suggested that I put her to sleep. So I came home and I was very upset about having been told I had to put my favorite horse to sleep. And so I was talking to a friend, and she suggested that I call Penelope, who was my first experience with the animal psychic world in them.
See, this makes me really sad, because it seems like, and if the horse is in pain, it's potential that putting the horse down is the best thing to do for them ethically. But he didn't want to do that, so he seeked out a psychic who would give him another opinion, the one that he already wanted, which is that the horse doesn't need to be put down. Again, I don't know. I'm not a veterinarian, but the veterinarians seemed to think that putting the horse down was the right thing to do, and I don't think they would do that without good reason. So it seems like he's just trying to pay this psychic to give him reason to keep a horse he loves alive despite them being in pain. And that's unfortunate.
So I called her, and she said, did her work over the telephone, and said there's no way that this horse needed to be put to sleep. That she was just, had some massive vertebrae displacement, both in her upper spine and in her lower back, and suggested that I have this Dr. Bob Anderson from Oregon, who she recommended, who's a chiropractor and acupuncturist, to work.
Oh my god, you did horse chiropractic? Good God. Freyline says, pets in general, horses in particular, are very sensitive to people's emotions. If a reading helps the owner feel better, the horse would probably respond well to that. And then Fennikagami says, animals don't understand human language. They associate things we say and do with results, like saying supper time when you give them food. They read your emotions based off tone. You can test this by insulting your dog, but in a happy voice you'd use to compliment them. The dog will wag its tail all the same. Yeah. Horse.
On the horse. And ended up being the best way to get the work done was to have Penelope there also. So Penelope.
So they're running a little grift where they, I assume, recommend each other to their various clients. So the horse chiropractor will recommend her to people for communication bullshit. She'll recommend him for fake health bullshit.
We could sort of intervene in the communication and saying, back off. You're doing too much, you know. And this had been stuff that Subretta had carried around for 10 years. I mean, she had her vertebrae displaced for well over 10 years. And it turned out that the story she told was they put her through the racetrack training, and she just fought and kicked the whole way because she was mortified that they had separated her from her soulmate, as she described it. And then, I guess, went into the chute of the racetrack and reared up and trashed around in the chute, and that's when she injured herself. But it took many months of just Penelope teaching me on how to communicate with Subretta and look at her from her point of view.
H-Parrot says, it's days like this I wish I didn't have integrity. You can probably make a ton grifting like this and don't have to actually do anything. Yeah, seems like it'd be a stressful life, though.
It's like, now I called her first before I called the vet because of the expense for me, because I have so many horses.
Sophie, thanks for becoming a member on YouTube.
It's cheaper for me to call Penelope than for me to call the veterinarian. And she's yet to. There's only been one inaccuracy that she's ever called for me, and that was my last year's foal. I had dreamt and dreamt about having my black boy, and she described it down to the black with 3 white socks and the white blaze, but she was a filly. And
I used to sit in the park, in the playground, in the bushes, and talk to the birds and say, please come to me.
Oh, shoot. I gotta take my meds.
I used to picture myself as St. Francis. Because St. Francis was a
Take your
model
meds.
of mine. And I used to say, little birdies, please come to me. And I close my eyes. I'll close my eyes, come to my hand. And I had birds who came very close and butterflies who landed on my hands. And it was the biggest thrill. You know, to me, to have a wild animal trust you is, as you know, is just melt your heart, you know. So besides having the ability to listen to animals and to be quiet with them and to get their viewpoints from when I was very young, I enhanced the ability by my counselor training, which trained me to really open up, be receptive, and understand what people were saying. So what I do is simply open up and listen and get real quiet, which is real natural, again, for me in communication, is to just get real quiet. I don't go into any trance state, or I don't spend minutes or hours preparing ahead of time. It's something that I can, because of my practice in it, simply be right now here for the animal and listen. The reason that I know that it's not just my imagination is the result. Over and over again, it's thousands and thousands of animals I've communicated with. They demonstrate the changes. When I talk with them about upset.
If you can communicate with animals, wouldn't it be incredibly easy to communicate and say, I want to prove my psychic ability. Sorry, I have meds in. I want to prove my psychic abilities are real. So you are gonna do this, this, and that. You walk over to the fireplace and go lay down on that chair. If the animal does it, you're communicating. If not, you're not. There's no attempt to test any of these claims.
They have problems, things that are confusing to them, why they're behaving the way they are, they change. Behavior changes, they relax. Many times it's drastic, the changes in them that could happen for no other reason than that they understood, they were understood by me, and that we worked out a solution.
Within the first month that we had her, she killed 4 chickens. My husband became very upset and said that we had to get rid of her. And I became very distressed and reluctant to let go of her. But I finally called the vet and I said, you know, I just don't know if this is going to work because of what's happening. And he said, well, before you get rid of her, call Penelope Smith. Because
I want to know what vet was recommending the animal psychic, because they should lose their license. That's ridiculous.
I've referred her to a number of my clients to deal with animal problems, and she's been wonderful. So I called Penelope Smith, and she described exactly what Frenchie's state of mind was at the time. And that was that she had come from a very calm house where she was actually basically neglected. There just wasn't enough time to pay attention to her. She was well fed and not mistreated, but neglected. And she went from that into this situation of 4 acres, endless animals, numbers of people around all the time. And she felt like she was in a circus. And she was just more excitement than she knew what to do with. And when she killed the chickens, it wasn't for the kill, you know, it wasn't for the meat. It was really for the sport of it. And so she told me how to instruct
I mean, you
her
could probably assume that if the dog didn't eat the chicken.
on the leash to be the guardian of the chickens. And, you know, to be their caretaker. And I guess I did that for about 4 or 5 days. And then we kept our eye on her for a long time after that when she was around the chickens. But she hasn't shown any aggressiveness toward the chicken in I would say, a year. She'll now go up and try to smell them.
The first time I called her, last January, she said he was brilliant and can reason. And she was right on. Right on. I mean, and the normal thing to say is, well, the second one's brilliant. And she didn't. I mean, he's not.
Yeah, I've heard of targeted individuals. I don't cover it a lot because targeted individual type people tend to be... How do I put this? they tend to be very paranoid to the point that seems explicit that they are experiencing breaks from reality. So, well, that's always an element of conspiracy theories to some extent. Like, most of the gang stalking type people are clinically ill. Again, I'm not qualified to say that, but, like, as an unqualified person, still seems like they're clinically ill to the point that, like, what am I even going to say about it? You know? I like to have things to say. If all I can say is, this person has paranoid schizophrenia or something similar, that's not really content, you know? There's not much I can say about it. It just is. It is interesting, but I don't know. I get a little uncomfortable watching some of it.
He's a little cutie, but and so what I'm saying is that the specific stuff was just incredible. She's just incredible.
At one point, I asked her, what was his favorite place? She described it perfectly. She described it perfectly. She didn't know where he was. She had never been there before, of course. But she asked him. He described it. She described it to me.
As soon as she saw the animals, she started talking. She got so much about them. And the thing that struck me and my husband immediately was that she was picking up on things we knew. So that gave us a real basis for trust of what she said.
Someone else earlier saying cold reading. I think you're correct on the cold reading aspect.
She made comments that were outside of our experience.
One of the truest signs, at least for me, that you're really getting their communication is it's not what you expect. You get surprised. It's really not.
About 5 years ago, when she was around 17 years old, she
from the 90s, 1990 exactly,
pretty much gave up living and started hiding, was underneath the bed a lot. I thought this was the end, But the interesting thing about what went on with her was when she talked to Boogie.
That's true, Harold Elberman. If the vet is sending her customers, it might be that the vet is feeding her information, so it seems like she's picking up on things that she didn't know, but in reality, she was fed that information.
About why she
might be giving kickbacks to the vet. You give me customers, I'll give you, X amount of money per customer.
Was thinking about leaving, It was, it's like I'm told cats aren't supposed to live this long, And was like, well, where did you get that idea? And, she got this picture of this particular tall guy. Now, this was one of my students who had been over to the house. And
so she's projecting her fears of the cat's mortality onto the cat? And that was the issue?
And when she told me this, what she was getting, I remembered the whole incident when I had...
Convenient that it's an event that you remember and is vivid enough that you remember it happening. Almost sounds like it's a you issue and not a the cat issue. I don't think the cat's overly concerned with their mortality.
Given him Boogie's age. And he had kind of said, what? Cats aren't supposed to live that long. In exactly those words. And I remember those words. And these were the words that Boogie remembered. You remember this incident, Boogie? Yeah, you sure do. Well, that was handled. It was like, well, you can live longer than that and whatever. And just within, the next day, she was up and around already. And she'd been hiding for a week, not coming out hardly to eat. And the sore was getting worse and worse. The sore went away. Within a week, their hair was back, but the sore was healed. And she was who she is.
Telepathic communication is when you receive it, you can get both visual, mental images from the animal, like when you ask an animal what happened. Say a horse has hurt themselves the night before and they have a big gash in their leg and nobody knows how it happened. So I ask them, well, what happened? They will show me a series of pictures, mental pictures of what happened. So they'll show me getting their leg caught in the fence and pulling and it tearing. And
Kind of feels like that's the thing you could figure out if you have experience looking at horse injuries. Or like, oh look, there's blood on the fence. I wonder how this happened.
that will come in mental pictures. Along with that will usually come their emotions, their feelings about it, their pain, their anxiety. Also, what can come across is a message, sense of audio, of hearing what they say. I feel that I instantly translate into words, and I get message with words. Sometimes they do actually give you phrases because they learn words from hearing them from people over and over again. But most of the time, it's a translation into words of a concept. So you get a concept, an idea of what they're saying, which then to tell other people, I translate into words. Also, you can get feelings in your own body of how they feel, or feelings in their body, tuning into
Yeah,
their...
the cats speak English, apparently. Penikagami says, fun fact about cats, they don't have species... Excuse me. They don't have species-specific knowledge. They don't see other animals close to them as other animals. They see them as weird cats. This is why cats will mimic dogs and humans they're raised with. It's also why cats behave the way they do when we sleep. Cats rarely deep sleep, so when they see us do it, they think we're sick and get worried. Oh.
Their body, you can feel their pain, or you can feel where the energy feels like it's hot, or it's about to burst, or it's blocked. I get all the senses combined, so that to translate it into words sometimes takes a long time, even though it was sort of a instantaneous perception.
My horse all of a sudden seemed to give up on life, and she had been losing weight, and my son had been feeding her because at the time my back was hurting, so he was kind of taking over, going down and putting hay over the fence.
I'm gonna go ahead and put a guess on your son wasn't actually feeding the horse like you was supposed to.
And within a 2-week period of time, she had gone from this full, meaty, shiny, lovely mare to this thin, frail, weak horse that could barely get around.
Yeah, either your son wasn't actually feeding her like he was supposed to, or she was uncomfortable being fed by someone who doesn't normally feed her.
And I was so stunned when I had finally recovered from my back injury and gotten down there to see her that it just tore me apart. And I immediately called Penelope. She's my lifeline when it comes to the animals. And I asked her what was going on with Buck, and she said, well, Linda, you have been so negative, and it's affected her in such a way that she feels if she were gone, life would be easier for you. Which, oh my gosh, I mean, that revelation just completely, it was like being punched in the stomach. So I immediately went down to the barn and had a talk with her and told her life would not be better without her, that life would be worse without her. She's been with me for 21 years. And it came down to the backhoe coming out to dig the hole, the veterinarian coming out to put her down, and my friends coming out to support me through the process. But because of the phone call to Penelope, I called everyone and canceled. And she and I started over again with dealing with this negativity that I was putting out. And she's still here. She's beautiful. She's healthy.
Penelope says that most of us can develop the innate ability we have to send and receive messages from all life forms. In order to facilitate this, she has conducted numerous workshops with people and their animal companions to gently guide them in this process.
All kids telepathically communicate with each other, with their parents. Not everybody receives it. The animals do. So
They may communicate non-verbally, but they're not communicating psychically.
Gravitate toward animals. You notice kids, given a choice, will go to another animal, a different animal than a human animal. They gravitate to it because the telepathic communication is in there's no barriers there. So you see a lot of kids are like this, but they quickly lose it because humans are social animals and enjoy the approval of their peers. So quickly, kids learn that in order to get mother's approval, aunt's approval, their peers' approval, they better toe the line. And
that doesn't make any sense, though, because imagine humans long ago. If this was just a natural part of humans, why would it be stigmatized like that? That doesn't make any sense. H. Baird says, I tried developing my animal telepathy skills, but the neighborhood raccoons wouldn't shut up about my car's extended warranty. Is that where those calls are coming from?
Mine has
Little thieves.
been in this society that telepathic communication is for flakes, you know, and witches or something. And that it doesn't exist, and animals are stupid. Their brains are this small, and they don't think, they don't feel. I mean, you hear people saying this. So basically, my approach to animals and why I am very successful with helping to handle problems is I regard them as who they are, fellow spirits with different costumes. And therefore different experiences. A cat is a cat, a dog is a dog, a human is a human. But, and so that all colors all our experience. But basically we're all spirits, and we can all learn from each other, and we all have infinite capacity to understand. And on the most basic inside heart-to-heart things, we're all the same.
Okay, fair, Harold Ebelman. But she's claiming this is someone everyone has, not like a small portion, not a minority group, but like every human being.
One of the ways that Penelope helps people tune into animals is through a meditation that has them actually become an animal.
What do you mean, actually? Also, humans are animals, but like, I know that's not what you mean.
And now choose an animal, or let an animal come to you. Feel their presence or visualize them. Whatever animal appears to you, imagine it clearly and notice its physical features. Sense its mental and...
So she's into pet play. Yeah, this whole thing is just a backdoor way of her to do group pet play with these people.
spiritual qualities. Now, as you feel yourself getting closer to the animal, make a shift and get inside the animal's viewpoint. See things through its eyes. Notice how the body and the body parts feel.
I'm a fish. I'm wet. And I don't even know it.
Your legs or fins or wings. Your head, skin, fur. Now move around in your animal form. Notice how you move. Notice how it feels. Smell. See. Hear. Touch. Taste. And think as that animal. Express emotions through your animal body.
Penigami says, just say you all want to play as druids and do D&D already. There's plenty of variety.
Like
an all-druid campaign based on animorphs would be fun.
Sadness.
Loosely based on animorphs.
Fear. Anger. Boredom. Joy.
I had another experience when we got this little gosling about 8 months ago, 6 or 8 months ago. And she was terrified of everyone. My husband brought her home and put her in a cage, and she was really terrified. And I walked into the cage and realized that she wasn't going to respond very well the way I was approaching her. And so I shifted my thinking process, and I connected with, it's hard to describe how you do that. Penelope, I'm sure, can describe it much better. But I shifted my own consciousness to connect with her consciousness. And she instantly relaxed, because the message that I was giving her was that I was not there to threaten her, I was there to help her. And she bonded to me within a matter of minutes, and if I would sit down on the floor, she would come over and get on my lap. She followed me around for a week, thinking that I was her mother. It was great fun, as a matter of fact.
People find it hard in this culture to get quiet in their minds. I find that the people who have the best results in workshops in learning how to telepathically communicate are those who have been meditators, who have had some kind of spiritual practice where they have observed and themselves and their own thinking and learned how to let it all go and be real quiet. To do this well, you have to kind of go open. Just open your perceptions, get real quiet, and just be here. I found that in workshops, when people start to open up, a lot of times they get messages from all over the place. They start to get names, addresses, music, all kinds of things coming in because they're starting to be receptive. And what you need to do is to focus.
It just sounds like your mind is wandering and random things are popping into it. As someone with ADHD, yeah, that's just how your brain does stuff. It's just gonna pop stuff in there.
On the being that you want to get the communication.
My brain hasn't been quiet in 30 years.
From.
Just yesterday, as a matter of fact, I pulled into a parking lot. And I pulled in next to an open car. It was a convertible, and the driver was sitting behind the driver's wheel, looking off in another direction, distracted, waiting for someone maybe. And there was a dog in the passenger seat. And the dog sort of jumped up on the side of the car and looked at me, and I sat in the van for about 10 minutes, just looking at the dog and trying to make contact. I can definitely make contact now. I know when that happens. Trying to say hello to the dog, and told the dog I was going to get out of the car and maybe come over and say hi again. So I finally did get out of the car. I went over. I reached out, touched the dog. I was scratching the dog behind the ears. And the owner hadn't noticed yet. I reached over and got very close to the dog and finally started talking to her. The owner turned around. She was shocked and she said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I was just saying hi to the dog." She said the dog has never let anybody come up to the car before. Never. I was astounded. I wanted to say, well, we've been talking for the last 10 minutes, but of course I didn't. There are things like that that happen on a fairly regular basis.
Hydrate.
Some people are distracted from focusing on mental impressions by outward appearances.
Just because I feel like he's not really realizing what's going on, but I'm not sure, but he's just nervous. And that was about it.
You'd be surprised what's going on.
Oh. Probably.
See, a lot of things we judge by outer actions.
Right.
Just like you cannot really judge people. You know, I mean, you can go on and on about body language, but just because I fold my arms like this, you know what that's supposed to mean. No. It doesn't necessarily mean that. And dogs can do all kinds of things too that aren't necessarily the whole picture. It's not an analysis. You're not going, I'm going to figure this dog out. It's an opening to them. And a lot of times people get very fooled by the outward appearance. And plus they have their own judgments about the outward appearance. They go, well, this kind of dog, oh, scary. You know, so that stops it. So you have to really be open and start getting those impressions from them. And start getting inside a little bit more. And beyond the physical. This is beyond the physical. People, again, have the idea from all the body things that here's a nervous, frenetic dog who's upset. The guy is not upset. He's not nervous. He's not frenetic. He is an active guy, definitely has an active body. This is one smart, one very quick guy. And so we just sat together now, just being together. And he said, you know, they just don't know. I'm very quick. I want to go places. I want to do things. I'm here to experience the world. And was the concept he gave me. And again, he gave me the feeling he wants you to go places. He wants you to experience things, but with him. He's here to take you around.
You know, if the horse has its head straight up in the neck, and you can see it just really holding, you know, I can see it, you know. I've almost gotten to the point now, which I feel almost funny about saying, is I can feel their pain, you know. I can feel the horse going through the pain, you know. And then I, you know, through working with Penelope, I guess go into my ability and I get these messages of what to do.
One day I was feeding my horses and I heard all of these little voices in my heart crying for help. And I thought, where's that coming from? So I went exploring and I came across our little pond. Well, the pond had completely dried up and there were about 500 goldfish laying in a mud puddle, gasping for air. And they had sent out the message that they needed help, which I intercepted and therefore took on the task of the whole day of rescuing every one of these tiny little goldfish and taking them up to the house. And then I proceeded to distribute them to people who wanted fish, but at least they...
All those fish are dead now. She became a god to these fish.
They all survived.
Are animals always willing to communicate telepathically?
There are occasionally animals who do not wish to communicate. Animals who have been severely abused finally give up on people. They go, "You're another person. I don't care who you are. Go away. I just want to die." And that has happened to me a few times. Oftentimes I will just tell them, "Okay, I'm not here to do anything to you. I really appreciate and respect. I will go away." And when you start to go away, a lot of times they will go, "Wait, you're different. You're kind. You can hear me. I do want to talk to you, but don't force me to do anything." Other times there will be animals who are angry, dominating, manipulate their people, and do not want anybody changing that. They don't want anybody getting in on their game. It's usually animals who themselves have been manipulated and dominated. They turn it around and they start to dominate and manipulate people. And they do not want somebody coming in who knows exactly what they're doing. And sometimes they will actually, it's only been a few cases, but I remember them very well, who actually get violent towards you and go, "Get out of here or I'm going to go after you." Most animals are joyful and open and relieved to communicate. When you get an animal's attention, even if they're sleeping, they can communicate. In fact, I find, especially with young animals, with puppies or kittens, who are very into and distracted by every little thing that goes around them because they're learning about their environment with their new bodies. When they're sleeping, it's very easy to get right to them as spiritual beings.
Penelope was really able to tell me what the animal's intent was and what to do in this very confusing situation. I had 2 dogs. And after speaking to her, what was happening in the household made sense. And she informed me that the 2 animals were totally opposite in personality and disposition, that there was no way, really, that they were ever going to get along. And if they were kept together, it would be dangerous, which it had already been because one of them had injured me. And she was able to tell me that one animal, which is the one I have now, is so close and in tune with me that if I were to give him away or find a new home, he would die. He would not be able to handle the separation. And the other one had such a light and happy type disposition that he would do well
10 minutes
and
left.
find for himself.
I'm gonna speed this one up. I want to finish it, but I need to finish it sooner.
People that would be good for him.
Penelope has just introduced some new chickens to her flock and wants to find out how they are doing.
She says she likes it here. It's very different and it's fun.
Ashley says, "Yes, I put weird-looking mushrooms on my pizza. Why do you ask? Mushrooms are gross."
I'm glad to see that they're all happy. Nobody's worried about anything, and there's a sense of exploration and curiosity. Again, I'm translating their concepts into words. They're not speaking English. They're just thinking ideas, and I'm translating them into words. They talk to each other, but it's more on a very, just a very energetic understanding.
Even
like
the magic kind, especially the magic kind.
Feeling of each other, and then they'll greet each other, and they will tell each other things like, "I just found some nice bugs over here if you're a chicken," or "Come over here and sit down with me." They'll call each other, and then they'll sit down, and then they just share each other. They don't think while they're with each other, so they don't hold intellectual conversations generally.
Generally,
of that,
on occasion, the chickens will hold a forum where they can discuss their high-minded ideals, but usually it's just pecking.
Does not seem to go with the being, where with humankind, a lot of times there is a desire to analyze. I do think that we are the most analyzing creatures, although other creatures definitely analyze for their survival, for their enhancement of what they need to do. They're pushed to analyze, but not to the extent of about ideas that people do. When I start to get people to read to their animals, to include them in their love of poetry or art, the animals start to extend into that. They go, "Well, my human likes it. Oh, I like it too. I see what you're looking at. I see why you like that room the way it is." But basic to all of us is an appreciation, I think, of emotions and also the higher truths of life: love, honor, respect.
lot of times people ask me, what are they thinking? I go, nothing. And they don't understand it. How can they not be thinking something? And it's really just being. It's sort of like a meditative state of just being there with the environment, being quiet, fully experiencing. Just experiencing. Like, okay, what is he saying with his crow? What he said was, I'm here. I'm here.
I'm here.
It's an announcement. Also, there was a sense of relief. When he crowed, there was a sense of, I'm here. Things are good. I'm fine. You know, but again, it's not an intellectualization of verbiage. It's a feeling. I'm here. I'm here. And the other one, I'm here too.
You know how exasperating it is when you're driving down the road, windows are closed, there's a fly, it's constantly flying into your face. And here I was with Penelope in the other seat. I was driving down the road, batting at this fly mindlessly, trying to get it out of my face, wishing the thing would just disappear, die. And all of a sudden, Penelope looked over, she took her hand, she cupped it, and she said, here, let me show you the way out. She rolled down the window, the fly stayed right here in the cup of her hand, and she just moved it over towards the window. I was so embarrassed, because suddenly I realized, you know, that this was part of it, this little fly was part of a whole that I was supposed to be aware of.
They love it when you go home and start opening up to them. They just love it. They'll change their attitude, their behavior, their postures, everything. You know, even like people have brought up different examples of the consultations. Why did that cat change? Well, we connected. They connected with somebody who listened to them and related to their person who matters to them. And they go, oh, relief, great. They understand my pain, and now I can release the pain. And, you know, they understand I feel this way, and great, now I can change. Now it feels good. Psychosomatic illnesses are common in animals, especially in domesticated animals.
Marco says, as someone who's owned chickens before, they're very dumb birds. My favorite was one that stuck her head through the gap of the netting around the coop. She then broke into full sprint in place against the wall of the pen because she assumed since her head was outside, all of her was outside.
Who often are subject to the same stresses that people are, and are subject to the stresses from their people, that then precipitate illness. They'll get upset about changes in their environment, people coming and going, people being upset with each other, people having fights with each other, and the animal will come down with an illness, which is precipitated by stress of emotion. And if you can help the animal to release and look at and then talk about and release the emotion, and then also help to change the environment that's causing the stress, you can help to heal the illness. When you have that special connection, and you really connect with them as spirits, and you know who they are, they know who you are, there's nothing like it. There is nothing like it.
My heart hears the animals almost like they're on a loudspeaker, and there's nothing I can do to avoid it. I'll be walking along and I'll hear some animal saying, I need water, or I'm hungry, or I hurt. And it isn't that I hear through my ears, it's that I hear through my heart. So I take action on that.
We learn from our animals, or we can learn if we're open to that. And Travis is really a teacher to me in many, many ways. He reflects many times what I'm going through. And sometimes when Penelope talks to me about why Travis is moody, she's really talking to me too. She doesn't say that, but I know, I can tell.
One of my favorite cats, who's quite an old lady now and spends most of her time asleep in the bedroom, she said that when I take naps, Nia, particularly, or sometimes at night, but particularly when I take naps, Nia, the cat, feeds me ideas. And I can't say that I've experienced that. That one was one that stretched my sense of reality. But I have to admit that I've given Nia a little bit more respect since then, and I talk to her and relate to her in a different way. And I think that's a lot of what's important to me in Penelope's work, is that she has expanded my sense of who these beings are, these dogs and cats and whatever.
I just very much appreciate that there's someone like Penelope out there who's specializing in this field. I think that at this point in time in our own evolution of the planet, where we've been decimating the environment, including the animal populations in the environment, that she's really important in raising people's consciousness about the value of those beings, and raising people's consciousness, to the fact that we can communicate with them. They're not just some foreign object out there that that we can do anything we like with, but they do have a real important part in the whole scheme of things, and that we can talk with them.
She's my hero because she's changed things for me on several different levels. Of course, the individual problems with my mare that she's solved have made my life easier and our relationships closer. But she's also done something on a broader level. I grew up loving animals, wanting to be near them, wanting to understand them, and feeling sort of responsible for every living thing on the earth. I've always felt that we're responsible for each other and that everything was part of a whole. And I felt that there ought to be some communication with animals. But there's always been that gap there, that language gap, and that misunderstanding of their intelligence and their awareness. And there was always some doubt in my mind as to how we could pull everything together. And it only took one visit from her to completely eliminate that gap.
Many animals will respond incredibly to music, to art. In fact, people are finally catching up to what animals have been doing for years. Elephants have been creating art with their trunks. They have very facile trunks like our hands, and they can actually create designs and drawings, which people are now recognizing, and they've been doing it for thousands of years. Whales sing and do complicated.
Jason Proxy says, been told it's bad to pet cats cats' bellies, but mine loves it. Do you give your kitties belly rubs? The ones that like it, let us. The ones that don't. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. Yay! Thank you. My wife made me lunch and a bunch of snacking pretzels with some cheese as well. This'll last me a while. Thank you very much.
Songs, dolphins also communicate in a way that people are just beginning to understand. Bees dance. They have incredible harmonies, rhythms, sharing of aesthetics, not necessarily the exact same way that we express it. They express it their own ways, but it's still beautiful.
Anna mentioned cheese on the bingo card.
And they understand beauty, and they understand truth, and they understand companionship and love, and all the things that we regard as real basic.
Good white cheddar.
And when you come right down to it, are the real fundamentals of life. I don't feel that any being is complete without awareness and connection with other beings. On this planet are all kinds of beings, animals, plants, minerals, the earth. The more complete we are, the more we communicate with other beings. The more aware we are, the more expanded, the more we extend to all of life. And I think your joy of living goes up in accordance with how
it is cheddar? Okay.
much you are in touch with everything around you, how much you sing as the canary singing with the rest of life. So I find the more I communicate with animals and trees and rocks, believe it or not, and the planet Earth and everything around me, the more...
It communicates with rocks? Can we get a video about that? What are the rocks' concerns?
Life seems full, rich, deep, loving, kind, wise. And the animals share that with you. They share it on a very intuitive basis. You don't have to talk about it. You don't have to intellectualize about it. You just feel it. You feel the vibrations of it. You feel the energy. You feel the connection. You know it. Fine if you can express it verbally or intellectually or analyze it, but that isn't the experience. That's an expression of the experience. And the more you experience other beings, I feel the more wise and loving being you become.
Hold on, I gotta slow it back down for the credits. Yeah, she's no Temple Grandin. True. See, if the whole video had just been this song over footage of dogs, cats, and other animals, it would have been a great video. Penigami says, fun fact, elephants do fermentation to make their own alcohol to drink. Alcoholism is the illness that unites mammals. Yeah, I think there are some species of monkeys that do that too. Or at least are familiar with fermentation when they see it, if there's rotten fruit that can get them drunk or whatever. What are we gonna watch next? How about the guy that thinks football is fake, but he still gambles on it, and then he gets mad and he decides that all of football is rigged. So he does these top 10 rigged plays every week for the NFL. Kind of funny.
Hello and welcome to the NFL, Week 6, Top 10 Most Rigged Plays. Welcome back, disgruntled sports fan.
We haven't checked the bingo card in a bit, but we haven't gotten any spaces in a bit either.
Another week, another top 10. Are y'all ready to break down some fake phony football plays? I hope so, because that's what we're gonna do right about now. So
he said he stopped betting. I hope he did. He just was in Vegas though, so I find it a little sus. We just saw him gambling.
Last week I had a block.
I guess it's possible he stopped sports betting but continued gambling in other ways, but I don't know.
Field goal as the #1 most scripted play of the week. And this week I thought I would start with the same exact type of play.
I'm on YouTube. This is okay. I've covered him before. He films his TV, and the clips are brief enough that it isn't an issue.
It's becoming a lot more popular in the NFL. What you need to have for this play to work is for the two linemen up front, the guy hiking the ball and one next to him, to both crouch down as low as you can go. See, as low as you can go, meaning stick your face into the turf. That way you can give Myles Garrett just enough space to jump over your back and not get a penalty flag. And he's got just enough time to block that kick. And then, of course, there's always a player who's right in the area of where the ball ends up.
They're trying to get there. That's part of the game.
And he just so happens to be there to scoop it up just in time. And on top of that, none of these players can make a tackle. He's so fast, we can't catch him. Oh, yeah, nice attempt, dude. Wow, so amazing. So if you were, let's say, the offensive lineman, the center here, hiking the ball, and you wanted to make sure nobody ever jumped over you, well, you just have to make sure that you don't lay down on your face right after you hike the ball. But, of course, that's the only way that this can happen, is if the center hikes the ball and then quickly lays down on his face. That's the only way someone can jump over their back, because you're not allowed to step on their back and hurdle off of their back.
Yeah, that was a pretty risky move he took. It paid off for him. It's almost like he's playing a game.
So the only way to get over a dude who weighs 300 pounds and is like 6'8" or whatever is if he quickly sticks his face into the turf right after he hikes the ball, which is exactly what happened here. Now, this type of play was #1 last week. I'm starting it number 10 on the list because they're making this play a lot more popular this season. So look out for the NFL script writers scripting these fake field goal block attempts that are getting run back for touchdowns. It looks like it's becoming a lot more popular. So the new move I'm seeing this year over and over again is the fake slip. It's as if the players have been instructed, hey, if you need to mess up on purpose and screw up a play, just go with the old slip on purpose maneuver.
People slip sometimes. That's not a conspiracy. Overthought says, Myles Garrett is a freak athlete. He can jump the line like that, no problem. Also, even linemen can run faster than 90% of the population. Again, I beg the average couch surfer to understand how much more talented these players are than you. And Fenekagami says, we get it, dude. You suck at fantasy football. Your team never wins. Move on with your life.
Oh, like that. Yeah, good acting. But here's the deal. The ball is still delivered in a catchable spot even after you fake slipped. So now what? Now you're going to pretend like you still can't catch the ball? Yes, he's going to pretend like he still can't catch the ball even after he fake slipped. So I'm seeing dudes pull this whole, whoa, oh, I'm slipping, whoa, 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 maneuver over.
That's clearly a real slip. How would you fake it? It's like he's clearly actually slipping on the turf.
Over and over this season. It started week 1. And so this is something that the script writers have definitely added in to the 2024 script. Every player on a losing team who needs to mess up a play just accidentally slip. So in this game, the Lions went into the Cowboys' house and absolutely smoked them. And then
the Lions won a game? Maybe it is a conspiracy.
Look at plays like this where Dak Prescott has a clean pocket. Plenty of time to make a throw. And he wings this ball way over his dude's head. Right to the Lions.
Phoenix Leftist with a hats off. What would you like me to wear, Phoenix Leftist?
So it does.
My choice. Ooh.
Doesn't look like the Cowboys tried at all. And then you got players just letting this dude run right on by. Yeah. Dude, none of you guys are going to attempt to make a tackle? You see what I'm saying? Finally, someone runs him down just before he scores. So on this play...
He's a proxy. What do you want me to look up in Black's Law Dictionary?
Let's talk...
Gambling? Okay.
About the concept of momentum. It seems NFL players have no clue about the concept of momentum. They'll come running up at full speed and then not be able to stop themselves once they get to the ball carrier from, whoa, falling down. You see what I'm saying? So you'll have guys just run.
He went for it and missed. Yep.
Right past the ball carrier, and as the ball carrier runs past them, they are like, whoa, I have no idea how momentum works. I am totally unaware of
gambling, the dealing, operating, carrying on, conducting, maintaining, or exposing for pay any game, making a bet, to plan or game for money or other stake. Hence, to stake money or other thing of value on an uncertain event.
Of my own speed, and beings I have no clue what momentum is, I can't help but fall down. So you have this ridiculous junk right.
Kagami says, has this guy ever talked about the actual conspiracies that happen in football, like the fact that some teams sometimes put bounties up to encourage their players to intentionally hurt opposing players? I've never heard that from him. He's a flat earther, though.
Here where both guys fall down at the same moment as the ball carrier just runs right by. Here's another dude, like, what was that, dude? Anyone gonna try and make a tackle attempt? Anybody? Look at this guy. Whoa, 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 whoa.
They aren't close enough.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You are getting very sleepy. You are getting very, very sleepy.
How can he not understand that he's running, but his torso is ahead of him, and if he doesn't keep running, he's gonna fall down? He's probably gonna fall down anyway, but, like, what are you doing?
You are about to go to sleep.
I've heard about the Deflategate thing, but I couldn't care less. I don't care about sports even a little bit.
Now, when I snap my finger. Sometimes it's hard to pick out the worst interception of the week. There weren't any terrible putrid pick sixes like there were last week, so this one is...
Oh, I think I got a donation at some point that I missed. Normal Gamer Gal with a $20 tip says, gotta get some work done, but I'll probably be back. Keep having fun with the stream. Thank you, and thank you for the tip.
In my opinion, the worst interception of the week.
They're also running on an artificial surface, the worst thing in the world to hold an athletic competition on.
The reason...
Easy to maintain, though.
...is Geno Smith has time in the pocket. If no one's open, he can scramble right here. He's that type of quarterback. He could throw it out of bounds if he needs to. The situation, it's...
Isn't it weird conspiracy theorists ignore real conspiracies in favor of their nonsense? Not when you understand what they're doing. They're not actually trying to find conspiracies. They're using conspiracies as an excuse to make themselves feel better about certain aspects of the world.
First down and 18. They're down by only 6 points. 7 minutes, 53 seconds in the fourth quarter. Plenty of time to engineer a comeback and win this game. But plays like this, looks like Geno Smith going out of his way to throw it right to the 49ers. I mean, his man doesn't have a chance. It's as if he's throwing it right to the 49ers. That's because he is. He's throwing it right to the 49ers. And so if the Seahawks were going to have a chance to win this game, they pissed it away on that play right there in the fourth quarter. All right, so this play right here, it's not a huge play as far as yards gained. It's not a touchdown scoring play. I just want you to pay attention to the amount of missed tackles on this play. That's what gets this play on the top 10. Simple handoff, right? Okay, you got one tackle attempt, and he missed.
It's frustrating. I don't understand how he watches this and says these things. He's literally just describing people playing the game, right? He's literally just describing, oh look, he attempts to tackle and fails. Like, yes, that's the game. It's like he thinks every move someone makes during the game, if they don't succeed in what they were attempting to do, it's fake? Weird. Phoenix with 45-bit says, I can't afford much, but I know the importance of meds. Without my antidepressants, I would be a mess. So I hope you can get your hormones soon, as you can have the better mental health too. Thank you very much. I do have an appointment now, finally. I believe the 29th this month, I will be going to Planned Parenthood for hormone stuff, so that's good. Benikagami says, I know, I just get frustrated. I've been here long enough to hear you say that. I just want to hear my thoughts affirmed. Fair.
Second tackle attempt. Whoa, he just stiff-armed that dude and ran him over. Third tackle attempt. Nope. Fourth tackle attempt. Nope. Fifth tackle attempt. Ha! If you want to call that a tackle attempt. Psh. So there's been 5 tackle attempts on this guy. Nobody can bring him down. That guy right there is jumping away from him. Where are you going, number 94? Running away from the guy? And so finally, he just takes it out of bounds. Doesn't ever actually get tackled. So it wasn't a big gain. But seriously, you saw 5 NFL...
We've not quite reached the goal yet. We are $130 away from it.
Pro defensive players all forget how to play the game of football and treat this guy as if he is untackleable. The Texans are finally positioned as a front runner, looking like they are a lock for the playoffs this year. Maybe even a team who might be able to dethrone the Chiefs. I don't know, we'll see. But look at this. Man's running right through all them red jerseys. Look at this homeboy. He's got to weigh like 300 pounds, and look what he's doing as a tackle attempt. Dude, you can gobble that guy up. Look at the size of you.
Okay, he clearly wasn't in position to do so. What does he not understand?
And what are you doing? What? What? You touched him in the back, and then you fell down? What did he do to you that would cause you to fall down and knock over your own teammate? Oh no. And you just caused me to miss some sweet feet action. Back up the truck. Beep, beep, beep. One more time. Runs right through all those red jerseys. Number 94. Touches him on the back and falls.
He pushed him! How did he not see the fact that the guy running through him fucking pushed him? Look at his arm! Hold on. See? He makes contact with him and he pushes him. Right there. This is literally in his video. I'm just pausing it.
Touches him on the back and falls down for no reason. Number 23.
Tea Time Tea with a $20 tip says, get those meds. Thank you for many hours of great content. Thank you very much.
Going for an arm tackle attempt. Very weak. very poor arm tackle attempt. Any fanboys want to argue and say I've never played football before? Yeah, go ahead and go with that. And he's off to the races! Can anyone catch him? Ooh! Number 0 has the angle. He can knock him out of bounds just before he scores. Knock him out of bounds! Okay, you guys can see. Look how far he is away from the end zone. That for sure. Just push him on his shoulder pad and knock him out of bounds. You don't even have to wrap up and make a tackle. Just give him a shove on his shoulder pad right now.
I'm gonna assume he's gonna miss.
Dude, it's like you're pushing him into the end zone. Yep.
Yeah, that was not what he was intending to do. Again, it's like he thinks whenever anyone fails to succeed at their attempt, it's a conspiracy.
He pushed him into the end zone. It's a touchdown. I gotta say, this 49ers Seahawks game was extra full of phony baloney and rigoroni. This kickoff return right here. Yep, another momentum deal here. This dude had a chance to make a tackle. Just lets him run right on by. Makes no attempt whatsoever. Great job, Mr. Wavy Arms, number 38. All right, we got this guy bumping into his shoulder and then falling down. Like, what did he do to you to make you fall down, bro? Another 49er player, he runs up, does absolutely nothing. There's a sea of 49ers players around this guy. Nobody can make a tackle. So at this point, this guy looks like he's got more speed than this guy, and he's closing the gap. So it looks like he's faster than the ball carrier. You should be able to make an attempt. Is he going to go for that sweet feet action? Yes, he is. Take a sniff. How do they smell? Do they smell good? How does that sweet feet action smell? The sweet smell of defeat. Mmm.
I was getting a little too close to foot fetish content for my liking.
So on this play, Deebo Samuel is highlighted. And the reason is because he's the only guy on the field wearing pretty little princess pink shoes. Hey, nice pink shoes, buddy.
Wait, are we really in 2024 acting like dudes can't wear pink? That's where we're at? Okay.
Are those really cool little pink shoes gonna help you run fast and get wide open on this play?
Maybe he just likes the shoes?
Yeah. They are. They're gonna help him run extra fast and get wide open. Who wants to cover a guy wearing little...
Trey says it's October, set Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Princess pink shoes? Nobody. Don't cover Deebo Samuel. He's wearing his pretty little princess pink shoes. No need to cover him. He's too fancy. Now watch, this dude's gonna come in with all his speed. And remember, guys, NFL players have no concept of momentum. They have no concept of how fast they're running. So they can't...
It's so frustrating and annoying listen to someone try to tell professional athletes how to do their job. Like, sir, they're in the NFL. I imagine they know more about football than you. I would imagine all of them know more about the game than you do.
Stop themselves when they get to the ball carrier. It's impossible. See?
This guy doesn't understand momentum. He is a flat earther, so that tracks.
Momentum, not a thing to an NFL player. And there he goes. And you think you're gonna run down a guy who's got pretty little princess shoes? I think not. Number 53, you're getting smoked, bro. Getting smoked. Oh, are you gonna dive and take a sniff of the pretty little pink princess shoes on his way into the end zone? Oh, nice tackle attempt. Yo.
Moira Soma, thanks for gifting a sub.
Almost got him. You almost tackled him.
Thanks for gifting another sub, Moira Soma.
And that brings us to the #1 most rigged play of the week. And I gotta tell you, it wasn't easy this week. There wasn't one play that really stood out as the #1, so I had to make a tough decision, and I went with this play, and I'll tell you why when we get there in a moment. So we got a simple handoff. Homeboy right here, left unblocked. Yeah, that means you should make the tackle, man. That means you should make the tackle, man.
It appears he's trying.
He goes for sweet feet action, of course. Taking a sniff. Laying on his face. Munching some turf. Yeah, bro. You are the star. Got another tackle attempt here from that cowboy fella. Just grabbing onto his shoulder a little bit. Oh, and what are you doing now? Are you?
As someone from Michigan, can I put this out there? If they were rigging the NFL, I promise you they're not rigging it so the Lions win. Harold Elvelman with the 20 stream streak says, 20 streams! Also to quote Hannah when dealing with that Nazi furry, why feet? Why feet? Why feet? Why feet?
Grabbing onto the back of his shirt. Bro, it's not flag football yet. It will be flag football one day, but it's not flag football
I mean, maybe if people keep getting CTEs.
yet. This guy's ahead of the times. He's a visionary. One day in the National Fixed and Phony League, this will be how you make an official tackle. But not today. Today, it's the phony rip-away jersey. It's not the actual game jersey, it's a shirt underneath the jersey that just so happens to stretch and rip away just perfectly.
You can't grab someone's jersey when you're tackling them, right? Like, I assume you can tackle them and maybe even grab them, but you can't just, like, grab their shirt, right? I genuinely don't know.
The guy spins around, takes it into the ends.
You can? Okay.
The old rip-away jersey, score a touchdown, mock everyone as if it's flag football before it's flag football play. Yeah, I gotcha. You ain't fooling me. And that, my friends, is your #1 most fixed, phony, rigged, and scripted play of the week. Please like, share, and subscribe. And I will see you next week. Peace.
Oh, he's an interesting one. Alright, let's see what is next. Reptilian underground cities. Reptilians on the bingo card.
Hi, this is Michael William Denny of Thunder Shamanism.
That reptilian image actually is not AI. It's been around for quite a while previous to AI generative images.
Welcome once again to a very exciting topic I want to talk to you about. So reptilian creatures living underground, coming up, stealing children and feeding off of them.
Why would reptilians live underground? They're cold-blooded. They need a source of heat like the sun or a heat lamp. There's some sort of geothermal thing going on that they're taking advantage of.
This is one of the main tenets of the reptilian conspiracy. Now, I am here to tell you from a shamanic perspective, the reptilian conspiracy is...
This man is a shaman, by the way. Guess you can just call yourself that.
Very real. But the information that you're getting from some of the people like David Icke and others is incomplete because they don't understand how to interpret shamanic truths. I'm here to spell out exactly what this is for you, how it affects you, and what you can do to protect yourself from it. So before I get into that, let me share with you a story that happened to me. This is a true story. When I was 5 years old, this was in 1969, I was 5 years old, and I was playing at a friend's house. And we were chasing each other around in his backyard, and I remember being chased, and I was running around the corner of his house, and I came around the corner, you know, the trash cans were there, and all of a sudden, I'm not kidding, I saw it as clear as day, coming up out of the ground was this, it was almost like it was like on an elevator, and it was coming up out of the ground very slowly, very dramatically, was this humanoid, reptilian, dark, scaly creature. And it rose up out of the ground and it stood there and just stared at me. And now I don't know how long this went on, but I remember just looking up and staring at it. And I wasn't really afraid, but I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. So in my little 5-year-old brain, I went, I think I'm supposed to be afraid. So I turned around and I ran. And my friend was coming back around, and I, you know, came back around, and I stopped him and I said, no, 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 turn around. The creature from the Black Lagoon is there. Run. So
This sounds like a dream you had that you're misremembering as a memory, if I'm being honest with you. Also, Lucas Dawn, Blast from the Past reference. I got it.
He thought I was playing pretend. He turned around and he ran, and we ran to the other side of the house. And then he laughed, and then I started telling him that I really saw this. And for a couple of seconds, he played along, and I said, no, 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 I'm not playing pretend anymore. I really did see the creature from the Black Lagoon. Back in 1969, we didn't know from reptilians. That was the closest thing that resembled what I saw. So, you know, I pulled from the monster movies and I said the creature from the Black Lagoon. But in reality, it looked actually a lot like what we would call...
His name is Gillman, by the way. The creature's name is Gillman. Put respect on his name.
Now,
except in The Creature Walks Among Us. That movie's just terrible. For those that aren't familiar with the Creature from the Black Lagoon series, there's the first one, classic. Second one, not as good, but it's fine. Third one, The Creature Walks Among Us, the budget was so low, they didn't really want to deal with the underwater stuff. So literally, in The Creature Walks Among Us, it is a plot point that the Gill Man receives an operation that gives him lungs. So in the third movie, he's just on land doing stuff, and he looks terrible. The Gill Man from the third Creature movie is just garbage. I'll show you. The Creature Walks Among Us. Yeah, this is the creature in The Creature Walks Among Us, and it's very unfortunate. It's not good. It's not good. Anyway. Universal horror aside. There he was.
A reptoid creature, a reptilian humanoid creature. So once I convinced him that I wasn't kidding anymore, we went back all the way around, and I looked around the corner, and of course it was gone. And then he gave me a hard time, like, you know, like I was just kidding. And I was like, no, I really saw it. I really saw it. I really saw it. So what happened? What did I see? You know, I was a 5-year-old kid. Was I imagining things? Obviously, I'd seen the movie The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Was my imagination playing games with me, or was
probably
something else going on? Well, you know, if I was imagining it, then the body doesn't know the difference between something imagined and something real, so I can't say I wasn't imagining it. But I also know that children have an ability to see realms of reality that most adults can't.
Do they? What are you basing that on? Because that just to me sounds like children have a really active imagination. Which, yeah, they should. They're children. They're figuring things out. Everything's in front of them, and it's just everything's a new, amazing thing, full of possibilities. Yeah. Doesn't mean they're in touch with reality more than you. In fact, they're not. They're children.
Because this is the realm of the shaman. The shaman has known for thousands of years that our reality, what we call reality, is only one of many different realities, stacked one on top of the other.
So when you say no, you mean believe. Okay.
And that these other realms of reality are right here with us. There are other beings on other dimensions right here with us all the time. It's just a question of whether or not we can tap into their vibration and see them. So I believe that I was actually tapping into what we would call the reptilian dimension. And he was coming up from under the ground, and he was clearly very interested.
Yep, Cat makes an appearance. We had it earlier too, but yes. Hey, buddy.
In me, so it's following that myth of the reptilians coming up out of the ground and taking children. Now, something could have happened to me at that point. I believe that because of my state of mind, because one of the things was I wasn't afraid. I remember that very clearly. I was not afraid of him. That, I think, protected me. And I'm going to explain to you how important that is. And this is the most important thing. This is the central thing of all.
Did he try out for Power Rangers? He has the hand movements down. Unfortunately now, Chili's our only former almost Power Ranger on this channel.
All of my teachings. No matter whether you want love, whether you want happiness, whether you want success, whether you want health, whatever it is, in order to get it,
Blu-rays,
you must be fearless. Fear is, as the movie says, the mind killer. So, do the reptilians exist? Yes.
Going back and forth between citing ancient shamanic beliefs and movie quotes, as you do.
Yes, they do. And they operate from a hive mind, and they do have an agenda. The fourfold agenda of the reptilians goes like this.
It says, Reptilian agenda. 1. Destroy each person's divine human identity. 2. Destroy each person's ability to defend themselves. 3. Keep every person trapped in their lower vibrations. Fear. Prevent anyone from achieving their divine awakening. I feel like 3 and 4 are the same thing, but whatever. Dimensions beyond our own on the bingo card. Buddy.
First one is to destroy your divine identity. Second one is to destroy your ability to defend yourself by sucking all the energy off of your aura, which is your protection layer. The third one, and this is what we're talking about now, in the third level of their agenda, they want to keep you trapped in fear. When you are in fear, you can be manipulated and controlled. And that's how they do it. And they are controlling people on multiple levels. Can they possess a person? Absolutely, I've seen it. But some people aren't
possessed. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen someone act like they're possessed, okay? You wouldn't be the first. Doesn't mean demons or reptilians are real.
Possessed, but they're still being controlled because we have a built-in antenna in our body. And that antenna, as it so happens, is...
I want to get my...
It's called the reptilian brain, and it's located right here. And I shared with you in the previous video about the shaman who, using ayahuasca, was able to isolate his reptilian brainstem. And from there, he saw the visions of the reptilians. And they told him that they were masters of the human race.
No, it's not. It says... Okay, Hannah says something she... No, I didn't say it. I stopped myself. It doesn't count.
That they used human beings, that they created...
No, I almost did. Okay, Hannah regrets something she just said. A little bit of it came out, so I'll give you that. Mallow Honey, thanks for 9 months. This sub-baby's name is going to be... That noise. That noise is the kid's name.
Human beings in order to live within them and exist through them. And when he shared this with the master shaman, the shaman said, yeah, they always say that, but they're only masters of outer darkness, which could mean the coming from outer space, which he said they told him they came from outer space, but it also means fear. So if you operate from fear, you're automatically vibrating from the reptilian brainstem. We already know what the reptilian brainstem does. It operates from the fight or flight syndrome, which is very important. If there's a real danger, we have to know to be able to run away. Now, for whatever reason, my reptilian brainstem didn't go off. When I saw the reptilian, I didn't get scared. But had I become afraid, then they could have grabbed me. And then maybe over time, they would have been able to hold on to that fear and manipulate me and control me. But because I wasn't afraid, there was nothing for that reptilian to grab onto. The fight or flight syndrome also is our territorial mind. Our territorial mind is mine, not yours, where we get very selfish. So this is connected to racism, because it's the same part of the brain that says, you're different from me, I don't trust you, I'm afraid of you. By the way, all racists are afraid. This is where it comes to, we don't trust people of other cultures or other languages or other religions. It's all the same thing. The territorial mindset, which is the reptilian brainstem. If you listening to me, if you operate from fear, which is also anger, if there are people out there,
yeah, that can be accidentally based. At least he's not racist. That's good.
That you want to destroy, you're operating from fear. And you are able to be manipulated. At the extreme level, people can be influenced, they can be possessed, all kinds of other really nasty things. But the good news is that if you make the decision not to be afraid, if you choose to make decisions to live by fearlessness, by compassion, by understanding, by generosity, every one of those life choices gets you further and further away from the reptilian brain and starts to raise you up to your highest level, which is you become a god on this earth, and nothing can touch you. No,
has anyone achieved that?
No evil can,
other than Talos,
harm you. And in fact, all of creation must serve you. So we could go on and on and on. This is a much deeper subject. If there are any people out there that are operating from fear and you want help out of that, I do work one-on-one with people, so contact me and I can help you with that. If you like the channel, please go ahead and contribute. If you can't see the little thing up here, look below where it says support the channel. You can also support the channel by subscribing, liking, embedding this, tweeting it, sharing it with your friends, getting this message out there. It is my goal to get this channel huge so that I can continue to teach and open people's minds and to bring us all to the
Kagami says, man, the Flash comics really fucked the conspiratorial mind, huh?
Level of gods on Earth. So that's it for now. Until next time, my friends, stay tuned. There's a lot more to come.
That's certainly something. Phew! Take a look at the bingo card. Ancient wisdom for the shamanic stuff. Anna mentions cheese. Vibes-based conspiracy. Accidentally based. Dimensions beyond our own. Anna mentions Blu-rays. Reptilians, of course. Cats. Where's the cat? $71. Did we have Project Bluebeam? I don't think that was mentioned. Anna regrets something. The cat space. Completely blank. Oh, we already did that one. Duh. Because the blue was here earlier, right? Already covered? No. Which space is it? Popular media is evil from Bob talking about Halloween. Yeah. That counts. No, Demi Bird, it has to be more specific than that. Oh, you're good, Doodle Stargazer. I don't think we had transphobia. My knowledge. Whatever space is the cat one. For some reason, my brain can't find it right now. I'm sure it's going over it multiple times. Alright, let's see what we're gonna do next. I'm sorry, I love this guy now.
Friends, welcome.
It's 84. Real quick. There it is.
Welcome, all of you, almost 113,000 starseeds, light workers, and wanderers to this magical session. And today I have channeled Ra, who are 6th density entities.
Wow, 6D. Wow, that's even higher than 5D.
And who are also known as the messengers of the law of one. And today I've channeled about very interesting update or information regarding the recent happenings which we are seeing regarding Hurricane Milton, which has affected locations such as Florida and other areas, and lots of people have been affected. So firstly, I send prayers to all of the affected family members. If you're watching this, I send
density. I thought it was dimension. They think they're the same thing. They think different dimensions are separated by density. So when they say 6th density, they also mean 6th dimension. Have you ever seen the graphic of the densities of Like, I'm sure you've seen this in science class as a kid or something, right? How the densities of different liquids will separate them out from each other. They, because a lot of conspiracies are built up on metaphor, right? They're not talking about things that are true, so they're not literally anything. They need metaphors. So they think dimensions work like this, where they're stacked on top of each other and separated by densities. And also vibrations. But they think the vibrations and the densities are related. And
you love and light. And
Ashley One Up says, I'm George McFly. I'm your density. I mean, your destiny.
And I request all...
Have I read Flatland? I love Flatland. I have. I do like Flatland.
All of my
read it in high school.
To send love and light.
Not for... Well, it was something I was reading in my own time, but I got extra credit for it because my teacher, if we read books in our spare time, gave us credit. Extra little points on top of it. So I did read it in high school and got points for it, but it wasn't assigned.
As well to the family members, and this session actually reveals what...
And I read it entirely on my iPod Touch.
They have been hiding about. The truth behind what caused Hurricane Milton has been revealed, because by knowing the truth we will be prepared if something...
Oh, thanks, Don. I'm glad you found me through the James Janney doc.
Like this happens again. And we will also learn in this session how they actually caused this, and what is the cause behind this, and what kind of lessons do humanity have to learn from this. Also, Ra have revealed
Hey, fun fact, disasters aren't lessons. You can take lessons from things, even bad things that happen to you, but that doesn't mean bad things happen to you to teach you a lesson. That's not how the world works. Like, things just happen.
Flowing information, which is about,
Not Red Flatterland.
The past lives of a person who was a businessman, who recently passed away, a famous person. His name is Ratan Tata. So he was a very famous person, and it is all over social media, especially in India. So I have channels about his past lives, and also about where his soul is at right now. So that information is also revealed in this session, because I received lots of emails requesting me to channel his past lives. So these two questions have been answered, and also I will host a meditation soon, maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow, on my Patreon, so we can stop the negative events from happening and also protect the planet. So also thank you to all of you for joining my Patreon, where I have around 590 plus channeling sessions which are different from YouTube, and where I shared censored topics as well. And also I share channeling sessions which are
Get to the
censored
channeling
on YouTube. And also we do meditations. We also have a group of community over
I am Ra, and we greet you all in the love and
Incoming message from the big giant head. Incoming message from the big giant head.
in the light of the one infinite creator, and we greet the peoples of the earth planets at this time through this instrument to answer the queries that are presented today. However, we, the Ra Social Memory Complex, warn the peoples of your planets to use inner discernment at this timeline. Furthermore,
Believes they speak to aliens regularly on the bingo card.
with regards to the
Amazing how all these different channeled beings have the same voice, right? Different voices are actually a very human thing. All other species have the exact same voice.
About the truth behind the so-called hurricane
The so-called hurricane.
Milton,
It's a hurricane, we checked.
which has affected the peoples of your location, specifically of the United States of America. We must state that with regards to the understanding, the truth about the hurricane shall now be shared.
Oh,
since the
exciting
Earth planet is influenced by
Email, thanks for the $5 tip.
various celestial bodily complexes, including a recent introduction of the double moon. This second moon, which is hidden from human perception.
Wait, we have a secret moon? A smoon?
Has been
I want to go to the smoon.
Gradually moving closer to the Earth planet, which is primarily being exerted by the negatively oriented extraterrestrial entities on the Earth planet, in consultation with the Orion Anunnaki Reptilian Grey Social Memory Complex. Furthermore,
Does this guy make AI generated scripts? I mean, he's saying all this with a blindfold on, so I don't think he scripts it. I think he just word salads. Like, I don't think he believes any of this. I think he knows he's grifting here. Hey, Carpcosian.
Ross.
No, that's not Nibiru. Nibiru is a specific thing, not just an extra moon.
Social Memory Complex must state that the hurricane was primarily a result of the ongoing struggle or battle for the rescue of the double moon. Furthermore, the Aster Command Social Memory Complex primarily in the understanding of alignment tried to stop the negatively oriented entities from fully establishing an orbit pattern for the double moon. However, the negatively oriented
I have over 5 hours of this shit left, and I'm already exhausted.
entities used a
You people watch this show for fun?
Negative flash of energetic weapon, which not only caused a large amount of the Aster Command social memory complexes to cross over, but the Galactic Federation had to issue a
I gotta tap out on that video, cause oh boy, that voice is something. I don't have any caffeine. I have no caffeine. I have 0. Okay, maybe it's time to get into some of this stuff. What do we got? Try this one.
ODD TV.
I'm aware of the second moon thing, but I don't think that's what he was referring to. I'm okay, Baha. Thank you, though.
So I recently watched this movie called American Satan. This film was made by Sumerian Films, which is also Sumerian Records, a record label with many artists under its belt. Anyway, this movie was about a young rock band called the Relentless that drop out of college to move to the Sunset Strip to chase their dreams. These kids live out of their van while hunting down live venues to perform.
Pretty sure this is a Christian movie, by the way. Putting that out there. Pretty sure this is one that basically adapts, you know, the Chick Tract about the musicians that sign a deal with Satan? I think it's basically that.
Perform their songs and make themselves known. Struggling from day to day, they keep running into an enigmatic old man that says strange things. First, when they arrive in California,
John 7:24.
Malcolm McDowell's career has just gone to such bad places, hasn't it?
Stop judging by mere appearances, and instead, judge correctly. Can I show you boys around town?
Then they run into him again a little while later.
Do you know how long I've been stuck here, in this vessel, waiting for you four dicks to show up? Do you know how long? What the fuck?
Then they keep hustling and trying to make headway, playing shows and barely scraping by. Then, yet again, they come face to face with the mysterious man. Only this time he's
Malcolm McDowell in a Nick Cage situation. He didn't buy any stolen T-Rex skulls to my knowledge, but I don't know. He does seem to be doing a lot of these weird low-budget things. I don't know why.
rolling in style, and he gives him.
He's been in multiple like weird Christian things, like one of the God's Not Dead movies I think he was in, or something very similar to it. He's played Satan multiple times in Christian films.
Self away.
Sorry, who the hell are you?
Ashley One Up says, but do they sing the hit song "We're Gonna Rock, Rock, Rock" with The Rock?
You should.
We're gonna rock, 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 rock with The Rock. I remember that.
Imagination, dude. It's not what you feel, but what you see.
Whole devil worshipping thing's all fake.
I'm sorry, Jay's a proxy. Go watch Clockwork Orange. Go enjoy that.
It's a shock value, tongue-in-cheek marketing gimmick.
Oh, you know, let's ask Vic's Bible-hugging mum, huh? Shall we? Anyway, let's go on inside and have that drink.
They go inside to sit down and have drinks and talk business.
This is my favorite table. Done a lot of business at this booth.
Oh, come on, guys. Don't actually believe this fucking bullshit, do you?
Yeah, I mean, why us? Because I believe in you. I know you came out here because you know what you're capable of. So do I.
Pop stars, they're the ones who influence the masses. We're just a rock band.
Oh, pop stars are so fucking boring. Anyway, I've got most of them.
Thank you.
See, there's too many F slurs for this to be a Christian movie, right? Maybe I was thinking of the other movie he was in where he played Satan as the Christian movie. Weird.
Jay-Z, Empire State of Mind. I love that lyric.
Because I know he was Satan in Suing the Devil.
Jesus can't save you. Life starts when the church ends. And then his little protege, Kanye. You know, I put him on the front of Rolling Stone magazine with a crown of thorns on his head. Total fucking blasphemy.
Okay, right.
This one's not a Christian film. Okay, just low-budget schlock then.
Why exactly a band like us?
Rock and roll, heavy metal. You know, you guys, you're so loyal to me. You wear me on your sleeve.
Fucking mental.
Have you ever seen Iron Maiden? They filled stadiums full of their fans, singing along to songs like The Number of the Beast. Or what about Van Halen? Running with the Devil, the Stones, Sympathy for the Devil. I'm not saying I'm Satan, just saying that the devil is a catchy lyric.
If that was all real, they would never put it out in the open.
Check this out. You see
Movie's
this?
called American Satan.
The pyramid in the eye. Do you know what that signifies?
There's this feedback loop where movies will take inspiration from conspiracy theories, and then conspiracy theorists will point at the movie and go, see, we were right. No, they're parroting you as a joke.
Illuminati.
What does that writing say?
He favors our undertakings.
Yes, I do. And this?
New Order of the Ages.
Novus Ordo. Yeah. You know, the best place to keep a secret is right in front of someone.
All right. Fine. I'm a believer.
Are you speaking for everybody? All right, I'll take one. I'll take one. We perform a ritual ceremony. And then I will make you international icons.
What's the ritual?
Something very simple. Human sacrifice.
No, come on. No fucking way.
Needless to say, they agree to the ritual sacrifice, and boom! They blow up and become the most popular band overnight with their debut album, American Satan. American Satan is AS. AS is 119, right? Backwards, it's 9/11.
Gematria on the bingo card, and 9/11 out of nowhere on the bingo card.
This album also reminds me of Marilyn Manson's album, Antichrist Superstar. American Satan, Antichrist Superstar.
Added, thanks for following.
Both pretty much the same. Superstar, you could replace the word American with superstar, right? Everybody in America is a superstar or wants to be one. And Satan, Antichrist. So American Satan, Antichrist Superstar. Both very similar. Both AS 9/11. And let me say this, maybe these numerical outcomes or similar name patterns weren't devised by man sitting around in a room going, let's put this in there, let's make sure this is that, you know, but rather the Matrix is speaking to us, and at times through us.
The Matrix on the bingo card, and oh my god, this guy thinks he's reading the secret codes of reality. That's not good.
You know, reality itself, whatever it is heavily coded with hidden knowledge and messages.
It really isn't. I promise it isn't.
When you're able to read between the lines. So anyway, the lead singer of The Relentless is cleverly named Johnny Faust.
Ashley says they called the album American Satan, but here, let me take a few extra steps to prove it's satanic.
As in Dr. Johann Georg Faust, a German astronomer, alchemist, and magician from the mid-1400s. Just decades after his death, he became the subject of a folk legend where a man makes a pact with the devil in exchange for worldly pleasures and
that's where a Faustian bargain comes from.
Unlimited knowledge. This legend has had many adaptations.
Would this be predictive programming? No.
Over the centuries, leading all the way up to today.
He thinks this is disclosure.
In fact, there's a 1994.
Oh my god, it's the Faust movie! Phantom of the Paradise isn't that? What are you doing?
This legend has had many adaptations over the centuries, leading all the way up to today.
Phantom of the Paradise. Oh boy. I have that one on Blu-ray. This movie, Faust, is barely related to the other, to like the actual Faustian bargain legend. This is more of a take on Spawn. Faust was actually a comic, which I think actually predates Spawn slightly, where a guy makes like a deal with the devil or something and gets basically superpower demon powers, and they made a film adaptation. So only very vaguely related to the actual Faust. I don't own Faust on Blu-ray, unfortunately. I don't even know if it has one.
In fact, there is a 1994 Faust movie by Jan Zvankmajer. On the cover for the movie, the Faust character
They99, thanks for following.
is using his hand to cover up one of his eyes. Very interesting, right? Being that we constantly see this among famous people, Hollywood icons.
Here's where he goes into his not understanding that there are a variety of poses that, like, indicate certain things artistically, but it's not evil, not satanic. Kagami says it's also frustrating because conspiracy theorists claim to be free thinkers, but all their ideas come from pop culture. Pop culture adopts real things for creative flair, and then woo-woo people and conspiracy theorists treat it like it's real. That's why I referenced The Flash earlier. DC first used The Flash to introduce their multiverse, and the vibrations vibrated to do it. It was referencing multiverse theory and how quantum vibration might be key to it. Flash was the first big media to incorporate these ideas. Yes, and that's why on the Watchtower he has a multi-dimensional treadmill that he can use to phase into different dimensions. And time travel, but that's a different story. Spurious symbology as evidence on the bingo card, absolutely.
Pop music stars.
Hey, NB Volpine, how you doing? We checked the bingo card a little bit ago. We can check again after this video, though.
The fashion industry. Movie posters.
I don't understand, like, does he not understand that eyes are considered, like, there's a reason that it's said that the eyes are the, you know, window to the soul. We focus very much on each other's eyes in communicating with people, at least when you can bear to look at other people in the eye. I have difficulty with that. But, like, generally, we look at people's eyes to, like, get a sense of how they're feeling and who they are, so symbolically, in imagery, in promotional material, in whatever it happens to be, it becomes a focus sometimes because it says certain things. Photographs and promotional material aren't random. Correct, they aren't random. They're trying to elicit certain feelings in you. So that's what they do. It's not nefarious.
Movie covers.
That's a poster, that's not a cover.
Covers. Magazine covers.
How much of this runtime is just him showing covers of things? We get it. Yes, we know that's a common symbol in photography, in imagery,
Music
in
videos.
art. Is this seriously the rest of the video just this?
One.
Okay.
So we make a 5-hour video. They even have the Einstein brothers doing it with bagels. And the list goes on and on. I could easily make a 5-hour video with how much of this stuff you can find.
It's almost like it doesn't mean the thing you think it means.
It sounds funny, and it seems completely ridiculous and unreal, but it's exactly like the man said on American Satan. The best place to keep a secret is right in front of someone. So we have the 1994 Faust cover with the guy covering one eye, and the story is about selling your soul. Let's listen to some words straight from the celebrities themselves.
I sold my soul. Reaches and Hose, thanks for a 3-stream streak, says this background music is making me want to play Skyrim. And Fennikagami says, sight also ties to knowledge, culturally speaking, similar to how blood has ties to power, etc. Yes. Culturally, we symbolize things with things that aren't literally affiliated with them, but they feel like they are.
I know it's a crappy deal.
No, this isn't AI art, this is a Kanye West thing.
Came with a few toys like a Happy Meal. It's like the boy in the bubble who never could adapt. I'm trapped.
I'm careful about the lyrics part, because...
My eye on my album. Cover.
Why is your hand over your eye?
Because I'm a devil worshiper, what are you talking about? Because I swear I want it to be like the...
That very much sounds like she's specifically trying to make fun of people who think that. Guess that went over their head.
Amy Grant of music. Yeah. But it didn't work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Selling your soul to the devil is used metaphorically. She doesn't mean it literally.
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, you know, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And on this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
I mean, I can try, but then it just doesn't happen. I can sing notes and sing strong and do all these things that when I'm just by myself, I can't do. And I remember right before I performed, I raised my hands up, and it was kind of the first time I felt something else come into me.
If your ultimate goal is to be famous, then you're gonna do a lot to get there, like sign your name in blood in a contract with the devil.
Yeah, and it
They really don't understand metaphor and simile. Holy shit.
like really upset me, so I like summoned Satan, and I write about how I made it.
Where do you summon Satan?
It's in the chapter called Eat, Pray, Love, Conjure Satan. And when I was 12 years old, I signed a deal with Satan in my room, and I was to...
CBS doesn't condone this.
Wait a minute.
And now she calls Democrat Satanists that suck blood out of children. Interesting.
Because I wanted to get famous no matter what.
Well, you know, there's a rich history of the devil in rock and roll. It goes all the way back to, like, Elvis was everyone said, he's playing the devil's music. What was that great song, The Devil Went Down to Joe? Oh, Charlie Daniels. Charlie Daniels, he had some devil in there, and it goes even back to, before that, who's Robert Johnson? Right. And you can find his roots, you know, way back to the beginning of rock. And so, you know, had we sold our soul to the devil, how else can you explain us being here on the
Now, I'm not here trying to tell you that these people were face to face with the devil, shaking his hand or something like that, but this all really is satanic. It's all about
It's not. It's not. It really isn't. Please get your priorities reoriented and consider how other people view things and talk about things, and understand that your interpretation is so off base.
Materialism, wealth, and living a life full of earthly pleasures while neglecting spiritual wealth and well-being. For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Satan is the god of this material world, and we are always under attack, being deceived, misled, manipulated, and tempted. This is why people celebrate Christmas, and we exchange material on Christmas and spend money. It's all about the one eye.
Incorrect word etymology is evidence. Incorrect word etymology is evidence.
This is why people that sold their soul for fame and fortune cover one eye. And this is why we have an all-seeing eye on the back of the most circulated currency in
The all-seeing eye on the back of the dollar represents the eye of God.
the world, with the phrase, "In God we trust." It's not the God you were thinking of growing up. But like I was saying, forget about a red devil with horns, as that is only a symbol of the darkness that tries to influence people from a different plane of existence. Let's listen to some of the words from an interview with rapper DMX.
And then I remember one day coming from the studio at 6 o'clock in the morning and pulling over on the highway. We like 4 cars, you know, just to watch the sunrise. And it was at that point that I fell in love with Arizona. I said, you know what, this has to be God's country. You know, because I'd never seen anything as beautiful as that sunrise. Then I met the devil in God's country. You know, and it's not so much who, it's what, you know, what happens and the things that the devil does. It's not so much a person, even though he acts through people. You know, you can't call one person the devil.
Joe Arpaio?
You know, you can't call any one person the devil. You can't do that because no one person has enough power to be the devil.
So you see,
Yeah, it sounds like he's speaking broadly and metaphorically in the sense that he's saying he got into a bunch of shit and evil and bad decisions and other things happened to him.
that gives us a little bit of insight right there, you know? The people you deal with, they're all influenced. It's all influence. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Rock music, and music in general, has definitely been guided and controlled by spiritual wickedness. It's
What do you mean, definitely? You're just saying it like that's a fact.
obvious.
Thinks evidence is self-evident on the bingo card, even though it's not.
There are quite a few pictures of Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan, hanging with musicians and rock stars. Sammy Davis Jr., Marilyn Manson, King Diamond, etc.
Etc., you know. Continue the pattern. Benigami says, bet plenty of people have said, I've seen the devil in God's robes.
Music has always paid homage to Satan, and it's never been a secret.
KISS does not stand for Knights in Satan's Service. It's never stood for that. That's a thing weirdos made up in the 70s to demonize them. You don't have to like KISS. Death is pretty good. Their version of God Gave Rock and Roll is pretty good. But you don't have to like KISS. They're not Satanists.
But most all male rock bands have all the members dressing like women.
How old are you? You think of rock bands and your first thought is like 80s hair metal? Oh god. I hate to break it to you, but that was 40 years ago, friend. That is not the look of rock, and it hasn't been for a while.
Doing makeup and everything. This is
based,
of course, paying homage to the Baphomet, which is their
Does he not know that
hermaphrodite god.
performers wear makeup
It
a
has
lot? Like, performers wear makeup. Like, it might not be as obvious makeup as KISS, but they wear makeup.
Penis and a set of knockers. On its arms, which are pointing above and below, as above so below, it says solve and coagula, which means separation and coming together. This is an essential part of the alchemical process. What's funny is that the guy that plays the vocalist for the Relentless on American Satan is the vocalist for a real band called Black Veil Brides, and they dress up like women.
Is that dressing up like women?
It's
I
getting
don't
crazy.
know.
It's either
Kind of
like-
just looks like they're doing a goth thing.
They are guys dressing like women, or they're women.
Am I Baphomet? No, but we run into each other at work a lot.
They really are trannies. There's a
Strike one. Transphobia on the bingo card.
huge transgender agenda going on, where people that you would never
As a trans woman, out of all the things that made me question and were aspirational for me. None of it was like bands like that. Don't get me wrong, nothing against it, and maybe someone did get some sort of like gender euphoria from that, but that's just not what that is. Like, they're not dressing goth isn't necessarily dressing like a woman. It's not dressing like a woman. You can dress goth and a woman, but it's not the same thing.
Suspect of being the opposite sex are actually the opposite.
Did rock turn me trans? Only the salt lamp rock that I licked in that Bed Bath & Beyond.
Sex.
That's what turned me trans, as we've established previously.
Trannies. They were born.
Strike 2.
And bred to be trannies, and this.
Oh, all right. End video. Let's try. Ooh, we gotta look at the bingo card, actually. It's been a little bit. We got a bunch of stuff from that. I have not put my head in hands yet. Let's see. We have the gay agenda. Spurious symbology as evidence. Believes they speak to aliens regularly. Incorrectly believes evidence is self-evident. Incorrect word origin is evidence. Word salad. We'll go force feminization for the trying to turn the kids trans thing. 9/11 out of nowhere. We do not have aliens did it yet. Yeah, we have transphobia transvestigation on here. Where is that? There it is. Transphobia transvestigation. The Matrix was said. Weather control. Illuminati, Freemason, Cabal. Gematria. I know we had Gematria. Think that's it? Moss Sloth says bingo. Can I see your bingo card? I did say Gematria, yes. Check out Moss Sloth's card. Ugh. 5 more hours of this. 5 more hours. How do you share it? Just take the URL at the top of the bingo page, the web page you're on for bingo. Copy paste it into chat. My haphazard list of bingo winners. 5 more hours? That's the plan. I'm trying to go to 8 p.m. I might take like a 20-minute break at some point, but the spaces are weather control, gay agenda. Yep. Furry symbology, weather control, free space, popular media, game is evil, gay agenda. Moss Sloth wins. Frey from the A also wins, but isn't our official winner because we only have one official winner. Accordion card, yells at clock. So Moss Sloth, let me write your name down. As I said, we will do blackout bingo too, since we're doing such a long stream today. If you fill your entire card, you can still be a winner for a gift sub. Let's get into it. What are we doing next? I think I actually need to use the bathroom real quick before we get into the next thing. Decide what that is before I run to the bathroom real quick. Okay, we'll try this. While I'm going, Chair will tell you about, what is Chair gonna tell you about? Trekkies, a documentary about Trekkies. Be right back. We'll continue our dive into madness. We did it.
Free thought like that.
Phoenix says, Chair was saying Trekkies are losers. In fairness, their only first-hand experience is me. So, I'm throwing off the average by a lot.
It's demonized. If you ask questions, if you do your own research, if you try to get
do your own research on the bingo card,
your own answers, you're ridiculed and you're ostracized, and quite often you're labeled as a crackpot conspiracy theorist or slammed as a revisionist.
There's only one conspiracy theory I can think of that is referred to as either denialism or revisionism. Can you guess which one it is?
Or labeled anti-Semitic or bigoted or misogynist or racist. I mean, sure, there are some things that you can debate. There's some things that you can ask questions about. You're allowed to talk all you want to about which NFL team is the best, which season of Friends was the most entertaining, or Seinfeld, of course. You can research and you can debate and you can devote your entire life to frivolous things that actually matter not. And these things, they exist largely as a distraction from reality. But when you start looking into...
You plan on using that jacket as a picnic blanket later? What's up with that? With the yellow too?
To what really does matter, when you take the red pill and swallow it, that's when you get pushback. And one of the most forbidden topics of all time for the past several centuries has been the shape of our Earth.
Not forbidden, it's just... we figured it out. We know it. We know what the shape is. So if you're saying it's something else, you're going to get made fun of because you're wrong.
The shape of the planet. Is it a big globe ball hurling through space at a convenient 666,600 miles per hour?
I don't think that's the actual speed. I think that's something flat earthers started saying and it just caught on.
Spinning at 1,037 miles per hour? I mean, we're told, as a matter of fact, from practically the moment that we're born, that the Earth is a round globe ball and it's hurling through space at thousands of miles an hour, spinning around constantly on its axis, while we all just stay in place and feel absolutely nothing and ask no questions, by the way, about what's going on.
I think this is the, most high-budget setup I've ever seen a flat earther have, and I'm familiar with Stu Peters. I just didn't know he was a flat earther until now. This is absurd. Hey, Ash.
We're supposed to just blindly believe that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour or more, spinning around.
You don't have to blindly believe it. You can go learn how to do the math. You can go learn to do these things. You can talk to experts. You're just not going to believe them, and that's your business, I guess. But you can't be mad when you seek out answers, get ones you don't like, and then you're upset.
Self in a circle every single day while we just stay put. While we just stay in place.
Ashley One Up says, according to Google, the Earth's orbital speed around the sun is about 67,000 miles per hour. I assume they round down to 666,000. That's more convenient. Marcel Paul, thanks for a 3-stream streak, says, poor Earth getting told she's in wrong shape. Dr. Baha says, this is about his about section on Google. Quote, Stuart Peters is a American alt-right internet personality, white nationalist, political commentator, Holocaust denier, and conspiracy theorist. He's known for promoting COVID-19 misinformation and conspiracy theories, as well as anti-LGBTQ, anti-Semitic, and white supremacist beliefs. So a real winner we have here with us today. Jesus.
Doesn't make any sense. And the whole story becomes even more ridiculous when you start factoring in air travel.
Oh, no.
So if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, it shouldn't be able to take off You know, you shouldn't be able to take off in a plane.
You can, because the plane is on the Earth like all of us are. So our inertial reference frame is the same as the Earth. So as far as we are concerned, within the system of the Earth, it's like it's not moving, because relative to us, it isn't moving. It's relative to other things that it's moving. You don't feel motion, you feel acceleration.
Or shouldn't we be able to just hang over?
Green guy with a $20 tip says, Hannah, I'm not watching, but my wife is. Well, thank you. Thank you for the tip.
And hover above the Earth until our destination just shows up underneath us.
That's not how momentum works.
And the explanations that we've been given, of course, are nonsensical, and time again.
Your inability to grasp scientific concepts doesn't make them nonsense. It means you need to do better.
Again, researchers have cast doubt on them, and not just doubt, but at times they're completely disproven. The scientific narrative that remains in every textbook on Earth gets disproven almost on a daily basis.
It doesn't, though? Like, what are you talking about? What specific thing disproves it?
And lies don't stop here on Earth. They extend into space, whatever that is. There's a number of famous photographs of Earth that we were told were taken from space when some astronaut somewhere snapped the picture out of the side of his rocket ship. We're told that these photos are real, but like so many other things, it just isn't true. They're fake. They're computer-generated images, otherwise known as CGI, and we've been shown a bunch of...
Hey, fun fact, we were in space before CGI existed. We literally went to space and to the moon before CGI was a thing.
CGI-generated renderings of what around Earth would hypothetically look like from thousands of miles away into space, but we've never actually seen a photograph that are...
We have. There are actual photographs of the Earth from space. There are many of them. Just that when flat earthers see them, they go, that's fake, that's CGI. There are photos of Earth from space. Many of them.
Real person took with a real camera or a smartphone showing the same thing. And guess what?
Sorry, Neil Armstrong didn't bring his smartphone to the moon in 1969.
NASA admits this. And just recently, we were treated to yet another ridiculous CGI rendering of space as NASA released this blatantly fake video claiming to show a space capsule detaching from the International Space Station before descending back down to Earth. Take a look at this.
Separation confirmed. Starliner is now backing away from station and starting its return to Earth. Starliner thrusters will then complete 2 short firings to gradually increase the separation speed to help the spacecraft carefully move away from the orbiting lab.
What's supposed to be blatantly fake about this?
The vehicle is now about 2 meters away from the International Space Station. At the time of undocking, Starliner and the International Space Station were flying approximately 260 statute miles over central China.
That was it?
I mean, these space videos aren't even believable. This is almost an...
I don't even understand what was supposed to be unbelievable about that. It was just a capsule separating from the ISS. Like, what about it is he saying looks unbelievable?
IQ test at this point. And while we're talking about ridiculous space videos, I'd be remiss if I didn't show you this one from last year when India claimed to have landed a spacecraft on the moon and then showed off completely fake video clips that looked like they were pulled out of a mid-90s video game.
Yeah, this isn't supposed to be an actual image of the thing. This is a, like, demonstration of what's supposed to be happening. They didn't actually film it like this. This is a model, basically. They were open about that. They weren't pretending this was really actual footage.
India has done it. It has become now the 4th country to land a spacecraft on the moon after the U.S. and China and the former Soviet Union. Just moments ago, and we're talking just a couple of minutes, the Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft landed on the lunar South Pole. Look at the celebration here. India's Space Research Organization is already sharing stunning photos from the mission. And look at these pictures of the approach. It's a rare close-up of the moon's kind of dusty gray terrain.
Of course, the Indians would make the and worst fakes host videos of them all.
Oh, just weird racism. Oh.
I mean, the whole...
I know he's a white supremacist, but like, it's just weird how it just pops up like a jump scare.
The whole lie gets blown up and the world realizes.
Ashley One Up says the model is used for the layperson to understand what's happening because the screen full of telemetry calculations aren't easily understood by most people.
Is that space exploration is a sham?
No, that's not strike one. It has to be a slur for strike one.
NASA will have the Indians to blame. They should have stuck to eating.
I'll count that as strike one. I'll count that as strike one.
Austin Wissett is one of the foremost.
Yeah, racist disbelief of historical achievements. Yeah, that counts. He was arrested for impersonating a police officer, and Minnesota made a law specifically aimed at him that limits what bounty hunters can wear and drive because he would dress like an officer and use blue lights on his car. Oh my god. What an asshole.
Most experts on the flat earth theory. He's done extensive
yeah, he's bringing Witsit on.
Research into claims about what the shape of the earth actually is, whether it's truly moving, and into the many lies that the powers that be have been telling us and have been training us to believe for our entire lives. He's known as Witsit Gets It on X. And for more on all of this, he joins us now.
Witsit is the guy who debated Professor Dave Explains on the Quarterings channel.
Austin, help me try to understand why it triggers so many people when you start to question things, and then people just eat up videos like that.
Great question, man.
If your anything starts with talking about people getting triggered, I don't think your opinion is probably worth listening to.
I think it's you nailed it. We were told it from such a young age, you know, that it's like one of the first things that you internalize as true. So
okay, you're also told apples are red. You know what I mean? Like, you're told a lot of basic true things as a kid because that's when you start to learn stuff. Not nefarious. Like saying, we were taught when we were kids that a square has 4 sides. Why did they need to teach us this that young? They're trying to indoctrinate us into the square cult.
when you tell someone that their entire worldview is wrong, they freak out. In addition to that, we've been conditioned to think that even questioning that is stupid. Right. So people are terrified. They're intellectually.
You can question that. Like if a kid literally said, hey, how do we know the earth is round? How do we know it's not flat? That's a fine question. Even an adult asking that, if you're asking it in good faith and genuinely want to know, hey, like, how do we know the earth is round? That's a good question if you don't know the answer and you can look it up and have people explain it to you. The problem is flat earthers, by and large, aren't doing that. They're not doing it in good faith wanting an answer. They're being contrarian because they believe that they can disprove something about the world by claiming that they're being lied to constantly about the shape of the earth.
Insecure, so they're terrified of, ever being labeled stupid or a science denier or whatever. That's really the most I can reason out of it, is there's some type of emotional attachment to the idea.
Have you considered that you're just, like, wrong, and people get surprised that you're wrong about a basic thing that people understand about the earth? So they get intense. Most people aren't, how do I put this? Most people are not used to having to defend and speak positions, so they get frustrated and angry. Even I, who speak for a living, do this. It's one of the reasons I don't really like to do debates, is because I just get too, and it's not productive, right? People just aren't very good at it.
And people kind of fall in love with space propaganda. They don't want you to take it away from them.
So what research have you done? And, what is...
Ashley One Up says, Earth is round and we've known for thousands of years. Yeah, I don't think I can play this because it's a clip from Cosmos, but Carl Sagan in Cosmos explains the Eratosthenes experiment where he measured the size of the Earth in ancient Greece.
Some evidence that you have. Is it your position that the earth is flat?
Yes.
And what evidence do you have of this?
Yeah, so I would say the Earth is a stationary topographical plane and it's geocentric. And the evidence, for one, I've been looking at this
Why
for
would he even,
maybe
like, even beyond the flat Earth thing, which is silly enough on its own, why in the world would he think he knows that the Earth is geocentric, or that the solar system, or whatever he thinks the universe is geocentric? He would have no way of knowing that.
8 years now.
Like, if he thinks the Earth is flat and everything he's been told is a lie, on what is he basing that the universe is geocentric? You know what I mean?
Now. But I traveled the United States and I made long distance observations. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the surface of the Earth has to curve.
Witsit is one of the ones going for the final experiment, I think. It's going to be interesting to see the mental gymnastics that go on.
At a specific rate, roughly 8 inches per mile squared. And you can just go out and make long distance observations where you can see mountains from hundreds of miles away should be completely obstructed by thousands of feet of curvature. Some instances, literal miles should be blocking the mountains.
Whenever you see flat earthers be like, look at this thing, you can see it even though you're not supposed to, the answer, I'm not joking, is always they're lying about the distance or they did the math wrong. That's always the answer. I've seen, and I'm not a big math person myself, I go to other channels for people who actually do the math on this stuff, and it's always funny because it's always something they did wrong with the math, or they're lying about the distance between two things, or they didn't take into account that they're not at sea level or ground level, they're on some elevation. It's always something like that. Sometimes it is refraction as well.
And then, laser tests, line of sight, microwave transmissions that are horizontal over bodies of water, mirror flashes. There are many.
Holy gish gallop, Batman.
Many pieces of evidence.
I have for a long time questioned this. A long time meaning maybe a couple of years when it was, kind of first. I think I talked to a guy called Flat Earth Dave. And he gave some pretty good arguments. I guess some of them were kind of, half.
Flat Earth Dave is one of the pee-pee guys. Not pee-pee show, like he drinks pee-pee. Love you too. Sorry, someone was asking for the horror choker I have. I have it in here somewhere. Where is my choker? I know. There's a moratorium. There it is. So if that person wanted to do the hats off, I'll put on my horror choker thing.
Half-heartedly debunked in some ways. But let's talk about a more like common sense, I'm very much a normie when it comes to this, but I just know that NASA's full of shit, and I believe nothing that they say.
I don't know anything about this, but I do know the agency that spent decades researching this is full of shit. Genius. Hats off. All right, I'll put on the choker.
If I am leaving Minneapolis and going to Florida, or traveling from Florida and coming back to Minneapolis, which I do every other week, if we're spinning at, 1,037 miles per hour, if we're spinning at 1,037 miles per hour and I take off from Minneapolis, how the hell am I ever going to catch up to Florida? And what is the scientific justification?
Because from the perspective of the plane, the Earth isn't moving. Because it's taking off from the Earth. It shares its momentum. I should be able to get it on. Thank you, though. Let's see. It's been a while since I've worn this. I used to put it on myself, though. At least on occasion. Joker? I hardly know her. Maybe not quite tight enough, but it's close enough. Oh god, it looks like I'm wearing a dog collar. I mean, interesting choices today. Hydrate, can do. Michelle Gladio says, Dan Olson put it best. Basically, flat earthers have an agenda. They want to believe we live in a divine fishbowl because a divine fishbowl is proof God exists, which is proof that a nefarious them is trying to hide God's existence, which ties to a bunch of other bullshit. Yeah.
For saying, hey, that's impossible. What's the explanation that the globe people always give?
Yeah, so they say that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. And so that basically it's like you were flying over a stationary Earth. Because of course, to fly a plane, you have to treat the Earth like it's entirely stationary. That's the way planes are designed and pilots are trained.
Because from the perspective of the plane, it is stationary. Motion is relative.
The problem with that is that actually what they're claiming, and they don't realize it, is that the plane is conserving its momentum as it leaves the surface of the Earth. So now you have a dynamic change in reference once you get into the air. The air actually would be moved.
But it's not a change in reference because there's nothing stopping you from sharing the inertia of the Earth still. That's not how that works.
Moving separately from the Earth and slightly...
Like, you would need something stopping you. Like, a thing stays in motion unless something stops it. The momentum that was lent by the Earth to the plane while it was touching it is still there when it goes into the air because there's nothing resisting it. There's nothing stopping that or opposing that motion.
Dragging behind it, lagging behind it, proportionate to altitude. Simply put, the higher you go, the more behind the Earth it would be. But they basically just claim, well, it's just an illusion. Fly the plane like it's stationary, and it all just magically works out.
Not magical. We share a reference frame with the Earth. We are on the Earth.
So that's their claim, is that the air moves with the Earth.
Okay, so this has been disproven somehow?
Yeah, well, for one, this is the simplest way to show why that isn't true. Is say you take like a high altitude balloon or even a drone, or Felix Baumgartner jumped out of a high altitude balloon like 100,000 feet up. The Earth doesn't move underneath it, doesn't move underneath him. In fact, when he jumped out, he landed miles in the wrong direction. The Earth was not spinning underneath him. So in that scenario, they'll say, oh, well, yeah, the balloon's perfectly moving with the Earth. But then they'll invoke things such as Coriolis and claim that there's a detachment between the air and the Earth. So they have to invoke it both ways, long story short. But the easiest, well, when I say easiest, it requires some understanding of physics, but it violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum for the atmosphere to be moving in lockstep with the Earth. As you increase altitude, you would have to have more and more energy to keep the air moving with the Earth. And that simply doesn't exist. You know, no one's even proposed a suggestion as to how that could exist.
Is every pilot just in on this? I mean, they have to know.
No. Well, they definitely experience a flat, stationary Earth, right? They're trained that way. I think just like everyone believes the Earth's a globe, you never think about it. I've had many pilots that reach out to me once they realize, and they say, I can't believe I never thought about this after flying for 20, 30 years. You know, former military pilots have reached out to me, for example. But so they're trained to fly like it's flat and stationary, and they just assume the Earth's so big you can't tell, right? It's never even a conscious thought. But then
the Earth is so big you can't tell.
When people bring this information to them,
not the way you're describing, at least,
have an epiphany, basically. And I have dozens of pilots who have reached out to me, many of which can't even publicly state it for obvious reasons, which is insane and unacceptable. But so no, they're not in on it. They just fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary, right? And then I guess it's just out of sight, out of mind type of thing. No one really even considers this idea.
So when they learn, they can't say anything publicly because they would have their flight credentials stripped from them and they would be ostracized as a crazy person. Where is the edge? I mean, you would think that this, the round globe ball theory, if it were untrue, would be really easy to debunk by just going to the edge. Where's the edge?
Yeah.
Antarctica is what he's going to say.
Good question. So
going to say the ice wall.
So, there's something called the 60th south latitude. It's basically a circle drawn around us, similar to the Hunger Games, funny enough. And you can't freely and privately explore past that area. So that's where you would get to what's called Antarctica. So any theoretical edge would be there. Of course, there's no edge to a lake or a pond, right? So that's the highest elevation in the world, seemingly contains the water. But what's beyond there is a great question, because our government.
Benikagami says, actually, the easiest way to prove this is to get into a trailer hooked up to a semi and drive down the road at a constant speed, then jump up and see if you land in the same place, or watch birds fly inside.
Went over there after we brought SS officers over here who were obsessed with Antarctica. We then became obsessed with Antarctica. And
I don't think they were obsessed with Antarctica.
Then we came back and said no one else can go there. So I don't actually know what's there. What would prove the Earth's a globe is circumnavigating north to south and popping back up on the other side of the ball, which has literally never been done in the history of mankind.
It has been done.
Wait a minute, it's never...
You'll notice flat earthers just lie. They just lie about stuff and say it hasn't happened. It has.
Been done. Nobody's ever flown around the globe?
Not north to south, no. And
they have.
And funny enough, someone was supposed to do that, and he went to Antarctica just a little bit inland and turned around and went back north, and they gave him the world record for circumnavigation even though he didn't do it. So
what happens if you try to go on an unguided tour of Antarctica?
You probably die. That's why they don't let you go, because they don't want to spend the money doing the rescue. I am halfway there. It's 4 o'clock. 4 more hours. We got this.
Intercepted. People have been intercepted and taken to court and even imprisoned. Based on what country you're in, you get intercepted.
What's the reason why they say that they're not going to allow you to go to Antarctica? Something to do with the penguins, or?
That is actually one of the explanations. Yeah, environmental reasons. Commercial flights are banned because of stuff like the penguin population.
What are you talking about? Commercial flights don't go over Antarctica because it would be incredibly dangerous to do so, because there's nowhere to land if anything happens. Angry Salmon, thanks for following.
And they just claim that it's one of the only resources that we have decided to preserve for science, and it's too delicate of an environmental location for people to inhabit. So they've all put their differences aside after being to war over land throughout the history of man, and they've decided, no, we'll just leave Antarctica there for peaceful scientific purposes. So they really don't even have a good cover story.
Talking with Austin Whitsitt right now about the shape of the globe. I'm going to bring him back here in a second, but I want to ask you guys a question. So imagine that you're in this plane, right? And for those of you who have flown before, you know when you're about to come down before the pilot gets on and does his announcement. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, for the flight deck, so Captain speaking, we're starting our initial descent. Why do they all have that voice, by the way? I think they go to like flight school voiceover class. They all sound the same, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, before they even come on from the flight deck and they make this announcement about your initial descent, you already know that you're on your initial descent because you can feel it.
Because you're accelerating.
So even the slightest...
Or decelerating, which is just negative acceleration.
Just adjustment in altitude. If you're climbing, you can feel it.
Oh shit, Nemesaur with an $84 tip says, congrats on reaching the halfway point. We're $1 away from our 2 costume month goal. Meaning, almost certainly, tomorrow will be the start of 60 days of costumes. Oh boy.
And if you're descending, you can feel it. Even the slightest 100-foot drop. Turbulence, which is now weirdly referred to as unexpected rough air, which sounds...
I get the remaining $1 at the end of the stream. Thanks.
Pretty fake to me. I don't know what that means. But
sorry, what did he say? Seems pretty fake.
Unexpected rough air, which sounds pretty fake to me. I don't know what that means.
The fact that you don't know what it means, that's such an encapsulating statement, isn't it? Listen to this again.
Referred to as unexpected rough air, which sounds pretty fake to me. I don't know what that means.
That's all conspiracy theories explained. That seems fake. I don't know what that means. You don't know what it means? How can you say it's fake? He feels it. He feels it, though.
But this unexpected rough air, you feel just the slightest bounce in the plane. So now what we're told is that the Earth curves and changes at about every 55 meters. I think that's right. Austin, is 55 meters what they tell us?
Giffizo with a $10 tip says, it's Jover! We did it! Costume 2 months starting tomorrow.
Sure, technically it's always changing, but that would be a good distance to a noticeable difference. 8 inches per mile squared.
So if you're changing at every 55 meters and you're traveling at speed over ground of, well over 500 miles per hour, and the pilot has the autopilot engaged, which another announcement that they make, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached our cruising altitude of 36,000 feet. So you're supposed to maintain this 36,000 feet over this round ball globe, right?
Correct, and they do by maintaining level, which is something that autopilot can easily do. Yeah, they just maintain level so they're parallel with the ground along the trip.
And you're maintaining this 36,000 feet for a distance of, 1,300 miles, or for however long you're traveling. So you would obviously have to continue descending like almost constantly.
There are small adjustments made, but that's what them being level is making sure that the adjustments are being made. As long as you're level, those adjustments are made. That's how you're remaining level.
Am I missing something here? I mean, you would feel that constant altitude adjustment, wouldn't you? What's the explanation? How do they explain that away?
They just claim that gravity automatically pulls the plane around the curve without you having to adjust it just for it. And so you just fly like it's parallel, flat layers of air, horizontal layers, and it automatically accounts for it because
I don't think he's understood how this has been explained to him.
Of gravity, which is the way this entire model just says it's always going to look flat and stationary, but it's not, So, but I will say what they can account for with the plane, and that's just an excuse anyway. But there's something called
Jaden says, we're about halfway through the stream and have already made our goal. Please make sure to eat and stay hydrated, Hannah. You're killing it. I'm doing my best. Thank you.
Angle of descent. So when a plane's coming in for a land, they actually have to calculate the angle at which they're going to descend to land. And they do that using a flat Earth measurement. They use a flat Earth horizontal baseline. And it's different on a sphere. Your angle would be different. They do this 150, 200 miles out. And we've actually pulled the data and shown that it matches the flat Earth prediction. That's what the calculation is. I've never got a rebuttal to that. There is no rebuttal. I've woken up many pilots pointing this out. The angle at which they land a plane proves they're landing on a plane Earth.
It doesn't, Witsit. It really doesn't.
I just don't know how you would land something. I think when you're landing, you're usually doing just roughly over 100 miles per hour. I don't know how you would land something on something that's moving at 1,000.
Because compared to you, it's not. You are within the same reference frame. So to your perspective, it is standing still. The relative nature of motion is just something they cannot grasp. I do not understand how they don't intuitively get this.
1,037 miles per hour.
Like, how do they think, the planes that refuel other planes mid-flight? Like, how do they think that works? Like, because they're not moving relative to each other. At least not enough for it to matter. They're remaining relatively still.
Isn't it difficult to land a fighter jet on an aircraft carrier that's moving? Doesn't that take like some pretty extraordinary skills?
Oh yeah. So they actually have a rope that catches the planes, and it's got like a very low success rate, relatively speaking, in the world of landing planes. And they have to.
The rope is there to make them slow down. It doesn't help them land. It helps them stop once they land because they need to, cut off the momentum because there's only so long of a runway.
To land in the direction that the carrier ship is moving, there's no way that you could land a plane moving in opposite directions of the Earth. It's insane. So yeah, to actually
he just has no idea how anything fucking works. Oh.
Land, and we're talking the carrier ships move just a couple miles per hour in the water, and then they come in and
yes, and the Earth is moving 0 miles per hour relative to the plane that is flying in the fucking atmosphere.
Slow down and glide with.
H-Baird says, thus do I refute thee. We did it. Where was Stu?
With it in the same direction. So this is another example of how you say, just trust me, fly and land like it's not moving.
Well, I mean, I think the cable is there because the runway on a carrier is so short.
Correct.
So I think that's part of it. If you had a very short runway that was on the ground, ostensibly you could put a cable system in there if people thought that regular passengers could withstand that kind of force, coming from hundreds of miles an hour to zero at the snap of a finger, which would obviously make for a less than pleasant landing experience. But why is this important, by the way? And why do people get so triggered about this conversation?
There's the big golden question there.
Travis, thanks for the $2 super chat.
Why people get triggered? I still just think it's because people have an emotional attachment to the idea.
People are frustrated when people think dumb things, and I know that's a simplification, but like that's pretty much how I would characterize it. People get upset when they hear people say things that are blatantly untrue. It just frustrates people. It's a frustrating experience.
Looked at the world through this lens their entire life, and you're taking away something that they hold near and dear, especially when it comes to space. The reason it's important is, well, for one, if you look into the Bolshevik Revolution, one of the first things they
we're going there. Okay.
did was remove God. So anytime you're trying to implement a slave state, you need to remove God because people become nihilists and easier to control.
Travis with another $2 super chat. Thank you.
If the Earth is in the center of the entire universe, and the logical question is, how did it get there?
Earth isn't in the center of the universe.
It had to be placed there, right? And further, if you've ever seen
if there even is a center of the universe, we don't know if it has edges. So
games, we have a circle drawn around us that we're not allowed to freely leave. So I would say that's obviously pretty important if we're being monitored with interior lands that we can't freely leave, similar to, again, the Hunger Games. And there are many reasons. The last one I'll say is, whenever, just like they did with the whole COVID thing, they told you that the air that keeps you alive is going to kill you. And even
oh my fucking God,
though you're healthy and have no symptoms, you're sick. So you
you can have asymptomatic illnesses, you goddamn fool.
To learn to not believe your senses or your experience. So when you can't trust what you actually experience, you have to turn to authority to give you the answers. That's the way this entire lie is. So everyone just can't believe their own senses, and they're perfect to be brainwashed. They're in a perfect state to be propagandized and brainwashed. So those are the three major.
Stone Corbell says, even if the world was flat and the center of the universe, why would that mean that someone had to have placed it there? A good question.
Major reasons, I would say.
We really do have we really do have a country and really humanity full of people who really, if they don't understand something, they always look for guidance from the authorities or those that purport to be the experts on certain things. Which is why, like, during COVID-19, everybody was looking at doctors, everybody was looking at researchers and scientists. Everybody believed Dr. Anthony.
Yeah, you should believe doctors and researchers in regard to their field of study. Medicine in this case, correct. That is the right thing to do.
Fauci. Oh, he's the world's foremost expert on viruses. You have to question everything. We live under the empire of lies. Are viruses even real?
Do we still have germ theory ? On the bingo card? I don't think so. But that would be one. Someone who doesn't think the germ theory of disease is real.
I don't know if I'm, willing to subscribe and commit fully that I believe that the Earth is flat, but I do know that everything that NASA has told us is complete bullshit. I do know that there are a whole lot of scriptures in the Bible that support the flat Earth theory. The firmament, for example. And if the firmament is real, that would explain why every time we try to watch Elon Musk launch a rocket into space from SpaceX, it seems to kind of, do this thing and then blows up. It also begs the question about the Challenger.
Oh, no! We're going into this!
Here's a spaceship shuttle that you're going to put real normal people on, including school teachers. Boy, they get up there and they see that that thing is flat. Imagine the fallout from that. We can't have that. Blow that thing up. There's a lot of questions about this. If you want more on this, follow him on Twitter, Witsit Gets It. Show it on the screen there. At Witsit Gets It. That's Austin Witsit. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are we on a big round ball hurling through space, 666,600 miles per hour? That's a really interesting number too, isn't it?
That's not the number. That's literally not even the actual number.
Nothing demonic about that. That's not weird at all.
I understand how witch hunts happened now. I just want to point that out. Human beings are really dumb. We are superstitious idiots. We just eat each other. Not good.
More of the Stu Peters Show continues next. Go nowhere.
Jesus. Moving on. I don't know, what's this? This is called the Ancient Tree Research Project.
The tallest trees in the world are redwoods, which tower above the ground in California. These trees can easily reach heights of 300 feet. Among the redwoods, a tree named Hyperion tops them all. Standing at 380 feet, Hyperion also shares its name with the Titan god of heavenly light. Coming in second for the world's tallest trees is Helios, standing at 374 feet. And for the bronze medal, we have another redwood called Icarus at 371 feet high. Interesting names. Now, the widest tree that we know of is called El Árbol del Tule in Santa Maria del Tule, Mexico. This tree has a circumference of 164 feet, and it dwarfs the town church by a large amount. The largest tree by volume and not height or circumference is a sequoia called General Sherman.
I guess I never thought of the biggest tree by volume. That makes sense because you're talking about like the mass, but like I've never thought about, I'd like to see a tree with the biggest volume.
275 feet tall with a circumference of nearly 103 feet. Now, these are just some of the world's tallest trees that are standing today. Needless to say, the sizes of some of Earth's remaining trees are absolutely mind-blowing, and the thing is, they used to be much bigger. Here's an article about an Australian mountain ash from 1872. The tallest tree ever measured was
Which
not
of our cats has the most volume? Probably Lou.
a sequoia, but a type of eucalyptus, an Australian hardwood tree. In 1872, forester William Ferguson spotted an extremely tall mountain ash near the Watts River, Victoria, Australia. Purportedly, he was 132.6 meters, or 435 feet tall. Around that time, multiple specimens of 140 meters tall were reported in Victoria, mainland Australia. We cannot check these measurements anymore. All these trees have been logged. Mountain ash was and is an important construction material in Australia. This brings me to my next point. Do the trees of the world get bigger and bigger the further we go back in history?
Hydrate. No, eventually it'll get to a point when there are no trees.
We have some records of men cutting down extremely large trees in mass quantities. If trees of this magnitude were cut down by men in the 18 and early 1900s, then that begs the question, have we cut down even bigger trees before that? We don't know, but we do know that men love mindlessly taking out trees like there's no tomorrow.
Does he think they were doing this for fun? Doesn't understand capitalism is their problem on the bingo card. They didn't cut up all those trees for funsies. They did it because it was their job.
Was there once a time when trees were unimaginable in size and they reached high up into the heavens? Maybe this is true.
The tree grew and was strong, and the height thereof reached unto heaven, and the sight thereof to the end of all the earth.
Here the Bible says tree, and I think this is referring only to the world tree, also known as the tree of life, located at the center of the world, and that would be the North Pole.
Thinks there's a giant tree at the North Pole? That's interesting. I've seen flat earthers say there's a giant mountain, like Cece, Chris thinks there's that magnetic mountain. It's interesting that he thinks it's a tree.
In depictions of the Norse cosmology, the tree of life...
Ah, I see. Yggdrasil. Okay.
Yggdrasil is growing from the center of a mountain. Here's a passage from the Book of Enoch, kinda talking about that.
And from
syncretism, he's trying to say that something from Enoch is referencing Norse mythology. I promise it's not. They're unrelated.
There I went to the middle of the earth, and saw a blessed, well-watered place, which had branches which remained alive, and sprouted from a tree which had been cut down. And there I saw a holy mountain, and under the mountain, to the east of it, there was water, and it flowed towards the south. And in the midst of the trees, that of life, in that place whereon the Lord rests, when he goes up into paradise. And this tree is of ineffable goodness and fragrance, and adorned more than every existing thing. And on all sides it is in form.
Oh, that section of Daniel was a prophecy, a dream prophecy. Oh my goodness.
Gold looking.
That's a really bad reading of the Bible.
Million and fire lichen covers all, and it has produced from all fruits. Its root is in the garden at the earth's end.
End is Eden. Mythologies from all over the earth plane reference a tree or sometimes a mountain there instead. Sometimes both at once, as we have just seen with the depiction of Yggdrasil. Maybe humongous trees used to be the norm. We are told that natural landmarks like the Devil's Tower are made by lava cooling in that shape, and that the lava...
This mountain used to be a tree on the bingo card.
Dries up into neat little hexagonal columns, but when you look into how basalt columns are formed, you will not be able to watch how they are formed.
Yeah, it's geology. You don't normally get to watch things form unless it's literally like magma that you're watching harden in real time. Most geologic things take long periods of time, and this formed a long time ago when there weren't people to witness it. Ugh.
Instead, we are told to just believe that basalt columns are the result of lava cooling down and...
And then everything, it's basically, it's lava cooling down in an underground, like, shaft, sort of. And then over time, the mountain or whatever erodes away, and all you have left is this column type of thing.
Cracking into hexagonal columns on its own. But when we look at how lava actually works, it never dries like that. It oozes.
looking at lava above ground. Again, when that column formed, it was not above ground, it was underground, which you wouldn't be able to see. You could only see the results later.
Chaotically before cooling down and drying in a random manner. It's merely circumstantial. No one has ever witnessed basalt columns form, therefore the official explanation is very much up for debate. So is the Devil's Tower an ancient tree stump?
No, they're columns made by fucking magma.
Are there more of these kind of structures? The answer is yes. Everything that we have ever been taught is up for debate, being that we've been taught mostly lies when it comes to where we come from, who we are, what our purpose is, and where we live. Our true history has been changed, rearranged, rewritten, and hidden from us. This video is a joint effort between myself, ODD, Rosette, and two awesome gentlemen named Shaddy and Cracker. We hope to bring forth food for thought, intriguing ideas, and even new information for those that have already been researching this topic, including recently uncovered Freemasonic books from Lebanon that seem to support all this. So with all that said, I'll pass.
Ah yes, the secret Masonic Lebanese books about the ancient trees.
Pass it off to Rosette. Be sure to subscribe.
Ryan Cooper says, we have directly witnessed basalt columns being formed in Iceland.
Subscribe to her channel as well.
Thanks, ODD. Being awake is not all bad. Yes, it's scary at first knowing our government is not our friend, that the world really is run by psychopaths who follow Lucifer.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
But there is a good side to this knowing too, and that is connecting with like-kind people who want to help change the world for the better. People like ODD, Cracker, and now our new friend Shadi. He has a passion for getting the truth out and has a special perspective he wanted to share. It is regarding his homeland of Lebanon and the giant cedars. In getting to know Shadi, I discovered that his first name is Arabic for singer, which reminds me of Jacob in Jacob's Ladder. His name was Jacob Singer. Jacob was a Christ character in that movie.
Was he? I like Jacob's Ladder. Let me think about it for a second. Is she going to explain that? In what way is he a Christ-like figure? Yeah, I don't know if I see it.
Singer, as in messenger. And I can't help to make the connection to our friend ODD, literally being a singer of truth. With his raps.
Does the text-to-speech reading the Bible verse count as uses AI, or is that specific to pictures? Not all text-to-speech is AI, so it depends. There's a lot, like, text-to-speech has existed for decades. AI text-to-speech is a different thing. I don't think that reading was AI.
Exposing the ball lie and everything else regarding the New World Order. Makes you think, do we truly pick our names? Or are we given our names?
Can I give you the plot of Jacob's Ladder? I'd rather you just watch the movie, honestly. I don't want to spoil it. Pretty much anything I say about it's going to be a spoiler, so just watch Jacob's Ladder. It's a good movie.
Birth names or pseudonyms, it doesn't matter. The name has a resonance that fits that person, and they are that name. And yes, like Jacob here, exposing 9/11, Shadi.
The room number is 119, so it must be 9/11.
And ODD are here to also expose the ones behind 9/11. Notice Jacob sees with his right eye. He is of...
To be clear, this movie came out before 9/11, if you don't know. The movie came out before 9/11.
The right of the good. Now, we can't do a series called Ancient
Predictive Programming on the bingo card
Tree Research Project without discussing the giant cedars of Lebanon. This is the one place on Earth that is known for its giant trees. These same giant trees come up in the Bible.
This is the one place on Earth known for its giant trees. He literally talked about the redwoods earlier. The other guy.
In 47 verses. Why? What is so special about these trees? Are they hiding some more truths in plain sight? Let's take a look at some of the evidence. Now let's locate Lebanon geographically so we get a feel for the land. Lebanon is nestled between Israel on its southern border and Syria on both its north and east. And just over the waters of the Mediterranean is its closest western neighbor, the island nation of Cyprus.
Notice Cyprus, the neighboring island country to Lebanon, could indicate cypress as in the tree. And cypress has fragrant wood just as a cedar tree does. This is a picture of an ancient cypress tree. Cedar trees are part of the cypress family of conifers or pines, also indicating a connection to the pineal gland. Could cypress actually be an ancient giant cypress stump that is sticking up out of the water as an island?
Speaking of Cyprus, Cyprus is visible with the naked eye on a clear day from the highest point in Lebanon, which is called El Araz. It peaks at 3,083 meters.
Being weird, not me. Thanks. Calm down. Don't use slurs. I know you're referencing a video we watched once, but don't do that. Sorry, that was a YouTube thing I was addressing. Oh, it jumped to the beginning.
Psalms 9.
Okay, I'm moving on anyway. Much tree talk.
The first television set was fired up in the 1920s, after basically being in development since the mid-1800s. Of course, movies were still being created and viewed since the 1890s using different means, but it wasn't until the late 1920s when live broadcast television programming began. The first American news broadcast was in...
MH Dark Beast says you need a cleanse to refresh you on this long day. What is... Oh, I probably can't play this. I understand the music, or it's a parody, but the footage might be enough that it dings me, and I'm trying to be careful on the copyright. I can't play it, unfortunately.
1930. Since then, we have been heavily brainwashed and dumbed.
How true is all that TV history? Oh, I don't know. I know about shows. I don't know about the creation of the tech. Like, let me give you an analogy. You're asking a programmer the history of the hardware of a computer. It's not necessarily their purview. I know what goes on the TV. I don't know about the history of the television set itself necessarily.
Down, and now there are more TVs than people in the average American household. The same goes for Canada, the United Kingdom, and many other countries. If we're not watching TV...
Green Guy with a $5 tip says, Hannah, do we have 2 times costume month now, or was the dollar worth 2 times to costume month? We have 2 costume month, but I will say, for the rest of until Sunday, because I did this, any donations we get above 1,000 will count for double. So if you want to get a head start on the next costume month, you can still do tips and I'll count them double. So once, you know, we're done on Sunday, I'll look at this and say, okay, we're at 1,000, whatever. And then any amount over 1,000, I will double, and that will be the start of the next costume month goal. So it is still going to be worth double until Sunday. But we already do have the 2 months costume locked in. That has happened. We did it. Can we click rounding error numerology for the Stu Peters thing? Yeah, sure. Yes.
TV on our TV, then we're watching it on our phones, our tablets, our computers. We're constantly saturated in mainstream media content and subjected to numerous techniques for mental conditioning. The following video is an attempt at helping you understand some of these techniques.
Green Guy with a $20 tip says, hell yeah, and that equals 40, so nice. Forever costume month. If you want to keep tipping me for costume month, I will do it forever. Absolutely.
Being aware of what's happening and fully acknowledging it is the only way to free yourself from it. This is ODD TV. Thanks for watching.
Psychological warfare has been waged against America for much of this century. This war for the mind of the public has been facilitated by the emergence of mass media and the transformation of American education by behavioral psychologists.
Jay's a Proxy says, Hannah, are you brainwashing us against TV? Yes, once you all see how evil TV is, I'll be your only entertainment. MH Darkbee says, lies, Hannah. You know about the creation of the TV, the giggle. Doctor Who isn't a great source of actual history, usually. Toriador says, Uptime 420, nice, it's Friday, woo!
In the book 1984, George Orwell
literally 1984, we did it.
Warned that people were in danger of losing their human qualities and freedom of mind without being aware of it while it was happening because of psychological, emotional, and intellectual manipulation, mind control.
I've seen that clip before.
The most effective way to protect yourself from subconscious manipulation is by being aware of how it works. What the conscious mind believes, the subconscious acts on.
M. Scheffler with 100 bits says, driving to Las Vegas, so I won't be able to give bits while driving, so have these. Thank you. Drive safe.
It works like programming a computer. Information is fed into a computer, and the computer acts on it. However, if the information fed into the computer is wrong, it still acts on it. If a person believes something that is not true, the memory banks of the subconscious mind do not correct the error, but act on it. The theory of cognitive dissonance holds that the mind automatically and involuntarily...
Green guy with a $66.60 tip says, don't tell the wife. Thank you for your very generous tip. So we're already at an extra 200 for next month. Or for the next goal. That's nice.
Rejects information not in line with previously accepted thoughts and beliefs. Watching television often produces an altered state of consciousness. Though not consciously perceived, the television screen...
I guess, fun fact, if I get another $400 in tips through Sunday, then I'll have to do 3 costume months, 90 days.
Appearing static.
Jesus.
Actually flickers. Any repeating light or sound pattern can lead you into an altered state. A hypnotist uses pattern speech by varying the pacing and inflection of his voice to induce this state of mind in his subject. It is in this state of mind where one is the most receptive to mental programming. Whether or not the information takes hold in the mind depends on 2 factors: trust in the source of the information and repetition of the message. Trust in the source of the information induces acceptance of the message as true, even if it is not understood. Repetition of the message embeds it.
Excuse you, I've never trusted any of the Bushes, so...
in the subconscious so that acceptance of its truth and accuracy becomes a conditioned response. Thus,
Ashley with 50 bits says, hello everyone, I'm Hannah, and welcome to year 3 of Costume Month.
This information will be accepted as true without thinking about it whenever it is presented again.
The flicker rate on the television is very, very important. It was timed to be so many cycles per second, and it actually just meets with the brain patterns for an alpha state. When our brain sees it through our eyes,
the refresh rates aren't even consistent globally. And I'm talking CRTs. It's different now with modern TVs. But even back then, the refresh rate wasn't consistent between countries or anything.
We start to adopt that flicker rate in our mind, and we go into a deep alpha state. Watch children and watch their mouths. They drop open. They won't hear their parents talking. They're hypnotized, in fact.
They're not hypnotized, they're just watching a show. They're literally just, like, distracted because they're children.
Why would they give that particular flicker rate when they could have chosen of a whole variety of flicker rates. It wasn't an essential thing to...
And different countries around the world do have different rates. They all chose them, I imagine, for different reasons, but nonetheless, there are different standards.
Yeah.
Starlight did nothing wrong with 45 bits, says, oh, well.
So it was done for a purpose. It was meant to be hypnotic. It was meant to be used as a tool of propaganda and indoctrination, even through the guise of entertainment and so on. It also was to create a new society because they were the avant-garde, as I say, leading the sexual revolution through drama, through little documentaries, fiction, non-fiction, all combined. Once again, back to Plato, the audience see what they see. You understand that it's even worked out towards different age groups. There's something on for everybody's age group. Each age group is actually being updated as well, even the elderly ones, into new ways of thinking or seeing things. But the target mainly was for youngsters. If we take one of the world's experts on propaganda, who is Jacques Ellul, who wrote extensively on how the mind works and how all entertainment, he said, that has to do with government programs such as police, detective stories, detective series, which contain little human dramas as the hook that you identify with, to make you watch the whole story. Child gets kidnapped, detective goes on a hunt, he goes through hell and fire to get that child back. You identify with the hero if you're a male. You identify with the heroine if you're female.
He understands that you could identify with protagonists that are different than yourself, right? Like, you could identify, if you're a man, you can identify with a female protagonist, and if you're a woman, you can identify with male protagonists. You not familiar with that? Just the way he said it made it sound like if you were, like, a man, you can't watch a movie starring a woman and enjoy it. Very strange.
And that's the hook to get you to watch them. But what he said was, all dramas to do with police, or even the military in movies, are pure propaganda. Pure propaganda.
Yeah, not in the way you're describing. I mean, all art is arguably small p propaganda in the sense that it is a piece of media that is meant to elicit an emotional response. You could argue that's propaganda, that it's trying to get across a message to the reader or the viewer or whatever, the spectator, whatever the medium happens to be. But it's not like capital P propaganda in the sense that it is a government-led effort to push certain views on its citizens. Incorrect.
The human story is just the bait to make you watch through it, to get you to identify with it. Because once again, there's always a message left somewhere in the movie. It might even be a message that's against your own morality. It could be where the cop, for instance, does sleep with this beautiful woman while his wife was at home, and it's all part of the story, and even tell you why he did this. He was feeling down that day, blah, blah, blah. And so you've just, again, altered your viewpoints.
I don't think I've ever seen a piece of media that justifies that behavior. I've only ever seen it admonished through media.
How you yourself might behave in that situation. And it's sometimes that kind of thing can be justified. That's how you're downloaded through entertainment. It's there to alter and direct and always upgrade into another step of the direction that the entire culture for someone else's purpose. Let's talk about the effects of the alpha state first of all. Recent articles I've even read on the air from various science studies.
Various science studies, you know the ones.
Show you that even when you switch off television, you remain in that alpha state for maybe 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes longer, depending how long you've been watching it.
Yeah, I'm gonna call bullshit on that one.
With high definition, again, why would a president of a country mandate that all TVs had to go high definition? Is it because he really cares so much about your happiness? And he wants better quality for you? Or is there another reason?
Are you talking about the switch to digital?
For it? Well,
that wasn't specifically to make it all HD. There are a variety of benefits to digital over analog, and it also freed up those analog signals for other purposes.
sure the effects of the old flicker rates and what it did will also be incorporated in high definition, but with even more added benefits for bringing you into a complete hypnotic state. How do you wake someone up who's addicted to television? You can't. Very, very simple. You can't get your daily brainwashing where literally it's bypassing any consciousness in the person. You can't take that every day.
So, like, when I watch something, I'm confused, because it's like they're acting like all media is constructed from a singular source. But let's say I'm watching, I don't know, let's say one day I'm watching, I don't know, SpongeBob. Okay, that's made in America, so you're saying that's an American government thing? Okay, let's say later that day I watch Torchwood. Well, that's made in the UK. Is that UK-centric propaganda? Let's say after that I watch Space Sheriff Scheider, which is a show from Japan. Am I watching propaganda from Japan now? With different motives? Or do you think this is all constructed by a large central world governmental entity? Also, if they made the Space Sheriff series, thanks propaganda, world government, fun shows. We did it.
And still try to wake up and learn at the same time. I've known people who've gone through complete withdrawal from television and gone into depressions because their entire routine is broken. They also have time on their hands, which is a big aspect of control, remember, too. If you can take time away from a person who can think for themselves, who might say, oh, I'll go and read a book, I'll go and study something, or if you can take that time away from them and have them mesmerized in front of a television set, then you'll keep them dumb, stupid, compliant, and going along with the system. I always advise to people, if you know someone who's watching TV, it's quite simple to find out where they are mentally, psychologically, in the understanding of things. You can ask them a few simple questions. If they give you standard television answers, forget it. Simple as that, forget it.
I'm guessing you ask them, like, do you think reptilians are controlling the world governments? And they go, no, what are you talking about? And you go, brainwashed sheeple. Don't understand the lizard problem.
If you see some spark of their own opinion coming in, there's maybe a chance you can do something with them. But you cannot get off. You see, television, it can be classified as a drug.
People think that... All right, real quick, I'm going to grab more water because I am out. I think I'm also going to grab a little bit more of this cheese and crackers. I will be back in like 5 minutes, okay? Don't go anywhere. Be right back. I brought more cheese. And dairy aid. Because my body betrays me. Penikagami says, so, somewhat related, the One Piece live-action adaptation is going well and Season 2 is on the way. Vivi has been casted and Chuds are mad that Vivi, a princess from a desert kingdom inspired by Arabic culture, and whose father is a brown man, is being played by a brown woman. Can't wait for Mr. 2 to be played by an NB or something so they can complain the gay agenda took One Piece from them. For reference, this is Mr. 2. Okay, back to the thing. Where were we? There it is.
Hypnosis is some mysterious, esoteric thing, and it's not. It's just simply a
Hey Nathan, glad you could make it.
mental transaction in which a person has focused their attention, they've stopped being critical, and they're more open to suggestion.
The chairs are plotting. They deserve it. They can plot as a treat.
We're going to start by playing the national anthem, which was the sign-off on television stations across the nation back in the 1960s.
Our national anthem.
Now we're going to go ahead and watch this national anthem again, only this time we're going to watch it slowed way down. Tell me if you notice anything different from the last time you watched it. Did you see the letters change?
No.
At the bottom? Let's watch it again in even slower frame-by-frame motion.
Before we do that, Green Guy with a $5 tip says, Hannah, I work on electronics in the Navy, radar and radios. The whole world has come together and decided what part of the radio frequency spectrum is used for what and why. We cannot turn our radars on in port, otherwise it kills birds and hurts people. Oh. By the dawns. It's just transitioning to the next thing. I don't understand. It didn't say that.
It happened
What?
so quickly, you can
Yeah, I don't see it.
It happens so quickly, you can barely see it. But you aren't meant to physically, literally see
Why would they put this message on at like midnight when no one would be watching it?
You are meant to subconsciously see it. It is meant to go into the subconscious and implant itself into your brain on a subconscious level. And this continues throughout this entire national anthem, and it becomes basically like the script for the movie They Live.
They live on the bingo card. Yeah, subliminal messaging isn't real either. They did studies on it because they wanted to try and use it. It didn't work. Saved by the Bell did lie to you. Jessie wasn't so excited, despite how much she said it. Seriously, how many times are you just gonna play parts of this? Come on now. MK Ultra on the bingo card. That doesn't even make sense as a message, because Ultra and Naomi wouldn't mean anything to anyone. That doesn't make sense. I've never heard of MK Naomi. I've only ever heard of MK Ultra. I'm not saying it didn't exist. I've just never heard of it. They were halted because they didn't work. That's why you know about them. I'm getting past this section because it's boring. Here we go. What's Naomi about, Trey? That is funny, too, because she was talking about it going throughout the 60s, and the 60s was a time of, like, political upheaval in the United States. So to act as though television programming was supposed to sedate the masses, it clearly didn't work.
The Baby Einstein Company was born, and in just 5 years, her business grew to more than $20 million in sales. Julie Eigner Clark.
This is a billion-dollar industry that is a complete and total scam. There's no evidence that a baby watching a DVD is learning anything.
Educational videos aimed at babies may not be such a bright idea after all. A new study found that children who watch popular DVDs like Baby Einstein and Brainy Baby actually have poorer vocabularies. One researcher even said she'd rather have babies watch American Idol.
The American Academy of Pediatrics has now for 7 years recommended that there be no screen media use for children under the age of 2. And this is for some very specific reasons.
Coco Melon is destroying the children.
First of all, there is no solid scientific research evidence that children under the age of 30 months or 2.5 years can learn anything from an electronic screen. A lot of media early may in fact change the way the brain develops.
3 new studies out tonight are the latest to suggest that heavy television watching can hurt children's ability to learn.
The more television infants and toddlers watch, the greater the chance they'll have trouble paying attention and concentrating during their very early school years.
Researchers say hours spent in front of the TV only trains the brain to watch more TV. A child weaned on bright colors and rapidly changing images will find it tough to focus on a teacher.
Nice jacket. Abercrombie?
Please, it's Dior. Why, is yours from NF?
Our mom bought it for him in Kmart.
I think the thing
That was a clip from Unaccompanied Minors. I think my wife and this conspiracy video are the only people who remember the movie Unaccompanied Minors.
Is yours from NF?
Our mom bought it for him in Kmart.
I think the thing that upsets me the most is that it's not just products that are being marketed to children, but values. And the primary value...
I'm curious what values she's concerned about.
that's being sold to kids over and over and over again is a value that things or stuff or brands.
It's not shade. You're just the only person I've ever heard reference unaccompanied minors other than this video.
Will make us happy.
Trey says, in regard to MK Naomi, says it was basically a precursor to Ultra, but the CIA and Army intelligence dropped a bacteria bomb over a city. Oh, fun.
Corporate marketers have actually studied the whole nagging phenomenon, which corporations do nagging better, and they provide advice to corporations about, what kinds of tantrums work better.
Children sometimes say, can I, as much as 9 times.
Will you take us to Mount Splashmore?
No.
Will you take us to Mount Splashmore?
No.
Will you take us to Mount Splashmore?
No.
And part of
That was a condom commercial, yeah.
the nag factor is designed to help maximize the number of times children will keep asking and keep asking.
Will you take us to Mount Splashmore? Will you take us to Mount Splashmore?
If I take you, will you two shut up and quit bugging me?
Yeah, of course. Well, will you take us to Mount Splashmore?
Yes!
Thanks, Dad.
So these kids have a lot of power in the economy. The advertisers know it, and they are going after them in a way that is unprecedented.
This just feels like doesn't understand their problem as capitalism. TV isn't evil. The incentive structure for advertisers and program people is fucked up because their goal is to just make money.
This generation of children is marketed to as never before.
I would agree with that.
Kids are being marketed to through brand licensing, through product placement, marketing in schools, through stealth marketing, through viral marketing. There's DVDs, there's video games, there's the internet, there are iPods, there are cell phones. There are so many more ways of reaching children so that there's a brand in front of a child's face every moment of every day.
What we have is the rise of 360-degree immersive marketing, where they try and get around the child at every aspect, at every avenue.
Ban marketing to children, that'd do it.
Great game. Kids are inundated with this. They are buried in this media blitz.
Kids are now multitasking with media.
Hello? Hey girl, what's up? No way.
Plug in your iPod or MP3 player.
Yeah, new music.
They are using more than one medium at the same time. So they're surfing the web, and the television's going with MTV, and they've got the iPod with one earbud in, and they are more vulnerable.
I feel like MTV and an iPod's a lot, but I get what he's saying.
And are bombarded with over 3,000 commercial messages every day.
Marketers know these are little sponges.
I think he's talking to you, people who are listening to me while playing a video game or doing other tasks.
So wide open. They want to get that brand loyalty for life, because that's big bucks.
It's about people wanting to convince our children that life is about buying, life is about getting. It's part of this by any means necessary.
Right, said Rob says, is it illegal to market prescription drugs in the EU? I think it's illegal to market prescription drugs basically everywhere except the United States. It's odd that in the United States we have commercials for prescription drugs.
We've got to get to the kid. We've got to make sure that that child is indoctrinated as a consumer cadet. So therefore, we got to get to them in ways that maybe they don't even know.
Most would say that the
3 more hours. We got this.
idea of using actors to trick the public for political purposes is preposterous. But then again, most people are unaware of a declassified CIA program called Operation Mockingbird, which is solid, undeniable proof that our government is very much interested in using the media for trickery and deception.
I think people are pretty aware of that.
Here's a
if not by name, they at least understand that, like, when you watch a Transformers movie, like the Michael Bay ones, and there's a bunch of military equipment, and it's very, like, slobbing on the military's knob, you kinda get it.
A clip from those congressional hearings.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to the national news services, AP and UPI.
Well, again, I think we're getting into the kind of detail, Mr. Chairman, that I'd prefer to handle in executive session.
Senator, do you think that you named the news organizations in your final report?
That remains to be decided.
I think it was entirely in order for our correspondents at that time to make use of CIA agent chiefs of station and other members of the executive staff of CIA as sources of information which were useful in their assessments of world conditions.
Would you say that continues today?
Well, I would think probably for a reporter it would continue today, but because of all of the revelations of the period of the 1970s, it seems to me that a reporter's got to be much more circumspect in doing it now, or he runs the risk of at least being looked at with considerable disfavor by the public. I think you've got to be much more careful about it.
In 1948, there was a law passed so that our government couldn't use propaganda against its own citizens. In May 2012, 7 months before Sandy Hook.
To be clear, America used propaganda on its citizens all throughout the 50s, and like it never stopped. So the idea that this law was repealed doesn't really matter. Have you seen the nuclear 1950s propaganda? We've seen this stuff on Public Domania. We've watched a lot of old educational films produced by the government that are clear propaganda. So, like, this never mattered. Just putting it out there.
A Texan Republican introduced an act called H.R. 5736, Smith Modernization Act of 2012.
Also, like, how do you get so broad as to define propaganda? Like, a seatbelt campaign is propaganda. A stop smoking campaign is propaganda. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Which was an amendment to the 1948 bill, making it legal for the government to disseminate their own propaganda in America using the press, publications, the radio, motion picture films, the internet, and social media, while also giving themselves the power to put any propaganda they want directly into their archives, no questions asked. Which means their lies and time will officially become history. We all know we've been already receiving propaganda through film and the mainstream media for decades, so you have to wonder what level they intend on taking it with this bill. This bill died in the Senate, but was brought up again as an amendment in the 2012 NDAA, found on pages 326 to 328. As stated on maxkaiser.com, it is the same exact bill except one word is left out. The article goes on to mention that Section B expressly allows the use of propaganda domestically as long as there is some possibility that at least one non-US citizen will eventually receive the given communication. This completely reminds me of the scene in the movie Wag the Dog, and if you haven't seen that movie, I strongly recommend it.
Crisiscast.com. It's a company that specializes in staged crisis events. Let's look at the About section. Our specially trained professional role-play actors and internationally accredited film crews bring realistic, informed crisis management and disaster incidents to life.
Oh my god, did they not understand? Oh no. He's gonna say that this is staging events instead of understanding what it's actually for.
We are able to use specialist...
It literally says... As a company, we use state-of-the-art UK and Australian film crafts, tricks, and skills for live training that requires hyper-real battlefield effects, role players, stunts, medical simulation, and combat flashpoints. This exists for training for, like, first responders or cops or something, so they can put together a fake scenario for training purposes. But they're gonna claim that they're faking real events. Oh, God.
List film techniques and disciplines to bring the best of theater and film to our live, immersive simulations. Crisis events. We rehearse and deliver highly credible, immersive crisis events which we can film and supply as interactive training tools. Let's scroll down here. These are some of the main positions that run the show. Emergency Services Advisor, Behavioral Psychologist, Production Manager, cohort wrangler, aka the handler. So come on over to this website and have a look around. It has everything you need for a staged event like we're witnessing in Orlando. I'm not saying this is the company, but it's a company just like it, guaranteed. Let's go back to the home tab.
That was a reference to the Pulse shooting, I believe.
And scroll down. Clients and associates. What's this? G4S? Isn't that the company Omar Mateen works for?
Nemesaur says this was specifically about propaganda originally designed to be directed at foreign nations like Voice of America.
Oh yeah, it is. So now we have a huge connection to a crisis acting company. These things are out there, people. Look, here's another.
People are fucking sick.
Another one. Flashpoint reality-based training. And another. Magnum Services. Casualty simulation specialists.
My school did a thing like this. Like this is a thing. This is a service that exists.
Look at that logo. So yeah, another piece of the puzzle. This whole thing has just been ripped apart. 100% fake bullshit. Do not fall for this. This is
This is a simulation of the real thing. It doesn't mean the real thing isn't real. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of these specious motherfuckers looking at stuff like this and deciding that real tragedies aren't real because they can't get it through their head. That just because someone can fake something for some specific training reason doesn't mean the real scenarios are faked.
Exactly what they want.
Alex Jones ruined his life. That'll make me feel better. Alex Jones ruined his life. Alex Jones ruined his life. Alex Jones ruined his life. Good.
For you to be upset, sad, and in fear. I'm trying to help you. Call me retarded all you want. It doesn't affect me. Just wake up already.
The so-called witness and student by the name of Blair Stokes, whose tweets and testimony was featured all over the media with odd and awkward...
Okay. I'm moving on. I'm sorry. I can't do the crisis actor stuff right now. It's just making me mad. Maybe on a normal day. But I'm already worn down after 5 hours of this, and I can't deal with getting so mad at these people. Just can't. Okay. Moving on. Beard says, people vocally not realizing that you aren't going to be good at something the first time you do it is one of the biggest self-owns of all time.
Hey everyone. Today, we're going to be talking about all things inner Earth. Now I know there are a bunch of videos out there on this topic, but I do feel like none of them really cover the whole subject.
The whole subject. Get it? Center of the Earth? Hole? No? Okay.
Most of them either look at it from a hollow Earth
It is the cabbage guy.
angle, or they only scratch the surface of what's really going on.
The surface. Center of the... I get it.
Here's the thing about hollow Earth though. It's always talked about like the Earth is definitely a globe with a hollow center. But a lot of people find that hard to swallow, so they end up dismissing the whole idea as just some crazy fantasy.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm sure that's the specific problem.
But even if the Earth isn't shaped how we think it is, there could still be huge underground spaces where people or other beings are living. Usually when talking about hollow Earth, it's always about this hidden civilization called Agartha living in the center. But if we shift our focus to inner Earth instead, we're not stuck on any one model of what we're living on. It's more about the idea that there could be hidden civilizations beneath our feet, no matter what shape the Earth is. Think about it. We've only drilled about 7 miles down into the Earth. Now in this video, I'm not going to prescribe to any specific model. I just wanted to preface with that no one really knows how far you can go down, which means there's a lot of mystery when it comes to what's
Halfway, then you start going back up.
beneath our feet. Is there a secret government controlling the surface from below? Are there different races of human beings?
It's Vault Tech. Vault Tech is controlling us from down below, and they're doing it with the help of the tree people.
Beings like tree people? Perhaps there's something to all these myths and accounts of advanced civilizations beneath the surface. With that, let's keep an open mind and dive right in.
Harpkosian, once I had to be the worst witness to a crime for the MPs, which ended with me trying to run away from them. It was fun to fuck with them on purpose. That probably would be fun to be part of one of those trainings and you get to pretend to do shit like that.
The idea that there's a deep state is often labeled as a conspiracy theory, but there are
Oh my god, he thinks deep state is literal, like they're deep. Deep state on the bingo card.
many things to consider when it comes to the idea of underground government. With myths and legends, it starts to make the idea of an underground civilization seem just like a made-up story. But today, right now in real life, there not only exists the technology to create vast underground bunkers and tunnels, but there are in fact several deep underground military bases, also known as domes, around the world. And supposedly, many of these underground bases are connected by high-speed underground maglev trains that allow long-distance travel in very short periods of time.
That's just a claim he's making without any evidence. That's something that happened in one of the Men in Black sequels. I want to say Men in Black International did that.
Let's dive into some of these known domes.
America does have a train network, as it turns out. It's just underground and secret.
First, there's the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado. And this isn't really a secret or anything. It's an acknowledged military installation built into the granite heart of Cheyenne Mountain. Originally designed to withstand a nuclear blast, this place is like a small underground city. It's got its own power plant, water supply, and can house over 1,000 people. It's so massive that it has 15 three-story buildings, all mounted on giant springs to absorb the shock of a potential nuclear blast. But what's interesting is that some insiders claim that what we know about
Yes, that's where Stargate is in the show.
Cheyenne Mountain is just the tip of the iceberg. The facility is said to go much deeper and is much more extensive than officially admitted. Then we've got the Raven Rock Mountain Complex in Pennsylvania, also known as Site R or the Underground Pentagon. This facility is carved into the granite of Raven Rock and is believed to be the emergency command center for the US military in case Washington, D.C. gets wiped out. It's said to have up to 900,000 square feet of interior space. But get this, there are rumors that Raven Rock has entire underground cities, complete with streets, buildings, and even a subterranean lake.
I like that he just says it. Rumors. Why should I take them seriously? You're literally a conspiracy theorist spreading a bunch of rumors on the internet. Why would anyone lend credence to that?
Of course, the government doesn't confirm or deny these claims. Next is the Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center in Virginia. This place is run by FEMA and is supposed to be where the US government would operate from in case of a national disaster. It's said to have underground bunkers that can house several thousand people, its own police and fire departments, and even a radio and TV studio to communicate with survivors after a catastrophe. But some whistleblowers have suggested that Mount Weather is actually the seat of a shadow government, ready to take control at a moment's notice.
If they were a shadow government, they'd already be in control. What do you mean take control? If they're a shadow government, they're in control.
Okay, but here's where it gets wild. There are alleged connections between these bases. Supposedly,
look it, you can tell they're alleged because someone made this shoddy graphic about it. We did it. We made a claim without evidence.
There's a network of high-speed maglev trains running through deep underground tunnels, connecting these domes and others across the country. Some people claim that you could travel from the East Coast to the West Coast in just a couple of hours using this secret.
To be clear, if you were trying to actually tunnel underground, like train tunnels across the continental US, it would probably take you about 1,000 years to do it. I don't know if you know this, but tunnel boring is an incredibly slow activity. Like, the dirt doesn't just get eaten up like a worm. You need to put it somewhere, and you need to keep supporting the tunnel as you go. Like, I think a good tunnel borer, God, how far does it get in a day? Not far. Even if it was going, like, all day, it would take you 1,000 fucking years to drill across the entirety of the continental United States.
Subway system. And apparently it's not just in the US. There are reports of similar facilities all over the world, like the Pine Gap facility in Australia. Officially, it's a joint defense space research facility.
Wonder if these secret underground military bases accidentally intersect the mole people. I think that would get contentious.
But there are theories that it goes miles deep into the earth and houses advanced alien technology. Then I'm sure a lot of you have heard about the Dulce base in New Mexico. Now this one's not officially acknowledged, but
15 miles a day? Oh, see, that's... or meters. I thought you said miles. I was going to say that's way more than I thought. No, meters. That sounds about right. It's very slow. How many meters across is the continental United States? Let's see. How many meters across is the U.S.? Let's see. 4,509 kilometers to meters. So, a lot. Toreador says, I love that there's a flying saucer in that graphic. There is. Just noticed that.
there are the stories about a massive underground facility jointly run by humans and extraterrestrials.
Do this. How many days? Yeah, that would take a long time.
People talk about multiple underground levels dedicated to genetic experiments, alien technology, and even cloning facilities.
Am I sure I'm gonna make it? I'll make it, I'm good. Only have 3 hours left, a little under 3.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying the claims about the aliens are true, or that they come from space. That's just a theme that gets brought up a lot with these secret bases. But it could be a cover for the government.
Look at the little guy! Look at him just chilling in the tunnel! I love him!
Possessing advanced tech far beyond the public's knowledge, or perhaps they come from breakaway civilizations. The thing is, with the boring technology that we have today, creating these vast underground networks isn't just possible, it's practical.
It isn't, and the fact that he is showing Elon Musk's company for this is hilarious. Elon Musk's boring company fucking sucks. Have you seen the dog shit tunnels they've made? Look it, there's one!
Companies like Elon Musk's The Boring Company have shown how quickly and efficiently we can dig tunnels.
Not very quickly or efficiently. Not very. It would take 730 plus years to dig a tunnel across the United States. Oh, at 15 meters a day. Lovely.
And that's just the tech that they're showing us. Imagine what kind of advanced boring machines.
Which conspiracy theory you know of is the most plausible, most possibly real? People ask me this often. I never have a good answer. I don't have one for you. I don't. I wish I did, but I don't. I don't think any of them are particularly plausible, and the ones that are usually aren't actually considered conspiracy theories. So.
Might exist in classified military projects. Now, some of you may think that this underground boring tech is some new, cutting-edge stuff, but the crazy thing is, people have been dreaming up and even trying to build these underground machines for over a century. In 1904, there was this guy named Pyotr Raskazov, who was from Moscow, who designed what
Big Dick Energy says, do you make money from hydrate or juggle commands? No, they're just channel point things.
might have been the first underground self-propelled combat unit. And this is in 1904. Unfortunately, his designs got lost during World War I, only to pop up
Yeah,
later
I'm sure otherwise the underground torpedo would have done great.
in Germany. But it shows that
Profane Priestess says, by my math, 824 years for the longest tunnel. That's nothing for lizard people. They live forever. Toreador says, my favorite conspiracy theory is that everything is going to be okay. A lot of people seem to believe this delusion, so I'm at least in good company.
That people were thinking about this stuff even back then. Interestingly, in the 1930s, in the Soviet Union, a guy named Treblev came up with what he called the underground boat. It was basically a capsule-shaped machine with a drill on the nose, a screw, and 2 pairs of jacks at the back that worked like a mole's paws. This thing could supposedly be controlled from inside or outside through a cable, and it actually worked, moving at about 10.
What do you mean it actually worked? Just because the article says it doesn't mean it's true. There's a reason we don't use these.
Meters per hour. Not super fast.
$50 worth it to upgrade from DVDs to Blu-rays for the 3 Stargate series? Oh, I would say so. I haven't seen Stargate, but I've heard it's great. And if you're getting 3 series for $50, that's a great deal. So yes.
But, I mean, it was moving underground. But
like $50 for any series isn't too bad if it's a relatively long series, much less 3 series. Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
It gets even crazier. At the same time, in Nazi Germany, they were cooking up their own underground vehicles. The names...
As we all know, all of Nazis' attempted wonder weapons went great. 5 cats in, thanks for following.
Kind of sound like they're right out of a sci-fi novel.
I will watch Stargate eventually, I don't own it. Someone wants me to watch Stargate, buy it from my wish list and I'll watch it.
Subterrane and Midgard.
120 to 170 is what you meant? Oh. Personally, I would, because, like, I'm big on picture quality, but...
Schlange.
Are we gonna return to feudalism soon? You know, I'm thinking no.
The Midgardschlange was supposed to be this massive, modular, super amphibian that could move on land, underground, and even underwater. We're talking about a machine 400 to 525 meters long, with a displacement of 60,000 tons. And they allegedly tested this in 1939. Okay, so I know many of you are thinking, this sounds like some...
Pagebeard says, I found the prototype for the underground drill device.
It's the evil Foot Clan's mutant module. Shredder and his henchmen have used it to drill into the underground gold vault. We're here. Can they just drive in and take whatever they want? Why not? Because Splinter and the Turtles are hovering nearby in their turtlecopter.
Hey guys, something's afoot.
Shredder's getting away, but with the turtlecopter punching skids, he's a pushover.
It's foot washing time. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Vehicles and figures.
That's your line? It's foot washing time? Oh.
Far-fetched comic book stuff. And yeah, probably some of it is exaggerated. But the thing is, after World War II, Soviet counterintelligence found some weird, unexplained tunnels near Königsberg, along with what they thought were the remains of the Midgardschlange. So maybe there was something to these wild ideas after all. But wait, in the 1950s, there were reports of a mechanical mole being developed. And then in 1964...
Are you reading popular science? Because if you're reading popular science and saying, they said a thing was going to exist, unironically, it's really amusing to go back into old issues of popular science, because they're, you know, a regular magazine for decades and decades. They might still exist, I don't know. So they'll just put tons of speculative stuff in their magazine. You can go back and look at copies of Popular Science from the 30s and the 40s that just have the most wild speculative sci-fi devices. It's hilarious. It's not a journal, it's a popular magazine. Big Dick Energy, thank you so much for gifting 10 Tier 1 subs. That's incredibly generous of you, and we got over halfway to this month's sub goal because of that, so thank you very much, Big Dick Energy.
The Soviets...
Appropriate name.
...unveiled something called the Battle Mole.
Toreador says the tunnel drills were large diameter flat-faced drills they show. One was dismantled and one was actually decommissioned in place after it was rolled off of to the side.
It wasn't just a drill, we're talking about a nuclear-powered subterrane. The project was so classified, it was even more secret than the Soviet nuclear program. The Battle Mole was no joke. It had a titanium...
How can you even claim it was more secretive than the Soviet nuclear program? What metric are you using to measure that?
...body was about 3 to 4 meters in diameter and 25 to 35 meters long. They say it could move through solid rock at speeds between 7 and 15 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's impossible. No. Zero chance. Zero chance.
That's faster than most people can run, and this thing was going through solid rock. And it gets crazy because the Soviets had some pretty terrifying plans.
I feel like you'd be causing so much friction moving through the rocks that quick and like digging through them with the drill that you'd be like liquefying the rocks as you drilled through them. Generty says, Germany built a tank that was so big and unwieldy it broke down, which it did a lot. The crews just abandoned it by the side of the road. That's good German engineering for you. Green guy with a $5 tip, which counts for double, says, tips are double tips. Love it. Thank you.
For this machine. One of the most alarming missions they thought up was to send it off to the California coast, burrow into geologically unstable areas, and plant nuclear charges. The idea was that they could set these off to cause earthquakes, tsunamis, and other massively destructive events. It's basically a secret underground doomsday weapon. They even
You're
tested
literally
this thing.
showing pictures from like pulp magazines. Look at this. It's underground fucking dragon people. This is not scientifically sound.
In the Ural Mountains. And
Land of the Lost in the night. Wait. What was the Land of the Lost theme? Shit. The Land of the... And there's the lizard people. Oh my god, I need to rewatch Land of the Lost.
Apparently, it went through rock like a knife through butter. In 1964, during a test run, the battle
Yeah, this is like a cover to a pulp novel about someone going to the center of the earth, or a pulpy cover to the Jules Verne story. It's possible.
allegedly exploded while it was underground, killing everyone
Oh, this is a poster for a Peter Cushing movie. Okay, cool.
on board and bringing the whole
I
project
don't
to
think
a
I've seen that version.
screeching halt. Now, I'm not saying all this definitely happened, but the thing is, we know governments were seriously looking into this tech. And if they were thinking about this stuff back in the early 1900s, imagine what they might have now that we don't know about. So yeah, we've been talking about these modern underground bases and secret tunnels, but the thing is, this underground tech might go back way further than we think. I'm talking 18th and 19th century stuff that'll make you wonder what's really been going on beneath our feet all this time. This is pretty mind-blowing. In 1799, this guy named George Medhurst came up with an idea to move goods through cast iron pipes using air pressure. By 1844, he built a railway station in London using pneumatics. Just think about that for a second. In 1844, when most people were still getting around by horse and carriage, these people were literally zooming through underground tubes. By the mid-1850s,
Lance with a 50-bit chat says, drunk Soka voice, secret tunnel through the desert. Toreador says, I don't know why we can't just dig huge tunnels everywhere. I do it in Dwarf Fortress all the time. And Dillis Filler says, off topic, but my state had to close its elections hotline because Trumpists were told Trump was omitted from Oregon's voter pamphlet. Out-of-staters were calling and threatening people. His campaign didn't file to be included. They really need to enter the finding out position of the portion of the program. The amount of threats the Trump people are doing is disgusting.
they had pneumatic railways popping up in Dublin, London, and Paris. In London, they had this thing called the pneumatic dispatch system.
Does he understand that the evolution of this is the subway? Does he get that he's describing basically an early subway system? And like, he's like, where did this go? It turned into the subway. Like, it turned into different trains and subway systems because it made more sense. Ugh.
It was meant for parcels, but it was big enough to carry people. In fact, in 1865, the Duke of Buckingham took a ride through it. I mean, really? A duke crawling into what's basically a giant mail tube for a joyride? It's almost like they found this tech and were like, dude, check it out, we can actually fit in here.
No, that's not what it's like at all. You are projecting so much into this story that doesn't exist within it.
In 1867 in New York, they had the Beach Pneumatic Transit. And it wasn't just little mail tubes, we're talking about a legit underground transit system.
Mm-hmm, and later this kind of thing was replaced by subway trains.
And this was 37 years before the New York City subway as we know it today.
Uh-huh.
But I think the interesting thing about this is when you look at the photos of these old pneumatic systems, they look insanely advanced for their time.
It's literally it's just a cab on rails. What do you mean it's advanced for the time? Are you familiar with what the 1800s looked like?
And then you look at our modern subway that came after, and it just looks like we took a massive step backwards.
No, we didn't! What are you talking about? Oh. Lance says, a duke crawling into a mail tube sounds exactly like some rich dude shit. It doesn't. This doesn't look less advanced. It looks like they did a more open car design at first because this allowed more passengers. And imagine the first thing proved a concept, and then later, in order to expand it, they went more cost-effective to balance out the practicality of what this was going to do with the functionality.
It's almost as if we forgot how to do something amazing and had to start all over. And the official story is that all these tunnels were dug out by hand, with basic tools like shovels and wheelbarrows.
Ashley OneUp says, more speculative technology and retrofuturism as a cleanse. Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of these. This is from 1930, depicting what we would now call a video call or FaceTime. Pretty good prediction. The fun little proof of concept where it's like a map, but it's like a Viewmaster type thing. This one's from the 40s. I've seen this one before, and it was sort of like a delivery truck that made the food while it was coming to you. Kind of like a food truck, but it travels around. Reading the newspaper via the TV, which would be like reading websites. Self-driving cars, just now starting to become kind of a thing in geo-fenced areas. Don't trust Tesla. Waymo's probably fine. Cats are adorable. That's just a cute-ass image. Advertisement for Bell telephones, I think. James Bond text message watch from The Spy Who Loved Me. I do like this futuristic air travel ones where it was like completely impractical giant jumbo jets. That's fun. A future classroom, which is interesting because all the kids are in the classroom together physically, but then the teacher is video calling in. It's interesting. Also, there are little robots that smack the kids on the face when they're not paying attention. But yeah, I've actually seen this article before. It's pretty interesting. There's shopping online through video call. Concept car. Good stuff.
But let's think about that for a second. In 2018, Seattle spent 6 years and $80 million on a tunnel boring machine to dig a single tunnel downtown. And they're telling us that in the 1860s, they carved out entire networks of tunnels under major cities with, what, pickaxes and elbow grease?
Okay, people used to do laundry by hand too, but now I have a washing machine that I use because it's easier. You can accomplish things multiple ways, but as technology increases, you can get a machine that does something more efficiently. Toreador says, also, 50 meters a day may not seem like a lot, but modern drilling machines are mobile construction platforms. Even the aforementioned chunnel drills would not only drill and provide a way to dispose of till, the material removed by the drill, but also installed pre-made concrete inserts for the wall, electrical and air utilities, rail line used as part of the till removal system and concrete construction delivery system, but also trains, so that 50 meters is finished tunnel. Ooh, nice.
Something's not adding up. And when you look
Or brain?
at the photos of these old tunnels, they don't look like they were freshly dug. You could say ancient. Like they were being uncovered rather than built.
There's no implication of that. They're just in the dirt. What are you talking about?
It's almost as if these 19th century engineers found something old and tried to get it working again. And interestingly, there are accounts of tunnel boring machines being used as far back as 1846. A guy named Frederick Beaumont, supposedly came up with one during the Second Industrial Revolution. But when you look at what they claim these machines could do compared to our modern tunnel borers, it's kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's you misunderstanding something, because modern tunnel borers are definitely better. Green guy with a $5 tip says, Hannah, vote, just vote. If everyone voted, then, like old people, 12 states would be red. Only 12 states would be red, so just vote. Red has won on voter suppression since 1980. Yes, everyone please vote.
It really makes you think, what if these weren't new inventions at all? What if they were rediscoveries of much older tech?
And what if Bill Gates shows up at my door and hands me a check for $7 million? If we're just making up random bullshit that has no bearing on reality.
And this gets into some other bizarre phenomena that's reported all around the world. It's called the hum. So what is it exactly? It's this low frequency sound that some people hear, but others can't. It's like a low rumble or a droning sound.
Is it some kind of tinnitus? Like, I have a little bit of tinnitus in my ear. Because in high school, a kid blew his trumpet directly in my ear really loud, so it fucked my ear up. So randomly I'll get, that tinnitus thing in this ear. Doing it right now, in fact. Is this a similar thing to that, where someone just has, like, things they hear?
Supposedly, only about 2% of people in affected areas can hear it, and each person hears it at a slightly different frequency, usually between 32 and 80 hertz, and that's pretty low. I mean, most of us can't even hear sounds that low. And some people might just say, oh, it's tinnitus or something, but it gets weird because people report that it's worse indoors and outdoors. Some people can even move away from it like it has a specific range. One person—
Yeah, to me it just sounds like people are hearing things and they don't understand it's coming from their own ears or something, like it's a malfunction of something, and they're attributing it to other things.
Person in Taos said that they could hear it within a 30-mile radius. It's almost as if there's some kind of source, but nobody can pinpoint exactly what or where it is. So what's causing—
Green guy says, Hannah, you look tired. Maybe a cocaine break? I'll stick with my normal Coca-Cola. I think it'll be fine.
It? Well, some researchers think that it might be related to industrial equipment or high-pressure gas pipelines. But there are people that believe the hum might be connected to secret underground activities. I mean, think about it. With all these underground bases and tunnels, what if some of that—
haven't established there are a bunch of underground bases and tunnels. There are specific ones that exist in mountains that we know exist, but you have not demonstrated or even given a convincing argument for the idea that there are a bunch of random ones around that we don't know about.
That machinery, some type of boring tech, or who knows what else they've got down there, is causing this sound. Interestingly, the hum seems to avoid publicity. There are reports of it subsiding when there's increased local press coverage. Almost like whatever's causing it can be turned off or redirected when too many people start asking questions. Well, let's keep going deeper. There's something called Continuity of Government Programs, or COG for short. Now on the surface, it sounds pretty legit, but it's about making sure the government can keep running if something catastrophic happens. This COG program has underground components. We're talking about massive, fully equipped bunkers that could house key government officials for months.
That is true.
Maybe even years.
Again, you mentioned, like, actual bunkers and stuff that do exist. The government does have, like, places to go if stuff happens. This was actually talked about in Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove. At the end of that movie, the government officials start to lean into the apocalypse because they decide they can go into their underground caves and have a bunch of harems of women, and it's really disgusting, and they're fucked up and, like, care more about their own personal sexual gratification than the existence of other human beings in society. Great movie, would recommend. But yeah, that's a thing people, like, know about. That's not a secret, and they're not, like, they don't have tunnels that go all around the country. They just have certain, basically, shelters for in case something cataclysmic happened. Toreador says, Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
And And
My favorite line from Strangelove is, "You're gonna answer to the Coca-Cola Corporation."
these are real places, just like Raven Rock, like we were talking about. Many believe these aren't just for emergencies, that there's a shadow government already operating out of these facilities. A whole parallel power structure making decisions that affect us all, hidden away deep underground, a literal deep state.
Freyline says, "Found the one they solved. It took a pandemic. Mystery of Windsor hum is solved. For decades, Canadians living near the US border swore they could hear a strange low-frequency reverberation. The cause of the mysterious hum was resolved when a US steel factory shut down." Oh. For a decade, Canadians living near the US border swore they could hear a strange reverberation. It became known as the Windsor hum, named for the Ontario city near the border with Michigan. The low-frequency component tended to shake people's houses, windows, etc., etc. Oh my god, this is like a listen thing. I'm just gonna play it. It's
For a decade,
It's a minute and it's a dialogue, so it'll be annoying if I read it back and forth.
Canadians living near the U.S. border swore they could hear a strange reverberation. It became known as the Windsor hum, named for the Ontario city near the border with Michigan.
The low-frequency component tended to shake people's houses, the windows, etc.
That's Colin Novak. He's a scientist from the University of Windsor who studies the hum as part of a Canadian federal government investigation.
You had a lot of conspiracy theorists as well saying that it was military experiments to, something from outer space.
It was probably not. Novak says the mystery may be solved.
99%, I would say I consider it solved.
The breakthrough came a few months ago when the hum just stopped. At the same time, an American steel factory stopped its operations on nearby Zug Island.
U.S. Steel was going to shut down some of their operations this year on Zug Island, and part of that would include the blast furnace.
Once those blast furnaces went quiet in April, so did the hum.
There have been no complaints, as far as I'm aware of, since they shut down their operations.
Novak doesn't expect the hum to come back, but there's a downside. He thinks U.S. Steel is permanently moving its operations out of the area to cut costs, so some jobs likely aren't coming back either.
I wonder if there's anything they can do to mitigate the low-level vibrations that are coming off that. Because wherever they move that factory to, it's going to be a problem again, I'd imagine.
And there's definitely more to this, from global surveillance operations to bioweapon development, human trafficking, and even cloning facilities, all occurring underneath the surface and occulted. We can say for certain that in the modern day, there are indeed underground cities, bunkers, and tunnels that are hidden. Some we know about, others are so classified that even mentioning them probably gets you on some government watch list. But is this just a recent thing? Like, did people in the last 300 years suddenly think to build some underground cool lairs, or is there something more to all those myths and legends about advanced civilizations beneath the earth?
Wait, when did he say clones?
Well, the ancient Greeks, if they even existed.
Take that, Greeks! You've had it too good for too long. Did you even exist?
Were obsessed with the idea of an underworld. Plato, for example.
Were they obsessed? I don't know about that. Any more than any other civilization? I don't know.
In his dialogue, Phaedo.
Less than a minute ago, I didn't hear it, but if other people can confirm that, that's fine.
He doesn't just describe the underworld as some vague, spooky place.
He did say cloning facilities. Okay, clones on the bingo card. Sorry I missed that.
He talks about a whole system of underground rivers, vast hollows, and caverns beneath the Earth's surface. He even describes how these underground waterways connected to the oceans that we see on the surface. He goes on to talk about Tartarus. And this is interesting because in Greek mythology, Tartarus is—
Oh no, is he gonna connect Tartarus to Tartaria because they kind of sound similar? Oh no! Yep, he's gonna say Tartarus, underground afterlife, more like underground ancient civilization.
Isn't just some vague part of the underworld. Plato describes it as a massive cavity that goes right through the earth. It's like the heart of this whole underground system, where all those rivers that we just talked about come together and then flow out again.
Green guy
It's not just like the caves,
says,
apparently.
Hannah, it is the resonance in the land around that was resonant that caused the issue. Oh, okay.
There's an entire world beneath our feet. Plato's description of Tartarus goes beyond just a place of punishment.
Lance says Tartarus is better than... Wait, is this the arrows are supposed to go to? Tartarus to Tartaria to tartar sauce to fish are evil. That checks out. And Toreador says it's too tempting to make the Tartarus Tartarian comparison, I guess. Haha, Greek legend joke.
He presents it as a realm with its own geography, rivers, and complex systems. The name Tartarus bears a striking similarity to Tartaria.
There we go. Tartaria on the bingo card.
And it's an interesting connection, because it could be
The key to knowing what a conspiracy theorist is about to say is if your head goes, oh my god, you know what the stupidest thing they could say here is? And it's always that answer. That's always the thing they're gonna say. The first stupidest thing that comes into your head is always the thing they're about to say. For the record.
a possibility that Tartarus in Greek mythology could be preserving memories of an actual underground civilization. According to Plato, the neutral go to the underworld temporarily before returning to Earth. The wicked are cast into Tartarus permanently. The virtuous ascend to what he calls the true surface of the Earth, a place of incredible beauty and advancement. What if these aren't just metaphors, but possibly distorted historical accounts?
What if they are just metaphors, and we don't even know if Plato was really one guy?
The underworld journey of neutral souls could represent the common experience of surface dwellers. The permanent exile to Tartarus might reflect ancient advanced societies seeking refuge underground following major cataclysms. And it's not just Plato. Homer, in the Odyssey, describes the entrance to the underworld as a physical place that Odysseus actually visits.
Yeah, it's the Odyssey. It's the Odyssey. Cyclopses and sirens also appear in the Odyssey. They're not real. It's mythology. It's literally mythology.
It's not just some metaphorical afterlife, but a real location with its own geography and inhabitants. Another account comes from the Greek historian Xenophon in his work Anabasis. While not specifically mentioning
Let me put it this way.
cities,
Marvel Comics has real locations in it, like New York City or San Francisco. But that doesn't mean that the Savage Land is real or Latveria is real, right? Stone Corbell says it's actually the total reverse. There was a real people called the Tartars who were marauding horsemen from Asia, and European map makers deliberately labeled where they came from Tartaria to associate these terrifying invaders with the underworld. Yes, Mia Mulder has a good video on that. Green guy with a $69.69 tip says, do not talk. I have to. My job. I have to. Thank you for that. Those bits. Wow, we are very close to me having to add on a third costume month. We need, what? $300 more over the next 2 days? Oh, God.
he describes the people of Armenia living in underground homes. Quote, their houses were underground, with a mouth like that of a well, but spacious below. And while entrances were... It's not just some metaphorical afterlife, but a real location with its own geography and inhabitants. Another account comes from the Greek historian Xenophon in his work Anabasis. While not specifically mentioning underground cities, he describes
perpetual costuming, it's true.
The people of Armenia living in underground homes. Quote, their houses were underground, with a mouth like that of a well, but spacious below. And while entrances were tunneled down for the beast of burden, the human inhabitants descended by a ladder. End quote. The ancient Greek geographer Strabo also mentions underground dwellings in his work Geography. He describes the troglodytes, cave-dwelling peoples in various parts of the world, including areas in the Caucasus and North Africa. Then you've got Virgil's Aeneid, where Aeneas takes a trip to the underworld through a cave near Naples. Virgil describes it as a bustling underground city with its own laws, judges, and different regions for different types of souls. The idea of hell is depicted as a fiery underground realm. It's not just in Greek mythology that we see this concept of an underworld. Tons of cultures have similar ideas, and they almost always place these realms beneath the Earth's surface. Think about it. In Christianity, hell is often described as being in the depths, or the pit. Islamic traditions talk about Jahannam, which is also depicted as a place deep underground. Even in Norse mythology, you've got hell, which is where we get the word from, is described as being down or below. What if these descriptions aren't just about creating a scary image for sinners, but instead they're based on some kind of ancient knowledge or experience? It would make more sense if these underworld realms weren't just mythical places.
Would that make more sense?
Memories of actual
I don't think that's how Occam's razor works.
underground civilizations. Maybe not all of them were advanced utopias. Some could have been harsh places, populated by exiles or criminals. Over time, as the memory of these places faded, they might have morphed in our stories into realms of punishment and torment. There are other famous hellmouth paintings from the Renaissance period, depicting massive, gaping maws representing the entrance to hell.
The Hellmouth is in Sunnydale.
These artistic representations have roots in ancient folklore, where caves and openings in the earth were often seen as portals to the underworld. Such mouth caves appear in
Yeah, the same kind of imagery can be seen in the Shivering Isles, with the portal that takes you to the Shivering Isles.
myths and legends across various cultures, symbolizing passages to hidden realms beneath the surface. In Irish folklore, numerous tales speak of underground realms and passageways. The Cave of Croghan, also known as Ireland's Gate to Hell, features prominently in Celtic mythology. Legend says strange creatures would emerge from this ancient cave and roam the Earth's surface. Medieval Irish literature tells of knights and saints embarking on pilgrimages to a cave on Station Island in County Donegal. These spiritual journeys allegedly took them into the Earth's interior, to a place of purgatory where souls were cleansed. In County Down, Northern Ireland, local myth speaks of tunnels leading to the subterranean home of the Tuatha Dé Danann.
Profane Priestess says Helheim, the place, is not at all similar to Christian afterlife. In Norse mythology and art, it's a dark, cool, and misty place.
Mythical race credited
They're not talking about the Kavussi. I'd take the Kavussi over this.
with introducing Druidism to Ireland before retreating underground.
I'd take the Dussi over this. Do you remember the Dussi? I miss the Dussi.
In Norse cosmology, the world is divided into 9 realms. Several of these realms are associated with the underworld or underground spaces. Niflheim, this is one of the
But if they're all under the tree, then they're all equally under it. Even in this thing you're showing, like, Vanheim, Jotunheim, Niflheim, Svartenheim, like, many of these are under the tree. They're not all hell. Even the one that's hell, according to, Amber, isn't, like, Christian hell.
The world is divided into 9 realms. Several of these realms are associated with the underworld or underground spaces. Niflheim, this is one of the primordial realms, a place of ice and mist, often associated with the underworld. It's considered to be located in the lowest level of the Norse universe. Then there's Svartalheim, the realm of the dwarves, also called dark elves in some sources. This underground subterranean world is where skilled craftsmen forge magical items and weapons for the gods. Mimir's Well, located beneath
Toreador says Niflheim, a place of mist and ice.
one of Yggdrasil's roots.
It's called Niflheim because the turkey timers are out, you know what I mean?
This well contains wisdom and knowledge. Odin sacrificed an eye to drink from it. The Hall of Sindri, a golden hall located underground where some of the righteous dead are said to dwell after Ragnarok. Loki's Cave. After being bound by the gods, Loki is said to be imprisoned in a cave deep underground until Ragnarok. These underground realms in Norse mythology aren't
They
just
can cut diamonds, but where will we get the diamonds?
places of the dead. They're often sources of power, wisdom, and magical craftsmanship. The dwarves, master craftsmen who live underground, create some of the most powerful artifacts in Norse myths, including Thor's hammer and Odin's spear. In Hindu cosmology, you find the concept of Patala, which is described as a whole series of subterranean realms. But interestingly, this realm is said to be inhabited by the Naga. The Nagas are
This guy's wandered so far from the point. It's part of his style. He doesn't know how to edit his videos down. Like, there comes a time where length is not what you're going for in terms of the video, you know? You gotta cut the fat, and he doesn't know how to do it. He doesn't know how to make things succinct, and he just bloats them up with all this excess information that he loses the thesis. Like, and this is beyond the nonsense of the conspiracy itself. This is just a critique on a video level, is that, like, he doesn't know how to stick to his thesis. And you can kind of orbit, you can move around it a little bit, but he completely gets away from the thesis of his videos, and it gets obnoxious. Tina, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Hannah. Today we're doing a long Tinfoil Friday. I look at conspiracy theories and why people believe them, what they believe, stuff like that. We're doing an 8-hour stream today. I have about 2 hours left. Make sure you check out Tina, too. Can someone post Tina's channel link in chat, please? Make sure you check her out.
described as serpent beings, often depicted as half human, half snake. In some texts, they're said to be incredibly advanced, with technological and spiritual knowledge far beyond that of the surface dwellers. Their underground cities are described as having palaces adorned with jewels, advanced
Thank you. There's the shout out for Tina. Make sure you follow the link.
technology, and a quality of life that rivals or even surpasses that of the gods. The Bhagavata Purana's description of the 7 lower regions, called Vilas Vargas, or subterranean heavens, bears a striking resemblance to other mythical underground realms like Shambhala.
Oh my goodness. Green guy with another $60 tip says, you look tired. I'm getting my 2 times. No care. Magic is much more complex than this. We're getting there. Geesh, we're $245 away now, I think. From a 3rd costume month. Oh god.
Or Garth.
I'm really booking out the rest of my year, aren't I? October, November, December. Yeah, we would almost get to the end of the year with that. Okay. And we have until Sunday. Oh boy.
These Patala regions are portrayed as plains or levels beneath the earth, supposedly more opulent and advanced than even the celestial realms above. Life in these subterranean worlds is described as one of unparalleled pleasure, wealth, and luxury, free from any form of distress, much like the utopian descriptions of Shambhala. Interestingly, Patala
but
has
don't wear one on Halloween. On Halloween, I'll wear my Hannah costume.
no sunlight. Instead, the darkness is dispelled by the radiance of jewels worn by its inhabitants, suggesting an alternative form of energy or technology. Perhaps more intriguingly, Patala is said to be free from old age, sweat, and disease. In China, we find Diyu, the underground realm of the dead. Interestingly, Diyu is described as a complex bureaucracy, mirroring the imperial Chinese government. It's a place where souls are judged, rehabilitated, and eventually reincarnated. The emphasis here seems to be on order and structure, even in the afterlife. Then we have the Mayan underworld, Xibalba, ruled by death gods and filled with all sorts of trials and dangers. But in Mayan myths, heroes sometimes journey to Xibalba and return. This suggests that the Maya saw the underworld as a real place that it could be visited and returned from, not just a metaphorical realm of the dead. In
So, people have cultural beliefs that aren't true all the time.
Sumerian mythology,
Like, you could say the same thing about, like, modern religions that people, like, believe they're real. That doesn't mean they are.
underworld, known as Kur or Irkala, was ruled by Inanna's sister, Ereshkigal. And this underworld was not just the realm of the dead either, but a multi-layered, highly structured domain. The myth of Inanna's descent is interesting because in order to reach the underworld, Inanna must pass through 7 gates. At each gate, she's required to remove a piece of her clothing or jewelry, symbols of her power and identity. This process mirrors the stages of initiation in many secret societies, where, The initiate must gradually strip.
Yeah, it feels like he's just reading off wiki articles at this. It might be time to move on, because like I said, he just bloats out these videos like you wouldn't believe. Literally, that video is 2 hours long. A 2-hour-long video. We weren't even a quarter of the way through it. Okay, let's find something else. Find a different vibe.
Gentlemen, we have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government.
They're wrecking everything they can as fast as they can, Anthony. Everything they...
This is literally just a... Just it's... Did you ever just did you... This is Alex Jones just ranting. This is 4 hours of Alex Jones rants. So let's just listen to this for a little bit.
They've got control of foster kids, mass drugging, seizures, killing them, testing pesticides on them.
Have I seen the Galactic astrology lady video from yesterday? I didn't. Do you have a link?
Prisoners, troops, guinea pigs, but things they don't have control of, they want control.
Okay, I'm good.
Control of, so they can strangle it.
Who would have thought in 2013 that asking a peace officer, a head peace officer, if he would confiscate our guns if ordered by...
Green guy with a $14.40 tip says, Hannah, I can see the future, but it's small glimpses, so I don't know it until I live it. So here's more because I have seen this. Thank you.
Obama, we would get looks that we were crazy. And some Fed next to us staring us down saying he's a private citizen. You remember that guy?
Yeah, who had a badge on and had his hand on his gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, like he was Quick Draw McGraw. Like we're scared of him with a gun when we come out in public violating the ordinance with guns mounted on our backs.
Yeah.
Oh, we're so afraid. You might get me. I didn't know that. Oh, you think I'm like you little frickin' coward? You think I'd sell my family out like you, dirtbag? You think I'm frickin' stoned like you? You think I'm a coward like you?
Fun fact, his family left him.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's sick.
Bill Hicks looks good. Funny. There's that link. What is this one? That it was cosmic astrology?
Yes, and fraudulent.
See if this works.
This is a quick video on optogenetics and also the breeding program. So I have spoken before about my dream time experience where I felt like my eyes were being pulled through my body into the screen, and that's how they were going to upload us to the singularity. I've also spoken about the war of the flickering light, so that right now I have my camera slightly to the side. There are at least 3 different cameras on every device that you have. I suggest that you turn off your facial recognition and Siri. If you have Siri in your house, I suggest...
Yeah, this one I feel bad about. This isn't someone sharing a grifting thing. This is like...
You get rid of it immediately.
I'm pretty sure this lady has actual paranoid schizophrenia.
I received more notification about... people.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable covering that, if I'm being honest with you. I try, and I know I don't always succeed, but I try to focus on people. I don't know.
Vigilantly, that I'll be fined $10,000 if I don't do this within 10 days. Well, you know what? I'm not doing it, you crooks. You dirty crooks. I don't care if
I like to cover people who don't seem that vulnerable, who don't seem that... into it, who are hurting others or something through their action.
A bunch of fluoride head zombies that go, we're allowed to do this. Yeah. Next, it's going to be monthly surveys. All I'm going to do is sit around filling out stuff. And you know how much it'll cost me with my accountants? Already complying with the Federal Reserve's IRS that gives illegal aliens fake IDs and lets them steal money and all this crap.
What is he talking about? I'm so glad this guy ruined his life. What a grifter. What a piece of shit.
I mean, it's just all a bunch of lawless, drug-dealing, murdering government. I've had it with you. I see you. I know who you are, filth, and I know the law. Judges have ruled in 2001 and others where census people bust in houses, come across property, get in fights with people, rape women.
I'm sorry, what?
Because imagine the freaks. I had one try to force their way in my house, and I opened the door, and I said, you just stuck your foot in my door. I mean, and the cops want to do it all. This country is so gone until we realize that there's no future. Look at this.
He's upset that they're asking to do a census.
Look at this. Failure to fill it out, $10,000 fines, and then, of course, it's not even a law. It's all fraud. And then look at this thing. Everything about us, stocks, bonds, officers and companies, blah, 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 everything about my employees.
Oh, yeah, you're running a business. You're running a business. It's your job to keep on track of the financials of your business. He's mad that he has to file things for his business? I guess he doesn't have to worry about that anymore since he has to sell InfoWars for his lawsuits, but still.
I mean, and every bit of inventory, and if one bit of it's wrong, I'm arrested. You know what?
Yeah, don't do fraud, man.
I'm going to write Fifth Amendment all over this.
Good luck with that. I'm sure that'll work.
I'm going to write Fifth Amendment all over it, and I'm going to send it back to you. And they're going to make us do this monthly now. Imagine. Imagine. And these people do nothing all day but sit there and spy on us for the foreign banks that have occupied this country. This is a foreign agency now. This is a seized country. They're like, well, we do this to help you. You got to help.
This is literally the U.S. Department of Commerce. They're not foreign. They're the United States government.
Know how to shut down.
You don't have to like them, but don't lie about them.
The businesses quicker, how to ship them overseas, how to find small businesses to harass. Your job under Agenda 21 is to destroy America, to get everybody on welfare. It's all on record. Finished goods, work in progress, material supplies, total inventories, LIFO reserve, if any. Every business in the country is getting these. Total inventory.
Yeah, like do your job. Do your bookkeeping.
Post-production services, film, video, digital media, motion picture, film processing laboratory. Hey, dumbasses, people don't use film anymore. Author, writer, and or composer. Audio, post-production. We get letters now going, hey, this is the state of California. Who's this IT company you use? We're going to create a nexus and charge you sales tax off of it. And it's not even a law. It's just crooks. Talent payment services, actors or actresses, page after page after page after page after page, and we'll arrest you if you don't do it. We'll arrest you if any of it's wrong. Broadcaster exhibit.
If you fraudulently do it, yeah. Benikagami says, remember how right-wing idiots claimed that the left was destroying the meaning of words by calling people fascists and bigots, etc.? This crap is the real death of meaning, and it's the right's fault for providing safe harbor for weaponized mental illness. This constant lying and unaddressed mental illness is making it so that nothing means anything anymore, and I hate it. Oh, it's frustrating. See you later, X-Force. Thanks for hanging out.
Exhibit features, rent future films, license or domestic rights exhibit, motion picture, television program, other... I just got an FCC notice that we're not providing on our broadcast TV closed captioning, even though it's on our YouTube channel. They're now saying footage that we shoot is broadcast TV. They have no jurisdiction. I went and read the law, but they're saying they're going to fine me. Good, I'll go to court with you too, you little maggots. There's no amount of money you can get out of America to keep the country up. It's designed to implode, you idiots. This is an absolute war. They're murdering everyone. None of you that think you're part of the power structure are winning. You're chumps. You're idiots. And you know, that caller calls in about people laughing at him about being a conspiracy theorist, saying vaccines are hurting people. I mean, for 30 years, they've had a vaccine damage, you know, what is it, $8 billion fund now, quietly paying out all the people that die in the hospital.
Oh, fuck off, Alex. I hate this man. The one thing I can't deal with, I guess not one, you guys know I don't cover, like, Holocaust denial shitbags, and I don't really cover 9/11 conspiracy theorists, just because I think it's been covered to death. Anti-vaxxers. My goodness, after COVID, I just cannot with the anti-vaxxers.
It goes up, down, up. Have what's called that. This is a black horse.
We are in the middle of the Olympics right now, and boy, I gotta talk to you about that opening ceremony, because I swear to God, I thought they were gonna open the Goddard Tunnel in CERN. I mean, it was straight out of that. I mean, you know, maybe they...
The name of this show is Macroaggressions. Get it?
borrowed the same choreographer from the 2012 London Games when they had all of the puppets and the hospital beds and kids and demons and coronavirus symbology and all that shit there. Now all of a sudden with 2024, what do we get? I don't know, Revelations? What did you take on this, Steve?
Well, to be honest, Charlie, I haven't even watched the whole ceremony. I've just seen like what people are posting on social media. So what people need to understand is the Olympics are run by the Jesuits, Knight Templar, Vatican. They're a solar cult or a sun cult, and it's a
Nope, the Vatican does not run the Olympics. The Catholic Church does not run the Olympics. That would be the International Olympic Commission, which is just about as corrupt as the Catholic Church.
very old religion they stole from Irish Druids 5,000 years ago. By the way, Mount Olympus wasn't in Greece. It was in Ireland on Tara Hill.
What? No.
It was called Mount Olympus in Newgrange. And they still hold they have their own Olympics there every 3 years. And the Committee of 300 are called the Olympians, right? So
yeah, they are.
Yeah, you know that, right? If you've read Dr. John Coleman. And
yeah.
So what people need to understand is this is you could call it a satanic ritual, but it's actually a solar cult ritual is what the opening ceremony is. So all of the symbolism.
Interesting.
Christians are never taught to look into the occult meanings of things because that's the
Weird that it's always evangelical Christians who are all about this shit, though, on this show. Funny that you say that. It's always the evangelicals.
devil and witchcraft, and you don't look at that. So they have their own misinterpretations of what they're seeing. And like, for instance, I posted
as opposed to your misinterpretations
on Facebook. They showed the pale horse. The rider came out on the pale horse from the book of Revelations, right?
The horse was white in the Olympics. Fun fact, pale horse does not mean white horse. A pale horse is a different color. It's a specific color, and it's not white. But these guys hear pale horse, and they go, pale, white, that must be a white horse. It's not.
But that's because we're in the summer right now.
By the way, not that it would matter. You can use a white horse, and it doesn't have to mean anything, even if it did mean that. But
in July,
it's fractal wrongness.
We just went into Leo, so we're in summer. So the four horsemen of the apocalypse, they're not talking about events that are coming. This is allegory for the Zodiac. I can't show you. I'm on my kid's computer because mine's in the shop, so I'm gonna have to go old school.
Right.
But you
hold it up to the camera presentation.
I have to see also. You basically got your Zodiac, and you have what's called the 4 cardinal points. This is upside down, but it's because I'm going to need to. But over here, you have the beginning of the year, Aries. The year does not start January 1st. It starts March 21st, Aries. That's the spring.
The year could theoretically start whenever you decide, like it's a year. You can do whatever day you want, but we've decided it's on the 1st of January. So I don't know what he means by that.
That's the white horse of apocalypse. That's the spring every year, and that's every day from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. when the sun comes up, or really 6 to noon, because there are 4 horsemen. They each have dominion over a quarter of the earth, meaning each cardinal sign has dominion over 1/4 of the zodiac, the sky, and the daily clock, right? So if you wanted to put a clock around this, now I have to turn it upside down because actually Taurus should come next, but I've got an upside down chart. So you could think of this 2 ways. You could think 6 a.m. to noon, and then you could think noon down to 6 p.m., and then to midnight in the darkness and up, right? So you've got the white horse here. That's Aries. That's the sun when it rises. It's very white. It's not yellow or bright yet. These days, it's not. Never gets yellow. But
Nerdy says, this is the closest I can find to his Irish Mount Olympus claim. I use closest in the loosest sense of the term. Then it's a Wikipedia article for, I'm probably going to butcher this, Irrigal is a 751-meter, 2,464 freedom units, mountain near Gwendor in County Donegal, Ireland. It's the tallest peak of the Deriviad Mountains, and the tallest peak of the county Donegal. Errigal is also the most southern and highest of the mountain chain called the Seven Sisters by locals. Other peaks of the Seven Sisters are Mukish, Crocknell Ar Agach, Aglabeg. Oh, how is this a real language? Ardlagnabrakabadi, Al Agla Moor, and Mekogd. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Right. Then
skip to the naming. The guy who supposedly named it came from Greece. Oh, okay. Naming. In legend, Errigal is said to have been named by the Firbolg, who originating in Greece came to worship Errigal as they had Mount Olympus. The name comes from the Old Irish Errical, meaning oratory. There is no remains of an oratory on the mountain, so it may refer to the mountain as a whole as a place of prayer. In recent years, there have been numerous erroneous references to Mount Errigal. In 2016, the Republic of Ireland's State Tourism Authority, Failt Ireland, apologized for using the name Mount Errigal in its brochure rather than the proper name. The official name is An Errigal or Errigal. Mount Errigal is the name of the hotel in Letterkenny, County Donegal. Oh boy. Okay. That's a lot. Not Mount Olympus, though.
And you have the pale horse up in summer here at Cancer. Now, in most Bibles, it's not called the pale horse. It's called the pale green
horse. To make it up to all my Irish listeners for butchering that, fuck the English. Are we even? I think we're even.
Horse or pale ashen horse. So it's called the green horse because it's in the year, that's when the summertime is and everything's green and there's food. But
Peep Lord with a 21-month subscription says, Hannah, I'm broke and can't tip towards your med bills, but I wanted to share with you redboxrx.com. You can get your antidepressants for $25 a month and telehealth Zooms for $25. It's filled by Hy-Vee and the providers don't give enough. Thank you, I appreciate it. And also Peep Lord says you just tell them what you need to do, and they do it. Then it comes in a nice white box with a lovely red tissue paper. I've had to use it because military reasons since 2023. I was on Lexapro, now Effexor. They have all that stuff, just no stimulants. I don't know about HRT. Thank you. Most of them don't do HRT from what I can see. That's why I made an appointment with Planned Parenthood. And I did get a refill on my antidepressants recently, which I already had that appointment, and it was like $200. So thank you for the suggestion. I think I use GoodRx, which is like insurance, but specifically for prescriptions. I don't have it for doctor's appointments, which always cost money. But
what follows,
and at least keeps the prescription cost down.
Him, its rider is death, because as the summer crops are done growing, we start going into fall. And in fall is where you harvest the wheat, then the food's out, and then people, the agrarian cultures, used to fight over food, and then they start killing all the animals.
As opposed to now, we don't fight over anything. Toreador says, I've actually been doing really well with a double espresso and Lexapro every morning. I call it a Lexpresso. Pretty good.
Animals, it says he brings destruction, right? So that's your pale horse or your green horse. Then when you get down here, you get to Libra. So one of the horsemen
that's a horse of a different color.
One of the horsemen is carrying scales. It says a balance scales, right? One of the horsemen's carrying a balance scale. You're like, why would he be doing that? Well, that's the glyph for Libra.
Ashley says, please tell us when you go to Planned Parenthood if someone tries to stop you getting an abortion. Straight up, if someone says that, I'm going to look them in the eye and in the deepest voice I can possibly say, go, I have a dick.
That's the balance scales where the sun gets judged as it's going into fall and about to go into winter. And it's dropping in the sky lower and lower from your visual perspective. So that's all that is. Then the next cardinal point is Capricorn. So the other horseman of the apocalypse, that's the red horse. So in the fall, the leaves turn red, everything, the green is gone red. And at nighttime, so that's noon to 6 p.m.,
Actually, one of them says, please never do that voice again. People tend to tell me that.
That's when the sun will start to go to dusk, and the sky turns red before sunset. So that's the red symbology. The black horse is night, obviously, right? It's black, it's dark.
Mr. Ducksaw says, just say, "Hey, baby, you looking mighty fine," in a deep voice. Sorry, I like making people uncomfortable sometimes. Probably not a good trait.
Right.
And one of the horsemen of the apocalypse is carrying a bow and arrow. That's Sagittarius, half man, half horse. He's pointing the bow and arrow at Capricorn. So that's the next cardinal sign right there. So you got Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn. So because it's summer and this is a sun cult putting on the Olympic ritual, they're using this one here. They're using the pale horse because that's where we are. Right. And you can see.
Okay.
Right. So that's what they're doing. And we just entered into Leo. This is backwards for me. So, okay. Here's Leo. We entered into Leo. You can see that squares. See this? You can draw a 90-degree square.
Yeah.
From Leo to that. So that's also because we're in Leo right now. That square.
Okay, I gotta move on. He's just pointing at this chart and telling us things about it.
We're on all sorts of people, and probably mostly large.
It's time for Han's worm hat. Let's go.
Today's video is about the Titanic, and not about the hoax at large, whether or not it's an insurance thing or just a crazy psyop, something to do with a leftover ship. I personally...
None of those things. Just hit an iceberg.
I mean, to give you the gist of what I believe, I think the ship was probably mostly empty, maybe a ship that needed to be decommissioned. Hey, let's do this crazy psyop. They get their group of friends to stand up on the ship.
Literally a brand new ship.
And wave goodbye as it goes. So it looks like there's all sorts of people on the ship, but, you know, just enough to line the top of it. They go out, they get off the ship. They probably had enough lifeboats, even though they go on and on about, oh, we don't need lifeboats. They probably had plenty of lifeboats for everybody. They get off the...
They didn't. Like, famously, that was one of their big problems, was they did not have enough lifeboats for everyone. Famously. That is like if anyone knows, like, if people know anything about the Titanic, it's that it sank. And if anyone knows two things about the Titanic, it's that they sank and didn't have enough lifeboats. Like, that's one of the main things about that story that leads us to make it thematically about the hubris of man, right? Ugh.
The ship and sink it spectacularly, and then they're all coming up with their cool stories that they're going to tell people when they go back. And there's others that are writing fake characters to allegedly die. Anyways, that's my personal theory, and I've done a video before on when I was researching...
Does Hans think anything is real? Squirrels. He knows squirrels are real because he sees them in his yard. He's said that before.
Interior shots of what the inside of the Titanic looked like. To me, personally...
Green guy with a $10 tip says, Hannah, I am Christian, but other Christians don't realize when they say I accept Jesus into my heart means you also have to act like Jesus and love everyone. I love you. You're great. Oh, thank you.
It looked like doll houses. Like somebody made a fancy-looking miniature and took a picture of that. Hey, it'd be a lot cheaper.
Ashley with 50 bits says, they had more lifeboats than regulations required, but not enough. Because lifeboats were originally intended to be used like shuttles to transfer passengers from one ship to another. At the time, they weren't supposed to just hold the entire passenger complement. That makes more sense. Screaming at the radio says, yeah, but they could be really tiny people with really tiny fur suits.
Done designing a whole ship to look fancy. I'm going to link that in the description and in the comments. But for this video, I want to focus on the shoes, because shoes are a symbol. And there's that famous story. I just looked it up, and
shoes can be a symbol. Shoes are a symbol just like anything can be a symbol if we lend significance to it.
Apparently it's misattributed to Hemingway. The baby shoes for sale, never worn. How that's like the most tragic short story, or how to make a story in as few words as you can.
Anyways, it's even more interesting now that I find out that Hemingway didn't write it, and it's because it's even older than Hemingway. So this idea about shoes representing somebody who's dead is just an interesting.
Does he understand that it's not specifically the fact that they're shoes? It's the fact that they've never been worn. Baby shoes. Thing, never been worn. That's the story, because you can imply that because they were never worn, the baby died? Right? Or, like, never was carried to term? I feel like he doesn't even understand that story and what specifically, which parts of it imply what. The shoes aren't the dead part. The never worn part's the dead part. Nerdy with 100 bits says, Hollywood BS with a happy ending. The Titanic film shows the second officer killing 2 men during the evacuation. His family were so angry that a Fox executive went to Scotland to apologize personally, and James Cameron said on his DVD commentary he was one of the bravest men amongst the crew that night. I had heard about that. Lance with 50 bits says, spookier version of the 6-word story, full-sized candy bars, Trump sign. That's pretty good.
Interesting concept. And
true story, the baby was born without feet. Aw.
There's other instances too. Like, it's a meme in the media. I have a friend in Canada who, he told me that there was I was talking to him about this stuff recently, and he was like, oh yeah, there's this psyop that just happened and there were shoes involved. I didn't ask him for more details, but shoes seem to be a symbol for somebody who's dead. But you, like, don't have the body anymore. There's the aspect of...
They can be. Like, I've certainly seen it before, because historically, shoes were a very expensive thing, right? Having a good pair of shoes could save your life, could make the quality of your life a lot different. So, like, when people died, for instance, sometimes, like, you would not throw away their shoes necessarily. They would either be handed down or sold somewhere, you know? I just don't understand what specific significance he's giving to shoes beyond the fact that there's something that pretty much everyone has, and back in the day you maybe had one good pair, maybe 2, maybe a work pair and a pair to go to church or whatever.
Body leaves the shoes, that person's dead.
I don't believe he brings it up, Baha. I've watched this video before. I don't remember him bringing up the Holocaust thing, which is good, because I hate covering that. It's disgusting. The fact that people deny it.
As a meme. And clearly there's people out there that kind of question the common narrative on the Titanic. So the common narrative is...
Steve says, obviously, the shoes are home of the soul. God damn. Dillis Filler says, at the time, the main strategy to avoid sinking tragedy was to make the ship the lifeboat. There were boats were rickety and the Atlantic is frigidity, so they tried to keep the big damaged one afloat. Yeah, the Titanic was unfortunate for a variety of reasons. It didn't go down like a lot of shipwrecks. Oh, and a hype train. Nice.
There are no skeletons down there. There are no human remains. And in my opinion, that could be like a karmic release. A lot of times they like to tell you the truth, but they put a twist on it. They'll say...
It's a poor understanding of Eastern religions for the karmic release thing.
It's because of science. Science says that there's not going to be any bones down there. But I think that they're kind of hinting at the truth that nobody died. A huge aspect of most of
After 100 years of pressure in salt water, I don't know about human decomposition, but I don't know how much would still be around. Victoria Dorr says, we find shoes for the same reason we find bones and metal in graves, burials, because treated leather and wood are more durable and preserve better. That's why we see shoes in the Titanic, because the treated leather didn't rot or break down. That makes sense. 33% to level 1 in the hype train.
Their psyops is that nobody directly dies. If somebody dies, it's like an after effect or an accident, and their psyops usually are just a spectacle, and nobody is dying in them. They all...
Yerny Days says, I never thought I'd hear a Titanic truthering. That's actually not uncommon. It's a big conspiracy theory for people who hate the Federal Reserve, because I think there were people on the ship, or at least they claim there were influential people on the ship who were against the creation of the Federal Reserve. So their claim is that they sunk the ship to kill those people so they could start the Federal Reserve. Not true. I don't know. There may have been there were a lot of people on the Titanic. Some of them may have had opinions about the Federal Reserve. Not relevant to why it sank.
Anybody who was part of the club enough, high enough BAFO, to be directly related to the Titanic event, they were getting off that ship to watch it be sunk and then go back and give their tale. Anyways, there is a scientific aspect of this, I suppose, and maybe it is true that most of the time bones do become nothing in salt water, and the shoes survived. I liked this expert down here. Owl Witty is an expert, and the angle of the shoe on the seafloor make it obvious that there used to be a body. He knows, because of the angle, that there had to be a body.
I mean, possible. Like, I would imagine out of all of the pairs of shoes on the Titanic, most of them were probably being worn at the time of the sinking. Statistically, if you see a shoe, probably was a body in it.
This owl character, he knows that because of the angle of that shoe right there, there had to be a body in there.
I don't know if he's right. Does it matter if he's right, even? We know there were people on the Titanic that died. Claiming otherwise is just baseless.
Probably just been a shoe with no body attached to it.
Does he understand the further down you go in water, the more pressure there is? I don't know if he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I disagree. I think
left in the hype train?
They could have just put a bunch of shoes, because that's a symbol. For every pair of shoes is an alleged dead body. There's other things. There's other events that have a similar flavor of, look at all the shoes, and all the people died. So, I don't know. This video's not to get into the science of it. I suppose you could try to do a bunch of experiments, get the bodies that are donated to science and drop them down to the same depths as the Titanic in the same location under various conditions. You know, some just not protected at all, some in some sort of chamber. Just because
Gillis Filler says the Great Lakes have shipwrecks with bodies. I think the Edmund Fitzgerald still has its crew. It's too cold there for them to decay. They excrete death wax, adipose, a yellowish fatty substance, and just float there. Yes, I did know about that.
Because in my mind, that it does seem unbelievable.
Now I have the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald stuck in my head.
Unbelievable to me that there would be zero remains of bones. But there could be a grain of truth to, usually the bones do disappear. But the Titanic was kind of an unusual situation. And I believe that there probably would be some sort of remains down there. And it does seem unbelievable to me that there's just no evidence of human remains. They have all sorts of spectacular stories about this stuff, but there is possibilities for bodies to be preserved underwater. They can saponify, turn into soap, basically. But you'll have experts out there that say, nope, bones dissolve in salt water in less than 1,000 days. Do they really? Could I take a bone and make water with as much salt in it as the ocean and stick the bone in that water? And
does he understand he could literally test this if he cares that much? You could go to a butcher or something and get a beef bone or something. Just say it's either for an experiment if you want to, or say it's for your dog. Buy a big bone, stick it in salt water. You literally can do that in your house. It wouldn't even be hard to do. Green Guy with another $5 tip says, Hannah, shoes are important because polo is in the dirt and dirt animals. Kids that didn't have shoes because they grow so fast caught polio easily, but fuck vaccines, right? There's a projection that polio is having a comeback. People suck. Earlier you said it was important because polio is in the dirt and dirty animals. I really don't want to deal with polio coming back. Can we please stop? Can we please stop with the anti-vax stuff? Lance with 50 bits says, Ask a Mortician has a great video on the Edmund Fitzgerald, and one of the most important points is the locals don't like people poking around down there because it's an effing graveyard for their loved ones. Yeah, Baja also posted about this and said, That's why you aren't allowed to film the wreck without permission from every family and both the Canadian and US government, because its crew is still there and probably somewhat recognizably human. Yeah. Very morbid. Gotta imagine their families just want them to remain in their final resting. Lack of a better term.
Would the bone really disappear in 1,000 days? Like, I guess if it was big enough, you would have to make sure it's big enough, because they would say, I don't know. But this doesn't sound right to me. What this sounds like is when in school they told us that plastic takes 500 trillion years to decompose, or whatever.
It does. It takes a very, 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 very long time, like an inhuman amount of time for most plastics to do anything in the environment.
Styrofoam takes forever.
They just break down into tinier plastic, and then you get micro fucking plastics
to decompose. And that could be true under certain circumstances, I don't know, but when you leave plastic out in the sunlight, some plastics disintegrate very quickly in the sunlight. And so I'm
sorry, did you just say most plastics dissolve in the sun? What? Like you think I could take my mug, my cup or whatever here that's entirely plastic, every bit of it's plastic, and go outside and it would dissolve? No! Oh, was he describing melting? Like in heat? Oh my god.
I believe that 1,000 days, all bones are just going to disappear. That doesn't sound right to me at all. Like,
and as we all know, you already know everything, so when you learn new information, it's best to ignore it completely and just say, doesn't seem right to me, and continue to be entrenched in whatever you already believed. Very healthy.
This guy's just throwing the number out there. But I'm going to admit to you, I haven't done an experiment. I haven't done that.
He just admits it.
You can leave a comment what saline, what a bunch of salt does to a bone. Really cold, stuck inside their room. The people talking about bodies floating up. I don't know. I don't know. There's animals.
Why is he's reading comments on Reddit and responding to them as if they're claiming they're scientists? It's random Redditors.
Okay. But here you go. This is what made me start thinking about this, and I was like, man, what's up with the shoes? Shoes discovered in the Titanic wreckage are typically found in pairs because they were worn by victims when they died. Yeah, I mean, is that the way that it would be, though? If the shoes were still on the feet and they decomposed, would they be found in pairs? That just almost sounds convenient, like somebody just puts the pairs of shoes down. If there really were, like, bodies inside of the shoes, because I don't even know if this picture on the right, that does look like a pair of shoes. Like somebody walked in their house, took off their shoes, and set them down. What it does not look like is the aftermath of a human body decomposing in said shoes and being
How would you know what that looks like off the top of your head?
Torn apart by animals or whatever. Do you see what I'm getting at? If there was a body in there that was being eaten by fish and decomposed, would it really still look like somebody that just walked in their house, took off their pair of shoes, and set them down nicely?
If they were completely eaten away by stuff, by bacteria, by erosion, by whatever, yeah?
That's something to ponder. What's the origin of the shoes fell off? He's dead. People are claiming it comes from EMT workers. This is a symbol that's been around for a long time.
That's an internet meme where if in a video someone gets like hit by a car or gets in an accident and their shoes fly off, they die. Like that's how you tell. Their shoes came off, they're dead, or they kept their shoes on, they're alive. It's just a joke, it's a meme. I don't know the specific origin, but that's that.
That's, to go back to the Ernest...
It kind of comes from the days of like Live Leak and World Star Hip Hop.
Hemingway thing. It's before him that there was the tragic tale of the baby shoes never worn thing. Empty shoes somehow represents a death. and you'll have to let me know in the comments if you know where that comes from. So yeah, this I'm just showing. I'm gonna get to a video. Did I tell you already? There's a video. I have a funny video of a Titanic alleged survivor, so stick around till the end if you
a funny video of a Titanic survivor.
Made it this far. There's a video. I'm gonna get to it really quick. I just wanted to show that bones can survive under some conditions, so that makes me feel like if the Titanic story was real, there would be somewhere, like if the shoes are so good at preserving, why aren't there like toe bones or something? They're just so adamant about there are no skeletons down there.
Toreador says Hans Worm shoes.
To me, that's like an admission. Like they know for certain that there aren't because they know nobody died. Human skeleton found in shipwreck. You can pause these slides if you want to and read. I didn't do much reading of the slides today.
Artemis with 100 bits says, Hannah, I laid down for a nap while when you started. That was over 6 hours ago. Are you doing okay? How close to your limit are you? I am going till 8 p.m. my time, which is about an hour, 15 minutes from now. I'm doing all right. I'm tired, but I'm getting through it.
I just want to get to this video. Thank you.
After this video, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Then I'll be back.
Fake nukes on BitChute. Let me know what you think about this video. It seems very British humor to me, this video. So let me know what you think. So here's the video.
There was a very slight bump, just a little jar, nothing at all. I went in my room. There was a second light jar, nothing of consequence. But you knew something had happened, and one man said, look at that. That's an iceberg, and it's a whopper, because you know, there's 1/8 above the water and 7/8 below. And this blooming thing's all the way over the top of the ship. Thought nothing of it. We picked up the bits of ice, and most of us played snowballs.
Well, yeah, they actually showed that in James Cameron's Titanic movie when they hit the iceberg and some of it comes out onto the deck. There's kids kind of playing with the ice, kicking it around.
Well, there you go. Let me know what you think of that.
Interesting. It's not funny. It's interesting to hear a first-hand account of that happened in like 1912.
Hope you enjoyed. God bless everyone.
Oh, all right. I am going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll return in just a moment. Boop, 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 boop. I'm back. We got this. Little over one more hour of this. We can do this. Good. Let's see what's next.
Yet another Luciferian ritual has taken place at this big sporting event called the Louis Vuitton, the 37th America's Cup. It took place just a few nights ago in Barcelona and is a very big event watched by many people. And yet again, in the opening ceremony, we have another clear Luciferian ritual. Now, you'll see that they've
Jono the Pop, glad you saw it. Yeah, I enjoyed being in that documentary.
built in the center of the stage for a start. This seems to represent that unfinished Tower of Babel. Now this
Does it? It just looks like a tower of some sort.
looks very similar to
Is every stage a Tower of Babel?
different things we've seen, like with the Commonwealth Games, as I said, that had a Tower of Babel
Kind of looks like a layer cake.
representation. And why would that be? Well, because of the new Babel, what that represents, what that symbolizes, the very first archetype of the Antichrist. You have Nimrod in Babel. The Tower of Babel was built to try and ascend, that mankind could unite together in a false unity against the Creator to try and reach up to the heavens, to become like God, to rise above God and to, rebel against Him.
That's quite an interesting interpretation of the Tower of Babel story. It literally just says they're building a big tower and God is like, they're so united, there's nothing they can't do, and then he curses them with different languages. Like, what are you talking about? At no point does it say they're rebelling. God is just afraid of human unity and decides to divide people. Like, what are you talking about?
And also at the Millennium Dome in London in the year 2000, which is something I went to when I was a kid, they had this stage show in the center of that, which represented, it seemed, the same thing of building the Tower of Babel. The European Parliament is built just like that unfinished Tower of Babel.
The Tower of Babel is fictional. So nothing looks like the Tower of Babel. It never existed. What are you talking about? There are certain artistic representations of it, but at no point in the story does it describe the specifics of how it looks. So what are you talking about? Ashley1up says, as we all know, every group in the world is always thinking, how can we freak out the American Christian point of view when making their shows?
So this is the theme the other night at this opening ceremony. Now you'll see that the opening up, and it's in the universe, in space. You've got the tower, the unfinished tower, in like a cosmic world, and the narrator says, he actually describes basically order out of chaos. He says that everything is in chaos, and this is actually trying to lead people into wanting this order out of chaos. And this really is depicting that idea of this age of Aquarius, this new age, new dawn of man. And you see all the smoke around it, and then you see that this spiral comes down onto the Tower of Babel that harkens
not the Tower of Babel
back to that story in the book of Genesis, and possibly what they were trying to do back then in the book of Genesis by creating this tower that could reach into the heavens. And you see this spiral coming down over the top of the tower. And then you get these, what I will call light workers. You see these figures here. They've all got lights on the top of their head. They're kind of like these New Agers or light workers, very similar to what we saw at the Commonwealth Games when these people were holding these shards of light with the Tower of Babel in the background, as you see there. So very similar theme to there. We'll just call these the light workers or New Agers. They're working for the enemy, and they're also involved in building this Tower of Babel, as you'll see throughout this opening ceremony.
Phyllis Filler says, once again, I'm begging conservatives and conspiracy theorists to understand art and history.
And the narrator
A lot to ask. They might have to read a book.
says, human curiosity has been awakened.
Thanks, what you can do. I appreciate it.
A new dawn has begun. And as the narrator says this, things begin to change. And as I say, we see this spiral into the heavens, connecting this unfinished tower to the heavens almost. And you see like imagery where these drones, these light show, they turn into like a globe. And it's about this new creation, as per usual, this new world, this new dawn. They stand around the front of the Tower of Babel. And as I said, this is all about the theme of humanism, which is man elevating himself to God. And there's a lot of...
Humanism is about the well-being of humans and treating each other respectfully and respecting human individuals. That's what humanism is. It's nothing to do with God. You could believe in God and be a humanist. You could not believe in God and be a humanist like myself. Humanism has nothing to do with God whatsoever.
Turning things upside down. I don't want to go too far into their philosophies because you can get down these rabbit holes, and I'm not here to promote those rabbit holes. Remember, the book of Isaiah warns about these people that want to turn everything upside down and turn light for darkness and dark for light. So that is what these people are doing. So they actually turn everything upside down. They put the sea in the sky and the sky in the sea, inverting God's creation. Then the...
Literally just a cool stingray with drones. I think you're thinking a little too deep into it.
The narrator says, inspired by nature and harnessing the light, the false light, a new era...
Did they say the false light? Are you editorializing?
...of human creativity has been awakened. A new era of human creativity has been awakened.
Polysaturated lipids, thanks for 34 months with Prime.
Harnessing the light, the false light. Now, as I said, these are the false light workers. The workers of the false light. It's Luciferian. So this is
based on what? Why do you think it has anything to do with Lucifer?
What they begin to do at this ritual and the birth of this Tower of New Babel. Then the camera goes above and they begin to ritualistically...
That wouldn't be on theme, Ashley 1UP. Needs to be something tinfoil related.
Dance around this machine, the top of the tower, or what also looks like a machine, some kind of machine of human achievement. And you see they're dancing round the top. They're dancing round the top in a circle, just like some kind of pagan ritual.
Sorry, Ashley. We'll do something fun tomorrow. Today was really intense, so tomorrow we'll probably be doing, like, VHS and covering some spooky, fun Halloween stuff.
As you see there.
Because we did Chud Watch yesterday that was longer, and today we're doing this. We're definitely going to do something, like, lighthearted and fun tomorrow, like a VHS stream. Remlazar does have the Twin Towers, it's true. Remlazar did 9/11.
You know, this is...
A second Remlazar has hit the femboy.
Completely antichrist. This is completely about the new Babel.
2 Remlazars, 1 femboy.
How they're dancing around, they've got the false...
Wow, I am tired. My brain's just going to the weird place.
...light on their heads. So then they get these poles, these light poles, and they dance around with them. And they say that this represents the ocean. And then, or the narrator does, and then these false light workers with their beams, the narrator begins to link it to the ocean and saying that the ocean has become a gate.
Is Razelmer the femboy? Razelmer isn't a femboy. Razelmer's a hunk.
Gateway for cultures to merge. The ocean has become a gateway for cultures to merge, and then you think about this agenda with the one world and bringing the world together as one, forsaking and breaking the boundaries, the bounds of habitation that God has created, and this kind of liberalism and this idea of bringing the world together as one, having no borders, having no boundaries, which is another sign of the false goddess, you know, that she...
Man, they really are scared of other people, aren't they? Xenophobia is wild.
He has no bound.
What? Other human beings on the planet that I won't be able to arbitrarily divide myself from because of national borders? That's satanic.
Boundaries. So this kind of spirit of the age in defiance of boundaries that actually seek to protect and are a good thing to have boundaries. And so kind of in defiance of this, of the God of creation, which these people as Gnostics obviously think, well, the God of the Old Testament.
Why do you think these people are Gnostics?
And is the demiurge and is the God who holds us all back and, you know, is too strict and is you know, the false light of Lucifer is going to set us free from the prison that he's created. So that's the Gnostic view, and that's what these people do believe. So
they don't. I very much don't believe that any of these people are Gnostics. It's a pretty rare belief. It's a pretty rare, genuinely held belief.
They begin to talk about almost like this migration element, that the ocean has become a gateway for cultures to merge. And as you see there, they've got all these light...
I mean, I don't even know if become. Historically, people have visited new lands via ships and stuff.
Which look a bit like lightsabers, but... And the Tower of Babel actually lights up with a big bright light, the light bearer, on the top of the tower.
Gnosticism is basically the belief, it sort of takes some Christian ideas and turns them on their head and says that, like, Christianity isn't true because actually it was created by the demiurge, which is God, but God of Christianity is secretly evil, and he created Christianity to trick you into believing him when really Satan is the good guy. It's kind of like a reverso view on Christianity that's from a long time ago, and I'm sure I got some of that wrong. My lens of it is filtered a lot through conspiracy theorists, unfortunately. So someone with more knowledge on actual Gnosticism can speak to it, but that's basically what conspiracy theorists describe Gnosticism as. Stone Corbell says, imagine being so brain-broken by your worldview that you see a performance promoting togetherness and brotherhood amongst mankind, exalting human achievement and curiosity, and saying, actually, all that is bad? It's just an anti-human death cult. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
As we begin to talk about the unity of the world, but he also then mentions in the narration, nature and technology can work in harmony. So it's this idea about the uniting, you know, the uniting of opposites, the union of opposites.
Pretty sure it's a thinly veiled statement about climate change, but okay.
So nature and tech coming together, working in harmony together. And some people liken that to the iron and the clay in the Bible prophecy about the nature and technology, the human or man and tech.
Oh, uses AI on the bingo card. This looks like AI.
Coming together that do not cleave together. Some people liken that to that prophecy when they talk about the iron and the clay. And also, if you look at the old commentaries of the Bible, you'll find that some of them talk about the iron and the clay being actually nations and cultures that come together or came together in the Roman Empire that didn't quite cleave together, such as the iron being the Roman Empire, and they didn't cleave. So that's interesting there, is that in the narration, you've actually got two references to what some people interpret as the iron and the clay. You know, the nature and the tech, and the the migration and the cultures that don't quite cleave. So both are mentioned there in this ritual with the Tower of Babel. And so this...
What's important is you used it as a way to shit on immigration and technology. That's impressive.
False unity of Babel starts to come together in the opening ceremony, and these people, as you see, they start to flock into the tower, united as one, all these different people coming together. We get these references of the false unity of Babel, of the Antichrist. You see there that they're standing out the front, and the tower, the unfinished Tower of Babel, which is kind of being built here over time, the tower begins to light up with flames. And you see the people that at the front that came together into the tower, they begin to build a human tower, as the narrator says, unity in strength. He mentions unity in strength and the human tower that is being built.
Do you get the metaphor? Do you understand the very basic metaphor here, sir?
As a reference of that humanity, mankind building this tower. Look at this. They're building this human tower as this strange thing happens on stage where this woman who, you know, begins to sing this kind of music is very dark, is very ritualistic. She's looking at it as it starts to be built. She's presiding over it on the tower, and she sings these songs as they build their human tower. Look at that, right up to the level with her, and she's like presiding over it, and she also.
Ashley One Up says, which would you rather have? 10-episode season of decently written animated Rem Lazar series, or 10 live-action Rem Lazar movies of decreasing quality? Oh, live action, 120%. Not even close. And I like animation, but Rem Lazar is truly the only real American tokusatsu character.
Who does what looks like these Hindu gods, these false Hindu gods, with the arms all around the outside.
As opposed to the deity he believes in that's very real, and if you imply it isn't, he'll be very mad. But he has no problem just looking at other religions and going, that's not real. But don't do that to him. He'll be very mad, because he's a hypocrite.
Side of her, and she's literally looks like she's conjuring this thing up or orchestrating it, and she's doing this Hindu god's reference, you see there, and she's looking at this human tower being built, and you see with her hands there, it looks like she's almost conjuring this thing up, or she's controlling it, in control of it, like a Jezebel figure maybe, or whatever, or that.
She is a woman, and therefore a whore, obviously.
False goddess.
There's a woman, whore.
I don't know what these.
General conspiracy theory thinking. Is there a woman? Ah, yes, the whore.
People are referencing here. But could be obviously something to do with all those things. Definitely the rebellious woman, adulterous woman, you know, with false religion and false doctrine, teaching humanism, teaching, you know, mankind to rise up here. And they literally built this human tower in front of this unfinished Tower of Babel reference.
Sorry if I mispronounced that. Mo Emrys of Caldera says, what you described is one flavor of Gnosticism. However, a majority of Gnostic beliefs tend to paint Yahweh as the demiurge and claim that Jesus' dad was the actual God who was trying to free us from the bondage of the former. No proof for either side, of course, but it's an interesting thing to consider. Gotcha. Try and justify the quite different character between the Old Testament and New Testament God.
Or at least this destroyed Tower of Babel that God has judged in the past, and they're trying to rebuild it. Then
Emma Not Emma with a $20 super chat says Gnosticism basically states that the true God is formless, but through cosmic shenanigans, a false god was created. The false god, usually Yahweh, then created our universe to oppose the divine. Just a basic summary, though.
The narrator says, we are about to build a path to the future. And the tower suddenly goes into all this matrix binary code, and you see that this transhumanist technological element starts to take over the tower, and you see the drones above the unfinished Tower of Babel and the matrix green, and they are representing like data and microchips and different things like that. You see the tower begin to have all this matrix coding on the side, so we go into this matrix kind of world. The light workers,
yeah, matrix script isn't binary. Do people not notice that the matrix code isn't ones and zeros? It's a bunch of like characters we don't recognize, because I assume it's the robot language for programming.
False light workers begin to flock around the tower ritualistically, trying to, you know, represent building it, you know, hammering in there with their hands invisibly, but
I don't know what katakana is.
Building this tower again still, and humankind, the false light workers, constructing this matrix tower that begins to turn into this transhumanist element with the cube there as well, and the light shows, the drones, and all this matrix colors on the side, and you see the false light workers are pushing everything into place, and this tube, what looks like a tube, that's actually what you'll see in a moment, in a minute or two, that this actually is representing the completed Tower of Babel coming together via these transhuman technological drones, these lights. They come together and they begin to build the tower, or complete the tower, that is actually destroyed and unfinished. I mean, maybe that is a reference of the unfinished tower in the sense that God destroyed it. Maybe that's what they're representing. I don't know. Because obviously God confused the languages in Babel and he judged it. So this is kind of the new Babel, and that's all that really matters of what they're symbolizing here. So as this matrix symbolism starts to take place, you see these eyes appear on the tower. And actually, this is an AI face, almost like a possible image of the beast face or something.
The robot face.
That's being represented. I don't know for sure, but it seems like it. The AI technology, remember, these things are not prophecies or anything that I'm saying here. I'm not saying this denotes...
Thanks, I was concerned, right? I was like, oh, this is real prophecy.
It's Bible doctrine. I'm just saying what they are ritualistically showing when they're doing these things. So this doesn't exist without the singularity, the summary of human intelligence, the summary of humanity, of rebellious humanity. I'm the result of your curiosity. I'm your will. So it's the singularity, folks. It's the summary of human existence. It's the AI supercomputer, the superintelligence, and the summary, the unity of rebellious humanity. And then you see finally it actually connects. You actually have the completed tower reaching up to the heavens, and it's been completed by transhumanist means. Remember, technology can be used for good or bad, and this is obviously where it's leading in the sense of it being bad, but we can still use technology as a tool in the right way to do what needs to be done and to use it for good. And they come together at the end on the top of the tower, and they all kind of put their hands up, singing, putting their hands up in the air, worshipping this thing, almost like worshipping the beast. And then above the tower comes this very beastly image of these eyes made with the drones, and it's almost like the beast or something that is being worshipped, like it says in the book of Revelation, the whole world will worship the beast. So if you're not in Christ, if you don't believe in Jesus, if you've not been saved, redeemed, if you've not had your sins forgiven, if you've not prayed for him to save you by his death and resurrection on behalf of your sins, that Jesus died for you, you will fall prey to this agenda if you're not born again. So you have to be born again and receive God's Spirit and be saved from your sins and adopted into his family. That's the only way you're not going to fall prey to this deception. Please, if you haven't done already, please lay your life down at his feet and say, Lord Jesus, I'm sorry for the things I've done wrong.
That was quite a segue. All right, let's see what we have next. Coming down to the wire, about 45 minutes left.
Back to Geomancy. As always, thank you so much for joining me. Today, we're going to be taking a little walk. A walk through some historic cemeteries that hold significance on a historical level, a metaphysical level, and they seem to play an interesting role in our current timeline. This is Greenwood Cemetery, located in Brooklyn, New York. And as you can see already, It's a sight to behold. This place was said to have been founded in 1838.
Ashley says Hannah right now with link.
I'm taking a nap.
You want to take a nap?
I'm taking a nap here.
Okay, take a nap right there then.
Good night.
Not quite yet, but close to it.
And it sits on 478 acres. Buried here are some of the most prominent founding people of New York history, like Governor DeWitt Clinton, seen here, and many, many, many others. But what you find when you walk around these grounds is a sense of power that's hard to put into words. If you've walked around historic cemeteries, you probably know what I'm talking about, but you get the sense that people had an understanding of things far different than what we do today.
Meaning?
A cool 20-something years after this park was founded, by the 1860s, it was the nation's second largest tourist attraction, only behind Niagara Falls in Buffalo, which I've also shown in a few other America is the Old Worlds. Half a million visitors came to this place a year in the late 1800s. A cemetery. Can you believe that?
Yeah, that was a period where people were pretty obsessed with sort of the macabre, but in sort of a, I don't know about Victorian. What's after Victorian? And in sort of an Edwardian way. I don't know how to describe it.
Really makes you wonder, what is really going on here? What are cemeteries? Why did people put so much emphasis and importance on these monuments? And not just that, the most important people seem to really, really take care in their eternal resting place. Now, I should also mention, as I'm walking around these places, I try to pay my respects and honor whoever is memorialized here. But you can learn so much just by walking around and catching a glimpse. This park often features concerts and programs like this concert. And this took place in the center of the entire cemetery, where we find the oldest graves that we can see here. And these gravestones are pretty much all Dutch for the most part. And that makes sense.
That makes sense, Ash, because those are not typically in frames in the first place, so that's fine. Oh, wow. Woo! Realized how bad my eyes were stinging.
It's because, as I've talked about several times before, New York was called New Amsterdam.
Why they changed it, I can't say. People just liked it better that way.
And it was a Dutch colony. And I've also mentioned how these headstones,
please remember to blink, I'll try,
even resemble Dutch gables, the architectural form that we've talked about a few times before. So what we try to do is figure out the identities of these people, figure out who was living, who was doing what,
I think it's going to get into Freemason stuff, if I had to guess. I'm not sure exactly where it's going.
You can see so many different symbols throughout these cemeteries. Occult symbols, spiritual symbols, religious symbols.
Wow, you're seeing religious and spiritual symbols in a cemetery? Wow, crazy.
And otherwise.
Also, what do you mean a cult?
You see that people took great pride in where they were going to lay eternally and how they were going to symbolize that. This was one of the
if there are Freemasons, does that mean there are paywall Masons? Yeah, but they all died out because no one wanted a pay-to-win cemetery.
The most unique monuments in the whole place. The Zodiac. We see a nice Moorish mausoleum. A handful of lakes throughout. Really beautiful place. Egyptian motifs. I hear they have lakefront property available. Quiet neighbors. Good neighborhood. Clearly, as we go through here, you can see the importance of the afterlife. Nice last name.
Okay, I gotta stop. This is making me fall asleep, and I'm already tired. We gotta find something with energy, with action. What a song. Did we watch this one?
Hot to wire, he's spitting bullets. Hot to wire, he's taking bullets. Hot to wire, he's spitting bullets. Big T on the club, yeah, he's spitting bullets. Hot to wire, he's spitting bullets. Hot to wire, he's taking bullets. Hot to wire, he's spitting bullets. Big T on the club, yeah, he's spitting bullets. Should be dumping in the sun, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Should be on a yacht of Cyprus, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Should be wrecking in the village, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Should be chilling with his family, but yeah, he's spitting bullets.
Good, terrible. Thanks, Jamie Lynn, for hanging around. This guy's the head of the cult Peter's in. He does music videos, and he's a Trump supporter, obviously.
Bullets should be popping Chardonnay, but yeah, he's spitting bullets, hot tubbing with Melania, but yeah, spitting bullets should be chilling in the penthouse, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. They missed the headshot when they were a earshot away. Then shots rang off and dropped to the floor without delay, but then he got up and pumped his fist, said fight, 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 and every day and every way we got a country to save. Turn the whole country MAGA from New York to LA. These commies want him rigor mortis like it's JFK, stirring the country back to God like he's MLK. Back a dream, make America godly again. Hot to wire, he's spitting bullets. Hot to wire.
Oh my god, we're only a third into this. This is a 3.5 minute song. How many verses can you do about this?
He's taking bullets. Hot to wire, he's spitting bullets. Big T on the club, yeah, he's spitting bullets. Hot to wire,
oh, this is...
he's spitting bullets. Hot to wire, he's taking bullets. Hot to wire, he's spitting bullets. Big T on the club, yeah, he's spitting bullets. He should be traveling the world, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Should be playing with the grandkids, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Should be in the country club, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Should back camera for gold, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Should be showing off his rollies, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Should be cruising in McLarens, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Should be shopping in Milan, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Yeah, that's 10 private beaches, but yeah, he's spitting bullets. Just a ringing headshot, heard all around the world, and Trump heard that earshot. Tear his ear off in the world, blood streaming down his face, grabbed his ear, then curled and sprung up like Patton and shouted out to the world. Fight, fight, impeached him twice, but he just got bigger. They tried to silence him on Twitter, but his voice got loud. They tried to take his wealth, but he just keep getting richer now.
What the fuck is Hawk Tua? Oh. You've been, wow, you've been dodging that. You've been dodging that, haven't you, to not know the Hawk Tua thing? Good for you. Just keep your brain. You're doing better than all of us. You don't need to know. Ooh. Sorry, my wife is ordering dinner. I'm very excited. Green guy with $11.31 tip says, Hannah, I think this election will be another time men underestimate women and their supporters. Are you not tired yet? What do you think if you did this for work 5 days a week like others do, or paid by Russians? Being on camera for 8 hours is hard, just because people are watching you constantly. But, like, it's not bad. It's okay. I could do it if I had to. And I hope this election, Trump and people like him underestimate women. That would be nice. Thank you again for the tip. How do you spell gnocchi? There it is. Thanks, phone. Chicken gnocchi soup for the win.
Well, hello. Welcome back to the show. My name is James Rink, and I am the super soldier host of this podcast, and we have Steve Shearer with us today. How you doing, Steve?
Doing good. I'm really cleaning up a lot of systems. Things are going online, breaking the whole cabal system, finding children, nuclear waste problems, black goo problems. Man, it's been a whole mess, and
I think this guy claims to be Master Chief, the Halo character. Chip Iron Velaz, thanks for following.
We just 20 hours mission long, 2 hours of sleep, waking back up.
I chose this to help me not fall asleep. It's only half an hour left. I got this. I can do anything for half an hour.
Keep doing it. It's been going on for like 3 months for me now. So it's just heavy work, and I have the strength. I have the foresight, the psychic abilities to...
Black goo is an anti-vaxxer thing. Basically think graphene mixed with the Venom symbiote.
It's all my training that I've received over thousands of years of spiritual work, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I want to get to your bio in just a bit, but actually I want to make an announcement first. I would like everyone who feels called to do this to take a moment and visualize that this Hurricane Milton thing in the Gulf of Mexico will dissolve, be broken apart, and
Sure, non-binary, go for it.
There was a story one time I've read about a Native American shaman who was trying to do a rain ceremony, and the guy he just walked around in a circle, did a little dance, and the other people.
What's the difference between my mom and the Titanic? Let me think. My mom didn't sink after being filled with hundreds of different people. I don't know what.
They're asking the shaman, oh, well, what did you do? And what the shaman said is that you visualize it.
We know how many people went down on the Titanic. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
As in the present. So the shaman would visualize mud underneath its feet and rain and even the smell of rain. And so if we all just visualize a sunny day this coming next couple of days over the area of the southeast United States, it'll be awesome. I love you all. And thank you all, audience members who are joining us here. Rich, I think you have something, you can learn something here. And we have Sammy is saying, I am the Doomslayer. Okay. We have Maria Patel. Hello. And Chad. Make a little love. All right. So, Steve, let's pull you up here. So, today, Steve is going to be sharing more about his real experience as the Master Chief.
Again, I'm telling you, he thinks he's Master Chief.
This was portrayed, of course, in the Halo series, and the public was told that this was like a fictional video game series. Steve served in the Alpha Squad, and that began when he was at Montauk. So him and other children escaped through a portal.
Yeah, this is a community that actually feeds into each other's delusions, Jay's a proxy. It's really sad. Basically, James Rink is in charge of this, and he brings on different people every week to talk about what they believe their life is, and they all think they've been part of this secret super soldier program, and they all just share delusions with each other and feed off each other and build each other's delusions up. It's fascinatingly depressing.
Into an Arcturian ship. From there, the children was sent into a Stargate into the 2030s on a planet in the breakaway in order.
Have any of them ever explained why they don't look like stereotypical super soldiers? Not to my knowledge.
To escape the Black Goo Matrix. There, he was selected, or really recruited, by Dr. Halsey for the Spartan Super Soldier program and placed on the Alpha Squad. Dr. Halsey told Steve that he was the one to break it all. Steve was chosen because he was a seer and could see into the future and could protect others from dangers as well as getting lost. He also had thousands of past lifetimes integrating DNA through his, your soul vibrational frequency.
Yeah, my soul DNA, yeah. So.
Steve remembers Master Chief's favorite tagline, "No man left behind, and I need a weapon." I was talking about, what about the women? Weren't there women in the Alpha Squad, Steve?
Yeah, we would have tantric energy before we do battles because
Did you just say you had tantric energy? What do you mean by that?
It would energize us and it would connect us even better in the squad, and we would interlay our energies together and keep ourselves alive. So
very good. And I need a weapon. So both Steve and James Rink, that's me.
Oh, they don't just think Halo is real. They've had people on who claim that, like, Starfleet and Star Trek is real. They've had people come on and say that Doctor Who is real. It's a lot of people who are drawing fantasy or sci-fi fiction, drawing ideas from fiction and creating complex delusions about them. Like, I feel like people think I'm mean because it sounds like I get excited while describing this. So let me be clear, I'm not happy anyone on this show is ever delusional or suffering. I have a hyperfixation about people's delusions and conspiracies, so I just get really excited when I see something that's, like, out there, because it does tend to be rarer. I feel for these people and I want them to get help. But man, it's interesting.
Served together in the Alpha Squad and the Halo timeline, which is the resistant movement to free members. And
Green guy with a $5 tip says, Hannah, a period means you pause for a breath. You are great.
Slaves of the secret space program. After his Kundalini awakening and regression work, his awareness of higher dimensions awoken him to many...
We're only $199 away, tip-wise, from unlocking a third costume month, which I really didn't expect to get this close to. Thank you, wife. I appreciate you. Love you too.
Realities. He was brought onto ships, receiving activations, healings, and missions to dismantle heavy fields that needed to be cleaned out. He has connections to Thoth, Ptah, Odin and Isis. I think there's a few more on there, but
oh, there's a lot. The whole creation, pretty much. So
he has written 4 books, so there's a link in the description if you want to purchase a copy. There's also a free download link. Thank you, Steve, for providing that. We have your contact information and your YouTube. So if you want to learn more, you can go there.
Interesting. He has his own YouTube.
So great. Steve.
Royal Ann with a $2 super chat says, Green Guy is drunk. His wife. Good for Green Guy.
Where should we even begin? How about we start off from the beginning?
Benikagami says, I'm pretty sure the reason they'd give why they don't look like super soldiers is because their souls are in the super soldiers and their bodies in this plane are just vessels. It's where the astral project that they unleash their superness. They do believe in, like, cloning and having their souls transferred to different bodies, so it could have something to do with that.
So tell us, at what point did you realize you were a super soldier or even, like, a Master Chief?
2019 was when 2014 actually. I had a dream. I got teleported down to.
I wonder how old he was then. Schizophrenia normally appears around 25. So I'm wondering if he was around 25 when that happened.
Desert landscape, and we were running through. It was actually in season 1 with the huts and stuff. And I was getting chased, and I was waiting for my command, which happened to be Arkeem Ra and Rocco. And I hid. It was like a bar, and I was waiting to get located. And they found me, and then we went to go storm a spider cavern, a facility with like a spider queen. And I remember Arkeem would just like go left and right, like because like we were getting ready. I was getting my mind right in the mission. And this was when I was in college, and then we ran to the facility, and then we killed it, and then we were driving from a Warthog back to, but yeah, we were riding a Warthog, and then it flipped over, and then right when it flipped over, I woke up, so it was pretty interesting, and I wrote it down, but I lost the notes, but I still remember it, and then I started having more memories of it in in August and stuff, more memories because I was working with Rocco. We were really digging a lot of memories together of our.
Sekhmet with a $10 tip says, if it rains, then why does snow fall? Or wait, if rain drops, why does snow fall, Hannah? Snow goes slower.
Involvements with Montauk and stuff, and it's crazy because I put out a 100-page book in 2 weeks just from memory recall and like crying together and like reliving the energetic vibrations of those memories, and it was pretty tough too, so.
Oh, thank you, Steve. So I'm going to read something here, and just tell me if this resonates with you. Has anyone told you relating to injections, you get
God, Rink is such a bad host.
Needle marks and injections?
Yeah, I have. It's weird. I have like a scar on the left and a scar on the right, and it's just like filled with red, and it's never gone away. So they might just keep shooting me.
Okay, I'm moving on. Rapid fire. We have 20 minutes left, roughly. Rapid fire.
Clear.
Shitty advertising for the Cybertruck.
You want to know why they're making the Cybertruck bulletproof?
Because Elon Musk is a man-child, and so is his primary demographic.
Because they're planning to use it as an armored urban APV carrier.
I promise they're not, and if they were, it wouldn't work very well. This is someone's custom wrap to make it look like a warthog from Halo. Appropriate, considering the last video we watched.
For Robocops and Terminators and the like. Check out this new look for the Cybertruck.
That's not a new look for the Cybertruck. That's literally something a private person did to their own car and probably broke its warranty. Not that the warranty's worth shit anyway.
It pretty much explains it all, to say the least. And of course, all of these new robots that are rolling off the assembly line like cars and trucks are going to be used as robocops. And it's just a matter of time before
Believe sci-fi technology exists on the bingo card.
we
gotta watch Elon's recent autonomous day with the robots thing. It's real bad.
strap a gun to it. And in fact, first chance they get, they're going to strap a gun to it just like these robot dogs. At first they're like, no, we would never weaponize this technology. We would never dare put a gun on one of these cute little robot puppies.
To be clear, I don't believe they have. Other people have bought them and aftermarket strapped guns to them.
And then like 2 days later, here it is, everywhere. And so they're going to say the same thing about these robots coming off the assembly lines. They're mass producing them right now, all over the world.
They're not. These are bullshit. Like, don't get me wrong, like, robots are probably going to be a thing. Boston Dynamics, like, has certainly, done stuff. But the Tesla robots are basically a complete scam. So no, the Tesla robots are not that.
It's just a matter of days, really, before we're flooded with these things.
A third-party copied Boston Dynamics robot to sell with guns.
And first chance they get, they're going to put armor on these things. And they're going to put guns and cannons and energy weapons on these things. And it's going to look a lot like Elysium as the ruling elites break away and become their own civilization as we become peasants in our very own countries. And this is why they're opening up the borders.
Peasants have historically been in their own countries. That's a weird usage of the term peasant to imply it generally meant someone from outside of the country. No, that's not what that means. That was always a class term.
They're preparing for the Elysium scenario. And of course, these Cybertrucks, which are being sold, are fueling the expansion of this Skynet system, just like everything else Tesla. But this system is already in bed with the defense industry through SpaceX and other things. And soon these things will just be airdropping out of nowhere on some kind of SpaceX technology. Nobody's really sure if they're really going to outer space, but these SpaceX rocket ships can go anywhere on the planet, fly around like a plane.
No, they can't. That's not what they do.
And be there in minutes, dropping off Cybertrucks, robots, Terminators, and cyborgs. It's no joke, it's coming. This is the big plan.
Okay, enough of that. This is supposed to be a lightning round. Lightning round, lightning round.
What's up with these NPCs? What's up with these fake people that don't even pass the Turing test? They're everywhere. They're all over the television. Fake people everywhere. What's going on? Some of them are CGI, obviously.
They're really not. Again, I hate this guy. He markets his videos directly to people with mental problems and exacerbates their paranoia so he can sell them his book. He sucks.
But some of them are in the flesh. Or at least they look like they're in the flesh. Maybe they're wearing masks. Maybe it's something else. But it looks like Westworld. It looks like robots for those that have eyes that can see. And this next video is even more shocking as we see what looks like some kind of network outage or some kind of upgrade happening to tons of people at the same time. These NPCs are everywhere. And so how concerned should we be about what's going on out there? Well, obviously they're trying to kill us. They're telling us we're going to eat bugs as they spray us like bugs, as they poison the food and the water.
I didn't see any AI stuff so far.
As they surround us with death towers, as they...
Like, this clip isn't AI, it's existed longer. I don't remember the explanation behind this. But it's not an NPC secret not person.
Try to
because that doesn't exist.
Inject us with their death facts.
There it is.
But this NPC phenomenon is definitely part of what's going on. These people don't respond to logic nor reason. They don't pass the Turing test.
They don't believe the crazy nonsense conspiracy theories I tell them. They must not be real people.
They look like clones. They look like cyborgs. They certainly don't look human. At least they don't act human. And this
Green guy with a $10 tip says they're all fake. I fought for 10 years and nothing will make them happy. Oh.
phenomenon is happening worldwide. It's massive, to say the least. They don't respond to questions. They don't act human. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, according to reports. And we're seeing all sorts of footage from the internet of baby farms, baby clone farms. And
yeah, that's not a real thing. That's a thing an artist does. Every once in a while, this artist comes out with what they call, like, concept things for sci-fi technology. And every time they do, they're very dystopian and weird, and conspiracy theorists talk about it like it's a real thing being designed instead of an art project that someone does. That's literally the point.
And the like.
I legit want to yell at the person who makes these. And I'm sure they'd be like, oh, well, it's getting reactions. And it's like, you're literally, this is fuel for people who are paranoid. What are you doing? Nothing you're doing creatively could be worth the results of what you are doing.
And so much more as they try to assimilate you with their brain chip. You've probably seen the Elon commercials. Come get your brain chip today.
I don't think he's done commercials. I don't think those are commercially available.
Oh, it looks like the video guys on vacation.
Okay, lightning round. Moving on. Oh, this is a metaverse thing. This is old. This is when people were still taking the metaverse seriously. Venture capitalists.
The grid.
The grid.
A digital frontier. I tried to picture clusters of information as they move through the computer. What did they look like? Ships, motorcycles? Were the circuits like freeways?
Oh wait, is this the Tron Legacy soundtrack? Shit. That's unfortunate.
Warrior. And
new agendas.
There we go.
Because you think this world
yeah, I'm gonna have to
is
cut
truly
that out almost certainly.
out of its mind.
Disney won't be thrilled with that.
Just
I've not seen Tron Legacy.
as you think you have a handle on what is going on, and you feel you have a solid grasp on what is being planned in this world.
Oh shit, Green guy with a $79 tip says, Hannah, God double money, get it. We are now $100 away in tips from a third costume month. I really was not expecting this, goddamn. Ashley one up with 50 bits says, we control the horizontal and the vertical. Ooh, good reference. Outer Limits.
These people then introduce new agendas.
Yeah, I know Daft Punk did the soundtrack. I own the movie, I just haven't seen it. I own the first one as well.
The timing of my awareness and grasp on this subject is something that is not coincidental at all. A day before Facebook's major announcement,
Lin-Manuel Miranda put out a concept album based on the Warriors, like the Warriors come out to play. Holy shit, that's great. That's a good movie.
While I was engaging in research on another subject, I was introduced to this overall agenda. I would hear about the metaverse here and there and just ignore it. To me, it just sounded like another one of their distractions to get me off of my game. But as I began to look into this for myself, I realized just how wrong I actually was. And quite frankly, I was older than I thought myself to be. To be very honest, this whole agenda really aged me because as I was learning it, I kept saying the same phrase.
The metaverse did fail. This is from 2 years ago, so this is an old video.
And when I started explaining it to my wife, she said the same thing as well. I don't get it. Honestly, I didn't actually get how this all was going to be attractive to people.
It's funny that instead of recognizing, oh, it's just business people being out of touch and trying to sell a product no one wants, they decided, oh, it's a conspiracy. No, it's just a shitty idea. I say that as someone who loves virtual reality. The metaverse was a really stupid, half-baked, non-idea for a product. It was nothing. It was ephemeral. It was like an illusion. It didn't mean anything. Just vaguely gesturing towards VR and movies people have seen. Dan Olson went into this much better in his video, The Future is a Dead Mall. I'd recommend it.
And why people would choose this. But I realized that the younger generation was being conditioned for this agenda.
The only one who should live in the metaverse is Gridman, because it's his job to protect us, from Tim Curry.
Since they were very young.
That's a mix of the two franchises. Ugh.
And the truth is that my generation has been as well. After I realized how big this agenda was, I instantly started to dig in to gain understanding. And as I was reading and learning, I will be reminded of all the small influences that were shown to me over my lifespan of 40 years or so that have been conditioning me for this agenda.
It's not conditioning you. Literally, other people grew up on those same ideas, and some people decide they want to bring those things to life. It's not a concerted effort by a shady cabal. It's just people being inspired. Okay, lightning round. So what's next?
Natural entities. Supernatural entities are beings that are not human. Supernatural entities are beings that are not human. There are various terms for these non-human spiritual beings, usually rooted in their own individual mythology and/or folklore. The biblical perspective is perhaps the most important perspective to have when it comes to understanding the existence of supernatural entities and their origins. The books of the Old Testament gives us the name of over 36 tribes of Nephilim giants, the bastard children of the rebellious fallen angels. Understanding the etymology and definition of the names concerning these Nephilim tribes will give us—
I don't remember that coming up in the Bible.
More insight into the existence—
I'm not saying it doesn't. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible, but, like, I don't remember.
—of supernatural entities, such as the alien greys and the shadow people. The alien greys are extraterrestrial beings. They are frequent subjects of close encounters and alien abduction claims. The details of such claims vary widely. However, greys—
My butt hurts.
—are
sitting down too much today.
Typically described as being tall and human-like, with long limbs, smooth gray-colored skin, enlarged heads, and large black eyes. Our modern description of alien greys sounds very similar to a Nephilim tribe that the Israelites encountered,
No, a remake of They Live would be terrible.
As the Anakim within the Old Testament accounts. The Book of Deuteronomy—
Rich Rain, thanks for following.
Chapter 9, verse 2. Hear, O Israel, thou art to pass over Jordan this day, to go in, to possess nations greater and mightier than thyself.
Okay, I'm already over it. We only have 7 minutes left. We have to get the lightning round. I don't know. I'm so tired. What is a lightning round? If I just click on things, is that it? Is this entertainment? That was borderline the THX sound system people song. Or the Dolby Atmos, whatever. Lizard people, rulers of time and space. Kind of an upbeat song to go with that, too. Oh my god, there's a juggle command. I'm not sure how good I'm gonna do on this. Let's give it a shot, though. Juggle! Is there an 80s movie I'd like to see a remake of? Not in particular. I don't normally like remakes. Maybe someone else. Honestly, I would like a remake of The Fly, but only if it is done by David Cronenberg's son. Why am I blanking on his name right now? He's also a Cronenberg. He did Infinity Pool and Possessor, and those movies are incredible. Like, he's genuinely a really great director, regardless of who his dad is, and he does body horror. Perfect. So, him doing his own version of The Fly would be pretty good. But other than that, not really.
The evidence we are about to present to you has the potential to rewrite thousands of years of human history.
Brandon,
it will
you.
present evidence that suggests ancient serpent or lizard-like aliens came to Earth thousands of years ago, and played a role in creating religion, humanity, and are still among us today.
I'm sorry, Jesus. Green guy with a $99 tip says, Hannah, you make my wife wet. What the fuck? That's a weird thing to say. Thanks for the tip, though. $1 away from a third costume month. Holy shit. Tau Alpha, thanks for following.
The evidence is based on extensive research of...
I will say, if you give me hundreds of dollars in a day, you can say weird things at me. I have pretty low standards for myself.
Ancient myths, texts, archaeological finds, science, and other sources.
Tomorrow, Green Guy is gonna look at his checking account and be like, where did all these PayPal charges come from?
We will explore the various cultures around the world.
Why is he making it sound sinister? The music does not match the voice.
That have legends and stories of serpent-like aliens who created humans and the religious systems used to control them. We will also look at symbols and artifacts from
Oh, is it an AI voice? That would make
ancient
sense.
civilizations that point to an alien origin.
Yeah, this was posted 14 days ago.
We will also present evidence that these ancient
Frozen Obscurity, thanks for following.
aliens are still among us today.
Yeah, the elevator music is a bizarre choice.
We will look at ancient civilizations, untold stories.
I'm wondering if this whole script was written by AI? I don't know.
Like at the Last Supper, a hybrid species, part God and part of the earth itself. Remarkably, the origin is found to be related to serpent worship from their Sumerian origins.
Okay. Lightning round, so we gotta move on. But that one actually looked interesting.
Fake History of America. Christopher Columbus, a fictional character. The Discovery of America hoax.
You hacked Green Guy's account. Mm-hmm.
And mud flood buildings. Coming up.
Royal Ann says, I am embarrassed, Green Guy's wife. Thank you. Tell Green Guy, once he is no longer inebriated, if he doesn't remember, that I appreciate it very much. Oh, Green Guy with $3 says, no, I believe in investing in people I love. Well, thank you very much, Green Guy. We did it. That's a third costume month. Fuck me. This has been such a day. Emma Not Emma with a $10 super chat says, I hope you're doing okay after this mammoth stream. Kept me occupied through my shift tonight, so I'm grateful you went this long. Thank you. Maybe I'll do this like once a month or something, do an extra long stream or something. It's exhausting, but it's kind of fun to get to just kind of hang out without the stress of like, oh my god, I only have 3 hours to get through all this stuff, so.
In my Azores update video that I published recently, I mentioned the Christopher
Yep, that's costumes through the end of the year.
Columbus lie. And I wanted to show...
Does this mean if we get one more month, we can get you to costume month after the inauguration? Yeah?
to those subscribers who haven't seen this. This is a conversation
Novau Chris, thanks for following. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
between a journalist and a local person in the Azores. He's confirming through Plato and some...
This isn't interesting. We don't have much time. We need interesting. We only have like a minute.
Now looking.
That's satanic.
1947, Roswell was doing hardcore research before the end of the war in 1945. And
thank you. I actually got this shirt at the thrift store. It only goes down to like here. It's like a mid-drift cut, but it's nice.
aside from the chemical weapons and tough machinery, it was believed that the Third Reich scientists were working on a supposed time machine. The device emitted strong and dangerous radiation, which often caused the scientists health problems. Scientists suffered from sleep deprivation, dizziness, and some even died due to radiation poisoning.
That's just fiction. This is just Der Glock again. We did it, everyone. It's 8:00 p.m. Eastern. Oh no, we won't have time to get to the how to conduct transvestigation video I found. Green guy says maybe blackout over 3 times. Oh. Elite gender inversion.
The human brain is a very fascinating, complicated type of supercomputer that often we as humanity take for granted. But for an understanding of its processes and how they affect us in our daily lives, we turn to psychology for answers. What if I told you that the same tool of understanding was being used against you every day by the mass media? I'm sure even the most astute scholars would not be shocked. Our habitual
You should go to bed, Densetsu, if you're not feeling good.
definition of the reality beyond our own four walls being shaped by the
Why do
elite.
so many of the conspiracy theorists have such charismaless voices? You listen to me for 8 hours and you're concerned about someone not having charisma? Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Is well documented in the mainstream political narrative.
Have a good night, Generty. I'll be done in just a sec. Ugh.
But what if this subversion, this perversion of our psyches, is deeper than you could ever imagine?
Green guy says you still use the PC I gave you? Oh yeah, it's the one that I use for every stream.
Psychology is an
Thank you very much, by the way.
enthralling
I couldn't be streaming right now without ya.
subject because it can be used to easily predict the nature of human responses to outside stimuli. The elite.
Okay, that's it. Ugh. We didn't do too bad. 8 hours. It's pretty good. Oh, let's see if there's a cleanse or anything on my front page that we can watch real quick. Get us off the conspiracy thing.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to take a test. Begging you, can I please take my exam in a different facility other than the one you sent me to yesterday?
I'm revoking your bond and I'm putting you in jail, sir. Yeah, I have here. Hold on. Let me read this to him. The client reported to pretrial today for a POC UA test. The client made verbal threatening statements toward our staff members in the office. The precinct 1 deputy advised that the client, due to his behavior, is a threat to the staff. A deputy had to advise the client to leave the monitoring area in the building and to contact his lawyer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was asking.
The YouTube algorithm must be very confused by you, Hannah. No, they just think I'm a conspiracy theorist, sovereign citizen that's really into tokusatsu and horror movies. That's a pretty good descriptor of my front page, if I'm being honest. Conspiracy theories, sovereign citizens, tokusatsu stuff, and horror movie-related stuff.
Asking him, can I please, for my own personal
No.
record what's
This
going
is what we do, where we send people to go to. And because you
Can you tell I've become obsessed with tokusatsu lately since I got sent that Space Sheriff Gavin show, and I've just been watching so much shit since then?
threatened the staff. Okay, I have here that you did. You've been threatening to me. You've been threatening to Mr. Dixon. I've seen the way you treat everybody else. It's unacceptable. And now I'm revoking your bond and you will go to jail. He goes with you.
Come on this way. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to take a test. Begging you, can I please take my
Young man, are you trying to pray? I said, young man, we're going to take that right away.
This is a scene from that What's a Girl to Do series. Did she put up another episode? Why is this clip on here? I've not seen this clip yet. Oh my god, did she upload another episode?
I said, young man, Did you say God's name? That's okay, 'cause it was in.
I'm once again asking, do right-wingers not know that YMCA is about having gay sex at the gym? Do Republicans know that YMCA is about having gay sex at the gym?
Cause we're the ACLU. It's fun to sue when you're the ACLU. We'll take all your rights. It's what we enjoy. We'll sue every girl. We'll sue every boy. We're gonna.
Wow, and it's a joke about hating the American Civil Liberties Union.
MAGA. Hear what we say, we're gonna MAGA. We can say Merry Christmas, and we can pray. Thanks, President Trump, for MAGA.
Oh, that hurt. Okay, for real now, let's raid someone. Holy crap. Okay, like I said, tomorrow we'll probably be doing a VHS stream, fun stuff. At least some of it will almost certainly be Halloween related, so hang out for the spooky season. It won't be 8 hours, but it might not be 3 either. Maybe we'll do like 4 or so. I've been trying to stream longer, even if it's not necessarily 8. Oh yeah, In the Navy's gay, Go West is gay. The Village people are gay. Like, all their songs are double entendre. Alright. Go west, where the airs are, go west. Da, 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 da. It's about moving to San Francisco. Alright. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out for 8 hours. I know this was a long time for anyone who stayed the whole time. Holy crap, thank you for your viewership. I appreciate the commitment. For people who came in and out, I appreciate you so much. And I'm excited to be back tomorrow to hang out with you guys again. So I'll see you then. Forrest Espion, thanks for 25 months and a 3-stream streak. Have a good night. Love you, Mr. Blast. Rest of you, I don't know, go eat dinner or something. Bye, everyone.